Alright, let's get into it. Welcome everyone to our final stream for the year. Technically it wasn't supposed to be my final one, but I didn't even think of doing one until I decided, you know what, it's the end of the year, and I decided that maybe it'd be a great idea to kind of honor some of you guys and thank you for everything that you guys did and the support you guys gave me and all that. And Far Cry is here already. Just an amazing person all around. And Hoske is in the Twitch chat. Yeah, so maybe I guess I just want to start off with, as you can see, the AI backgrounds are here. You're playing a childhood game of mine. That's great. It's not going to be our priority, but everything you will see in this stream is going to be like for a reason. Everything has been thought of for a reason, including like this beginning, you know. As you can see, it's a callback to some of our different segments we did for what's it called, for the AI videos that we've been watching over the years. So everything in this stream is going to be for kind of centered around what we have done over the year, and that's going to be the approach here. And so I'm going to basically start the stream and end the stream on the same note, which is by thanking you guys for just watching the streams and being here and enjoying them as much as I have been enjoying them. You know, it's been like a crazy thing for me to do. So much goes into like every single stream, and I will be getting to everything that I kind of went through, including some of these things that that we will be discussing. And yeah, so I don't think we have to wait anymore. If anyone shows up, that'll be great. And I have some pretty cool stuff. Well, it's not, I don't want to overhype it, it's like just a minor thing, but to me it's pretty cool. So let's see. I want to tell you guys about what happened with Letterboxd. That's coming up, but first I think it makes a lot more sense to talk about something else real quick. And before we get into Prince of Persia and the Sands of Time, which is our game that we'll be playing today, and again, it's not something, I don't know if we will be doing like a series. And by the way, let me know if like the audio is fine and everything. And whenever like there's a issue with audio, maybe the clip that we're watching is louder than I am, or you know, it's kind of equal, just let me know. If it's like the same sound, just let me know and I'll change it. So what was I saying? Something about Prince of Persia. So yeah, that's not something we're going to be maybe continuing. It's just something I wanted to kind of put on in the background, so to speak, while we kind of focus on the main gist of this stream. And yeah, let's see. So YouTube is here, Moodcap is here. What's up, man? Another incredible person is here. And then I remember playing Sands of Time as a kid. Wow, really? A lot of you guys have played those games apparently, which is great. I don't know, you were a Prince of Persia fan, bro. And Sir Diesel is here. Awesome. Sup, Greg? Thanks, guys. I'm not, I guess. I'll get into all that. But I've always wanted to play. And yeah, so let's get into, before we get into the Letterboxd debacle, let's maybe first focus on, let's start the stream off with something else, which is, let's see, what should I kind of focus on in terms of announcements? Okay, so here's the first thing. Let me put this Doom logo up first, since it's here. Just bear with me here. Which one is it? Where are you? That's not it. It's probably here. There we go. I'll put this up. So the first announcement here, or not the announcement, but like a thing I wanted to unveil during the stream, is the big reveal is that I have found a way to integrate the chat in the stream itself. I'm incredibly proud of myself, the YouTube one, of course, and the Twitch one as well. So you guys will be basically on the stream here, and that way both of you, both streams can kind of keep in touch. Yeah, we're kind of, we're going all out this stream. I've prepared so many things, and I went all out to kind of make it the best climax of what it is that we've been doing. And I think that's pretty cool that I was able to kind of find a way and spend the time to actually make it happen. It wasn't as complicated as I thought it was going to be, but yes, instead of like me constantly needing to hop around the different tabs, now I have you guys here on the stream, and that's going to be awesome. And I don't have to read your comments out loud anymore. I don't have to say Far Cry Lego said X and Y and Z. It's all going to be on the stream. Isn't that amazing, guys? I think it's pretty awesome. And so that's the first thing. Very proud of myself for this. So that's something that's going to be existing off to the side. And let's get rid of this thing. And yeah, now I think it makes perfect sense for us to turn this off. Let's see. And let's start with the topic that kind of kicked off these streams,
the Deathstroke DLC for
which is obviously Suicide Squad kills the Justice League. That's what we're going to open with. Everything you'll see in this stream is going to be like a callback to anything we've done. And we're basically taking a look at like, where are they now? Edition here. So yeah, you guys can comment here. Have you seen the third movie yet of Sonic 3? No. You guys, I gotta tell you, like, the entire December has been crazy for me. I wanted to watch Nosferatu and not Mufasa, Sonic 3, and then I think there was one more film, maybe Craven. I think there was another one. But like, December has been crazy for me, and these 2 months have been kind of busy. So I'm glad we kind of finished Red Dead when we did. But yes, oh, okay, awesome. I really want to know, like, is it because I take a lot of issues with Robert, what's his name, Eggers? I think it's Eggers. I don't like any one of his films, but I think this one might be a match with his tone. So that's something worth kind of considering. I think it might be actually a good film this one time. I think it might work out. This chat is kind of small. Let me see if I can make it bigger. But yes, the Suicide Squad kills the Justice League was kind of what we started with. We had the Batman comic book, not the comic books, Batman Arkham Asylum. That was like a big thing for me as well, mainly because I wanted to play the game for the first time, and that was like a kind of, I don't want to say a big deal for me, but it was, because I've never played Batman Arkham Asylum, and I decided, well, let's just talk about Moth Bloss is here too. Yeah, this game again. Yes, that's right. We're basically really going back to the well, and we're seeing where it is now. And guess what? Suicide Squad kills ends the Justice League. Is going to die next month. It is going to be going out of service, you could say. I guess it's a live service game. They're basically killing it. It couldn't even survive a year. It was so awful. And yes, Hosky, there were multiple. Why do I have so many icons next to you? That's so weird. But yes, that's so weird. It doesn't even appear on my chat in the browser, but for whatever reason it appears on the stream. But yes, they had multiple DLCs. They had like the Joker one, because obviously the game tanked. Then they had all these other ones. Hey Steven, and let me just take off this Doom label here as well. Where are you? There we go. And so we had a bunch of DLCs for this game. Well, speaking the people who were playing, which is like all 5 people that exist on this planet, Uh, I don't know why they played this game, but it had like the Joker because the game tanked. So whenever the game, any game, or whenever any DC project fails, they just do Joker. The end of Batman Cape Crusader, that they had the Joker there for whatever reason, and now they had like a female Mr. Freeze, like a lesbian version. They had like one more character that was like a female, or like yeah, it was like a gender swapped version of a famous character, and then you had Deathstroke as your last one. Uh, so let's watch this thing. It's very short, and everything. We're gonna basically going to do like a rewind of the last year, and everything is most of the stuff is going to be shorts, but some of it is going to be main segments, and I'm curious to see what you guys will think. They should have done the first DLC. Oh gosh, you guys are quick now. Let's see. The first DLC. Yeah, he should have been the first DLC. Glad to be here. Yeah, same, Steven. I'm so glad you're here. All of you guys were very instrumental, and if you guys missed it, I just wanted to thank you guys, and you were all incredible this year. Let's just not wait anymore. Let's watch this thing.
Suicide Squad Killed the Justice League's officially out, and this is actually the last DLC the game's getting. Rocksteady will be done with the game in January 2025.
Crazy.
And just like the other DLCs, they screwed up this one too. Deathstroke is the one character people actually wanted to see in this game, and it is the same one from the other Arkham games, so that's cool. And unlike most of the other characters, he actually has a cool design, and he actually uses guns and melee attacks, so he actually works in a game like this.
Yeah.
But they really just fumbled Deathstroke. His movement is so choppy. Why is he a speedster that's
He's
lagging?
a speedster. That's crazy. They made him a speedster. Let's go back to this frame.
They really just fumbled Deathstroke. His movement is so choppy.
That's crazy. Why? Why? Who is this game for? Why is this game? Why does it exist? I need to know. Avengers at least had a few characters people wanted to actually play as. Yeah. And Avengers, there were somehow more people playing that game, which I would have never guessed. I thought that the Rocksteady name would have held some kind of, would have been maybe held to a higher regard, but no, apparently even that didn't work on people. People were smarter, and I was so glad to see players kind of give him a middle finger. But yeah, a speedster Deathstroke, that's crazy. Insanity all around. Yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah, he is definitely a crappy looking Flash.
Is he a speedster that's lagging? And they made him a hobo. I know it's part of his character, but now he actually looks like he talks to minors. This DLC follows the same form.
Slade is never going to recover from that storyline any time soon, I wanted to say, but really for all time. I mean, this is technically a different version, but still, I feel bad for Deathstroke, because really, I don't think he should have been put in that position. And I'm going to preface this by saying that I think Deathstroke is just, I think he should be a Nightwing villain, and I don't appreciate it. I kind of tolerate him being paired up with Batman and Teen Titans too. Like, I mean, Nightwing plus Teen Titans, that should be like a thing. But him being a Nightwing villain and Teen Titans villain, I think that should be the main thing for him. Whereas, and I can tolerate him as a Batman villain as well, but at the same time, him being put into the Suicide Squad, I can kind of understand where they're coming from here, but I think they're kind of sometimes overdoing Slade. They're overexposing Slade sometimes. Let's see.
Formula as the others, you got to replay the entire game to unlock him, and all you get is like a small cutscene and a motion comic. And they didn't even bring back Batman. The fact that Deathstroke lost to Batman but managed to kill multiple Brainiacs is crazy. This game didn't even last a whole year.
Yeah, and that's why it's dead. Now we're going to move on to this other game that's been out, and it's related. It's the Wonder Woman game that's going to be coming out And the reason why I'm talking about it is because Wonder Woman was a huge part of Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League. So I thought, hey, let's throw this in here as well. This guy's going to kind of tell us where the game is at and what we can expect from the development of this game. And what we can basically expect from the game. You guys are quick in the chat. That's crazy. I like want to get into it, but you guys are already pushing like past everything, and I don't even have the time to look at you. I'm gonna go back to your comments soon, but yes, this is the Wonder Woman game. Let's see where it is now. And RIP Suicide Squad, or I guess I can just hawk to on your grave, because no one will want to ever remember you at all. And yes, hopefully I will be making my top 10 worst games of 2020, 2024 when the time comes on Instagram. I did it last year and I did the best ones too, of course, and I will hopefully do that as well. And I want to say that I will do it, and hopefully it will happen. Anyway, Wonder Woman, let's go.
Wonder Woman fan can't catch a break. We finally got an update on the status of the upcoming AAA game starring the legendary Amazon, and unfortunately, it's the worst news we've gotten so far.
Come on, man.
What to do, Direct Nation? I'm back with Super News Bits, giving you the latest superhero news in 3 minutes or less, because I respect your time if you subscribe. So if this information was valuable, hit the like button so it reaches more people, but if it wasn't for you, change it to a dislike. It feels like it's been 10 years since we got that reveal trailer for Wonder Woman at the Game Awards way back in 2021. The open world action
like,
game,
you know how people sometimes say, if you don't like this video, leave a dislike. I'm like, don't do it. Don't leave a dislike. Just don't. So I realize it's become like a thing. Steven said something about Deathstroke being a Beast Boy villain as well. Whoa, I guess. Deathstroke got a power boost the last time he fought Nightwing, only to get beaten up by him. I did like how he was kind of paired up with Nightwing in, I think it was Dark Crisis. I did like that a lot. Mauve Bloss says they made Slade, to my memory, in this game somewhat more of a pacifist who let go of his grudge. What? I mean, I was already done with this game. But now is just, they keep finding ways to a butch lesbian Mrs. Freeze, them walking a monster, ice monster, and then they did something else that I don't even remember with the DLC characters. It's just, everything is forgettable and laughably pathetic, and now they turned Slade into a pacifist. Okay. DC probably has the easiest format to make games, but don't do it. Sonic style flash game, RPG for Teen Titans and Young Justice. Aquaman games would go hard. Yeah, they did a Aquaman game for the GameCube, and I'd love to play that one day, maybe, especially as an Aquaman fan. Let's see. She looks like a child in reference to Wonder Woman. Okay. She looks younger, I guess. I wouldn't say a child. It's gonna bomb. Oh yeah, let's see. Am I caught up? I also agree with Deathstroke being a Batman villain if he's not fighting the Titans. Post this contract, I feel like he's gonna go after Nightwing or the Teen Titans individually. Deathstroke. Okay. Steven says Teen Titans 2003 handles him incredibly well. Oh yeah, he was. Agreed. Just legendary use of him, Steven. Tara wasn't supposed to be a villain. She was meant to show that some characters are evil and not victims. Yep. Moodcap, Deathstroke being used as a villain. See, I'm still reading your comments because you guys are very quick and I'm like so behind. Reminds me of how MCU uses General Ross. Yeah, true. For anything but a Hulk story. That's true. I just hate. I kind of appreciate it in the MCU since they couldn't do a solo Hulk film, but then it kind of went off the rails, right? Because now they're throwing him into a Captain America 4 film. Steven, for terms of publication, why am I saying in that Wolfman? Wait. Okay, you guys are kind of chatting here. Wolfman, Marv Wolfman also wrote Nightwing getting essayed twice, with the first supposed to be cheating scandal and the second supposed to be the one that got away story. Oh wow. See, I didn't even read that story, so that's crazy. And yes, I'm aware of Devin Grayson writing the essay thing, the essay, which is I guess, sexual assault for those who don't know. Beast Boy from New 52, but Beast Boy, oh, okay, he was like a villain for the New 52. Beast Boy, who was red at first, but then made green again. Okay, I think I'm generally caught up. Deadshot, I'm gonna read your comments while this plays too.
Monolith Productions had a lot of fans excited about the prospect of experiencing their famous Nemesis system being used in a DC superhero game. Many were just excited Warner Brothers was finally releasing a DC game not related to Batman. Unfortunately, there has been nothing but silence.
Oh yeah, Deadshot's daughter, that was it. Thank you, Moodcap. That was it. That was Deadshot's daughter used in the Suicide Squad. Like, what?
Since then, from WB and Monolith, besides hiring announcements and WB being forced to issue a statement confirming the game wouldn't be live service, despite a job posting suggesting that it would be. Some concept art and gameplay details leaked, as well as the basic premise of the story, but nothing official from DC. Many hoped we would get a new trailer during this year's Game Awards due to rumors that Wonder Woman could be targeting a 2025 release window. While you can forget about that one, during my preview for the 2024 Game Awards, when I was going over which games would be shown and which had a chance, I put Wonder Woman in the Cope.
Hoske is obviously referencing Devin Grayson here, I think.
Section right next to Kingdom Hearts 4 and Bloodborne because of some bad news about the project that came out earlier in the day. Investigative reporter Jason Schreier has been on the podcast circuit lately, and he dropped some big news about Wonder Woman on his own podcast called Triple Click after teasing two
Everyone
big
has a
game
podcast these
reveals
days.
on the Kinda Funny podcast for the Game Awards. According to his sources, when Monolith released that trailer, that's literally all they had. No actual work had been done on the game. They had just decided to do it and put together a CGI trailer
That's
to
sad.
get developers interested in working on the project.
That's kind of how Anthem got created. The developers were working on the game. Anthem is like an EA game from the studio that made Mass Effect and Dragon Age. And they had no idea what they were working on. It was supposed to be the sci-fi world game with Iron Man style gameplay, and then it kind of they revealed it at E3, and that's the first time the developers ever even knew what they were dealing with. Because they were developing it for like however long, and they made no progress whatsoever. And then for E3 they had to come up with something, so they put together a CGI trailer. Nothing from that was actual gameplay. It was just CGI nonsense. And then once they saw it, they decided, okay, that's what the game will be, I guess. And they decided to kind of build on that. They made a mistake of showing gameplay. This trailer, Wonder Woman trailer, did not show any trailer, so I guess they're kind of safe. But still, it's never a great sign that they don't know what they're working on when they're announcing the game.
Project. That of course begs the question, what was Monolith doing for all those years after they released Shadow of War if they weren't working on Wonder Woman? Well, James Sickfield, who is very familiar with what goes on at WB, added the context of what exactly went down. Apparently Monolith was working on a sci-fi IP, but that game got canceled, so they pivoted to Wonder Woman. But they had barely more than an idea for the game when they released that teaser trailer, and the game only recently wrapped up pre-production. The internal release window they had planned for Wonder Woman was 2026, but according to Jason Schreier's sources, even that seems unrealistic at this point, as the game also apparently had struggles during the development process as well, which was reported earlier in the year by Greg Miller. So potentially, we will have gotten GTA 6, GTA 6's PC port, and 3 Marvel games from Insomniac before Monolith releases Wonder Woman. As depressing as that is, things are turning around at Warner Brothers. They actually revealed exciting plans for their video game division, and DC will be a big part of it. Click the video on screen to learn more.
I think James Gunn is delusional, honestly. He knows nothing about video games, and I would say the video game side of DC is really in a rough spot, and the worst it's ever been, really. They used to rule video games for 2 decades, arguably. And then obviously what happened later was James Gunn came in and he kind of made a mess with the Suicide Squad game. But even then, even before James Gunn, it was a total disaster. That entire game shouldn't have been made. But as Steven says, that if I want to play the Aquaman game, I can just emulate it through the Wii. And Far Cry Lego has all those consoles, obviously, because why wouldn't he? Far Cry Lego has everything. Yes, also the studio that killed Mass Effect and Dragon Age Andromeda. Too many podcasts. I blame my boy Rogan for this. Yeah, kind of, but also understandable. Honestly, I listen to a lot of podcasts, and I gotta stop now because I never get any work done, which is weird because podcasts are supposed to be like something you listen to in the background. Backward towards making my own game. Yes, Steven, you gotta do all that, and that's why we gotta listen to less podcasts. Anyway, the whole letterbox situation, I don't know if I'm gonna read all this. I kind of shared some of the stuff on my page, and the reason why I'm even talking about this, because I started the year off with creating my own letterbox page, if you guys remember. And my first ever review was of Steamboat Willie, which is why it's in the thumbnail, the Mickey Mouse from that. And we often reviewed movies, and we looked at my letterbox page to kind of get a better idea of what I thought, and kind of it would always be easier for me to kind of go back to what I just wrote. And you can read this. This is my response to what I wrote, basically, because they took down my Poor Things review by that awful director named Yorgos Lanthimos, the Greek guy. And basically, this is what I wrote. It was kind of like a rushed response. It's got multiple typos in it, but I'm like, yeah, me and my legal team are looking into this. This is unconstitutional, is basically what I said. I basically criticized the movie for all around debauchery and degeneracy, and it did all these progressive like it took the progressive, I don't know, I don't know, think of like the demographics in films, or like who appears, and it's like everyone is diverse, even in all these older times before the demographics and the population was actually looked like that. And like segregation doesn't exist apparently in the past. Slavery wasn't a thing, but no, these societies are all kind of modern, even though they take place in the past. So they take that, and then also feminism, and basically that was what the film was about. And it takes place, I want to say, in the 19th century. So that's the background, and it's about this woman who is a Frankenstein of sorts, but I guess just prettier. She's played by Emma Stone, and she basically goes to different brothels. She's for the streets, and it's a disgusting film, and that's what I kind of wanted to convey, is that it uses these progressive. It's disgusting on its own, but then it mixes in the progressive virus and injects that into the film, which makes it that much worse. And I basically contacted Letterboxd saying, hey, by the way, the reason why I found out my review was taken down was because of someone else. They told me, hey, your review is down. Letterboxd is an awful user experience. The app itself is, I would say, the worst user experience I've ever witnessed on an app. It's disgusting, awful. Never use it. Yes, it is a movie where she is naked and looks like a drugged out, ugly porn doll. Yeah, it is also propaganda about the Weimar Republic. Oh, that's interesting. That's if That's if it is the Naked Emma Stone film. It is, and I do not recommend you watch it at all. It's a total disaster, and I of course gave it like a half star. And I told Letterbox. Oh yeah, the reason why I found out was because someone told me. It's like, hey, your review is down. The user experience on Letterbox is awful. If something gets taken down, nobody notifies you. The app is just ugly, and the comments, the reason, like the way you reply to people is by commenting under their review, and then every single comment in that thread, once you comment under a video or under a review, you will get notified about every single comment that someone posts, because it's a dead app in a lot of ways, but it's also a film app where a lot of film fans write about. So I wanted to kind of inject myself into that sort of environment, and I was rejected. And so it's very inconvenient. It's not like YouTube, where if something gets taken down, you can look at your videos and it marks it down. No, you just one day it gets taken down. So I'm like, hey, I told them about it, and they told me, well, I asked them why was it taken down, and I kind of thought I knew what they'd respond with, and this is what they told me. I kind of cropped this to maybe like remove any sensitive information, but they said, would you care to explain the phrases? This is what they wrote. So the person who wrote to me is Max. By the way, very gender neutral name. I realized that Max is it's often used to, it's like, is it Maxim? Like, what is it, Maximus from Gladiator? No, but like they always go with the short name, and then it's like, oh, it can be gender neutral, I guess. And so they told me, would you care to explain the phrases debaucherous imagery of mixed race and homo-erroneous bonking at night? And then they said, and I'll explain it to them in a moment, but they said, our terms of use states we reserve the right to remove content that has the potential to harm communities we consider worthy of protection. And I'm going to end the quote here, because that right there tells you that they are insane. Like, the content that they deem to harm communities that they consider worthy of protection. First of all, how do you consider content that harms? Like, that might be tricky to define. It's possible to define, but okay, that's like something to contend with. But then communities that they consider worthy of protection, who comes up with which community they ought to protect? What is it like? Are there extinct lesbian users on Letterboxd that need preservation? What's the deal here? So let's go back to what they said. We reserve the right to remove any content posted on the service that we consider in our absolute discretion to be offensive, objectionable, unlawful, explicit, graphic, or otherwise in breach of these terms. So you can write about movies that are all those things, but just not actually write reviews where you kind of respond to them, because I was basically just describing what was in the movie. And they didn't like that, and that's why it got taken down. And they said about with absolute discretion, so they can take down your entire account just because they feel like it. This is what you're dealing with here. And that was like the first thing. Then it was this, so I responded to them. I don't know if like the number was important, but oh yeah, and then guess what happened? 20 minutes after they told me that, then I got like a totally different message from them saying, oh, by the way, after reading your Wicked review, it's apparent that after your first and final warning in October. What first and final warning? How many warnings do they have? It never says in their terms of use or community policies. And they go on to say, you are not willing to refrain from using hate speech in your reviews, which is hilarious because they never notified me about my first and final warning. Your account has been removed from the Letterboxd service. due to breaches of this and this and that, you have 24 hours to reply if you want to still have your account data. And basically I went on this long rant of, what are you talking about? What October warning? Your system is busted. It sucks. And I basically explained what these things meant. So I said, debaucherous images of mixed race. I said, yes, it takes these characters, it exploits like the progressive ideology, and it kind of throws that in there. Same with the homo erroneous bonking at night. I told them what it references, and that basically the film is porn. And I asked them, is not enjoying this kind of explicit imagery an attack on another group, since this is what they took it down for? Now, usually moderators should watch the movies they review. These things would be clear to you had you seen the film or paid attention to it. So I'm calling into question this person's everything. And then basically I go into greater detail that I've never received any notifications about this, and I've never been told about any first and final warning. So this person was just making things up. They just decided, and again, this was like 20 minutes after they posted that first response. So somebody just went to my page, and this is hilarious because had I not messaged them about the Poor Things review, they probably would have just ignored it, and then I would probably still have my account. But no, they went deeper, and then they went after my Wicked review of all the things that I had. Really, my Wicked review, which I kind of praised Cynthia and Revo partially for like her performance, and I just said, I mentioned stuff about how like, oh, it's just got a lot of stereotypical gay men, and that was it. But apparently they took issue with that. Okay. And I said my reviews never engage in or incite hate, violence, so on and so forth. Far Lego says, yeah, this is why I make reviews on Instagram and Letterboxd. Yeah, it's a good thing I kept both. I posted on both Instagram and on Letterboxd, because all those reviews would have been gone. At least, you know, they didn't go to waste. And also, yeah, I said you have failed to provide reasons why my Wicked review spreads harmful words. This is like the insane part. They can just look into anything and say, oh yes, this hurts communities we deem to be worthy of protection. And so this entire situation is just insane. And they ended off, and yeah, I basically say I basically knew that they were not going to be give me back my account. So I said, and yes, I would like to receive an export of my account data. And they didn't even respond to what I said. And this Max, she's a person, says, here's your data. And then a few days after this response, I asked them to clarify, but they did not respond. Sad face, but also not really. I don't know. It was the whole letterbox thing. It was a nice thing to have. It was fun to do. But it's gonna play into what I will want to tell you guys later about how like my plans for 2025. But anyway, let's get on with the show. I want to let's maybe start playing the game. Letterbox, more like let's box. In all honesty, what they did is wrong. Yeah, and it's not very transparent. Not very transparent. And the entire, if you like read their terms of service, it's bonkers how awful it is. So I'm gonna turn on the game while we move on to the next topic, since we're gonna be here forever if we don't move forward with this. 40 minutes in, okay, it's not awful. We're doing okay. Yeah, but I'm gonna be pushing this stream hopefully to kind of like get everything I want to say out. So let's get the video on. Here we go. This is the game. And yeah, it's not gonna be our priority, but Montreal. This is the precursor to Assassin's Creed, by the way. So I know, like, Sir Dietzel is a huge Assassin's Creed fan, and this is what came before it. This is the game that preceded it. And it has... This is the opening. Some of you asked me, like, oh, you're a Prince of Persia fan. I've only watched the film. I know, crazy, but it's true. And I'm going to start playing it today. Today, I always wanted to play this game. Never got the chance to. And why am I playing this game? Like I said, we're not necessarily going to be doing a series of this, but I needed something for the end of the year. So I figured, let's do Prince of Persia. I always wanted to play more PS2 games, so like the reason why I'm playing it also kind of ties into like what I intended to do with this channel and these streams, is to play more classic games. And I never got a chance to always do that. Technically we did, like, that was always my intention, and that's what we've been doing, playing Red Dead Redemption, all those older games that are not PS4 focused. And I always wanted to play this game on stream, but it just never came around to it. Yes, it is the Sands of Time, not the Forgotten Sand. And I have not played the Forgotten Sand either. I just watched the film. So let's start this. Again, I guess we'll just stop for the cutscenes. We're gonna move on to the next topic. Oh, wait. We can move already? Okay. I'm kind of scared of what's gonna happen. The controls are kind of like... I don't want to say wonky, but let's see what's gonna happen. After the cutscene, we're gonna move on to the next topic, which is Superman.
Time is like a river that flows swift and sure in one direction, but I have seen the face of time.
Is that Ben
I
10?
can tell you, they are wrong. Time is an ocean in a storm. You may wonder who I am and why I say this. Sit down, and I will tell you a tale like none that you have ever heard. Know first that I am the son of Shahram, a mighty king of Persia. On our way to Azad with a small company of men who passed through India, where the promise of honor and glory tempted my father into a grievous error.
No, my son. Your Majesty, I trust you'll remember your promise. The Maharaja's treasure vaults lie within. See how he rides. Like a warrior son.
Is that us? I guess so. Okay, so we just entered like a woman's
Do you think I
bedroom,
felt regret as I gazed upon the destruction we had wrought?
and then
Or
we're
at
in the
least
flashback
humility at the
sequence.
speed with which a world can be transformed from a good world into a hell? If you think so, you are mistaken. For in that moment I thought of one thing only. The honor and glory I would bring my father by fighting like a warrior in my first battle.
Yeah, left analog stick, right analog stick. Oh gosh, these controls are very fun. They're inverted, so let me see if I can. Sound display, camera, controller. Oop, go back.
Shall I go on?
Display, definitely not. Camera.
Now, where was I?
There we go. Alright, let's move on to the next topic, but yes, Persia. I always wanted to kind of play more of this game because of the setting in Persia, like Stephen kind of mentioned here. That voice, that sounds like Obi-Wan from both Star Wars cartoons. Oh, I see that now. I don't know his voice, but I'm already dying. Let's see. Oh, okay, I see. Nice. This is run toward the edge and press to jump. What do you like expect? Whoa, that was I didn't expect him to make that. Yeah, next topic. That is Yuri, aka Ben 10. See, I knew it. I knew it, guys. Let's go on to Superman. Man, I don't know how I'm gonna multitask. This is gonna be crazy, but let's do it. Let's see what the end result is. Superman and James Gunn. That was a huge topic for us this year. And also Critical Drinker. I've been very critical of the Critical Drinker. Of course, all in good faith. I think he is an okay movie critic. I do think he is pretty flimsy with his criticism on purpose. Purposefully. And let's see. I'm going to keep the audio for the game lower. And let's just play some of the clip. You guys know what my take on him was. So let's just watch him, you know, with the Fallout series and how I just perceive him as in general. I think he's
if you asked me to come up
a decent guy who, I don't know, just maybe isn't, I wouldn't call him a grifter, but he's oftentimes giving that sort of energy. But yes, this is all in the context of the Superman trailer that just came out. Here is his opinion. I think he's going to be positive, which to his defense, a lot of people are very excited for the film. And I'm not, obviously. So I'm not going to like take this as an example of him just selling out or anything, although I do think he just reads the room a lot of the times. He's just looking to kind of see what the general consensus is before he gives any opinion, at least in his circles. And now I wanted to kind of use him as an opportunity to kind of like acknowledge the Critical Drinker that we kind of, what we said about him, but also take this as an opportunity to talk about the trailer itself, what I thought about it. You guys already know what I thought, but I think I want to get into, hopefully he's going to show us more about the trailer that I still didn't get to say. So yeah, and I guess Far Cry goes somewhat excited since, you know, he's skeptical, which means he's looking forward to it, but reasonably, unlike most people who are just kind of like saying, oh, it's gonna make me feel hope, and I'm like, okay, that's what the director wants you to think, but I guess you're just going to repeat that talking point. Anyway, let's get into it. Yeah.
with a diplomatic way of describing DC on film lately, I'd say it's been somewhat mismanaged. A wannabe rival to the MCU that arrived late to the party and tried to catch up by fast-tracking half a decade's worth of world building, plot and character development into a single movie. And as anyone who's arrived late to a house party and tried to play catch-up can tell you, that's never a good idea. Only to spend the next 10 years lurching drunkenly from disastrous failure to inexplicable success and back.
Honestly, I love watching Gal Gadot. I just love watching her. She's like the most memeable person ever. I think it's just so bad that it's good, and you could never make me hate her at all. I'm really liking the game so far. To run up a wall. Okay. Ooh, this is so cool. This is so innovative for its time, probably, I would say. First person camera and for landscape. Oh, wow. What kind of game has this? No other game has this. First person view, use right analog stick to look around and press this. Like what? You don't get any of this in modern games. And then landscape view, what? That's crazy. Use the analog stick to zoom in. Oh wow. That's us. We look really cool. I don't know why we need these different cameras. Is it just to kind of make it more cinematic? This is so cool. I mean, let's see how it functions in the gameplay. But so far it's kind of cool. Run toward the edge and press X. Can I break this? Oh yeah, we got our sword out. Swords out for Harambe. Let's see if we can make it look cool. Oh no! I wanted to make it look cool. Where are we? What? I already broke the game. Perfect. Oh my gosh. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, this is an amazing start to our game. Anyway, as I try to get back, what is the drinker going to tell us here? Kal-El, no. Yeah, amazing line by Gal Gadot. Just love her, everything about her deliveries. Just iconic, instantly. Come on. Wait, R1, right? Yeah, there you go. There you go, we made it. See who needs to jump. This is probably locked. So we're gonna have to go here. Awesome. I'm really liking the platforming in this game. It's very unique to its own self. I love it. Anyway, I heard the combat is kind of like iffy, but we'll see. We'll see.
A panicking and interfering studio that couldn't seem to make up its mind what it wanted.
I see that Eric Nguyen definitely rubbed off on Far Cry Lego with the Accountant 2 love.
Revolving door of executives who each stuck around just long enough to undo the work of their predecessors before getting fired.
Whoa.
But even Warner Brothers can only tolerate so much failure, and by 2022 it was obvious that something had to change. Someone with an actual creative vision had to be put in charge of DC on film, and they had to be given the time, money and power to get the franchise back on track. And well, that man was James Gunn, and his first big test was Creature Commandos. Superman. Now, I'm not kidding when I say that pretty much
Who cares
everything is
about
riding on this movie.
yeah, Creature Commandos. Let's just not get into it. Press to smash an obstacle. This is definitely gonna get us noticed. Oh, hold on. And that was it. Okay. This guy's gonna kill us. Maybe if we don't move, he's not gonna notice us. He's not noticing us. Good.
Not just James Gunn's career or DC on film, I mean the entire
Stealth.
superhero genre. The past few years have given us an almost endless stream of embarrassing failures from every
Block.
major studio. Never give up hope though, Sony. Deadpool and Wolverine was a big hit to be sure, but one successful movie can't change
look
the
at
fact that
this.
superhero movies have been on a downturn ever since Avengers Endgame. Superman needs to succeed, which means that all eyes were on the first teaser trailer when it came out yesterday. So what's it actually like? Does it inspire confidence in a movie that's going to save DC and put the entire superhero genre back on track? Or is it an embarrassing and ridiculous spectacle of pure cringe? Well, it opens on a somber note with Superman lying injured and bleeding in the snow, and if ever there was a perfect metaphor...
I do think it's kind of similar in the sense that they're giving him full control, but... Oh, dang. And left analog stick to dodge. This is great combat stuff. Block. This is... What? Why are people saying the combat sucks? Maybe there'll be more enemies soon. Put away sword, and this to strike. I'm loving the music. Hold on. You guys hear it? I guess there is no music. What? Okay, never mind. I'm hearing things. Ignore me. It's just destruction all around. It is sort of the same, except he's James Gunn actually has a lot of power now, whereas Zack Snyder was just a producer before. So there is a difference, a notable difference here. And press R1 to drink water to heal.
From the moment my sword tasted blood, I knew this would not be my way. I would win my father's praise, not by killing, but by being the first to find the Maharaja's treasure vault and the wonders within.
What do you mean? You just killed someone. I mean, I still like him. I get it. I get what he means. He's not like focused on killing people. And that's what he's focused on for the most part. And the killing is just kind of like, oh, I guess I gotta do it because it's like self-defense, essentially. But yeah, but James Gunn is so similar to Zack Snyder stylistically. They're waiting for me. They're so similar with that. I do see the similarities. Is it really the same pose? I mean, I think it's coincidence because look how lame this looks. How can I evade them? I guess I don't have a choice but to fight them. Oh, look at this! Ah, sweet. Can we skip this? We did a wall run. So cool. See, I saw like gameplay bits of that. Oh wow, that's so cool. This is so... Ooh. That's awesome. See, like, this is amazing. What? Like, guys, where did we get this? Oh no. Oh, shoot.
No, that's not what happened. Let me begin again.
Like, where else do you get this sort of game? Where is it gonna spawn us here? Good, I was gonna say. Where else do you get this in games? Like, this is the thing about older games. You used to get, just very different games. Like, as in, they were different, they were experimental, they came up with different ideas. And they were doing stuff that seemed... Oh crap. Oh crap, what's going... Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa! What? What the heck? That's... What the heck, guys? Let's go up. People are saying the combat in this game sucks. Did you guys just see what I did? Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Whoa! So what? How can people say the gameplay in this combat? What? Did you guys see that? What in the actual heck is going on? Guys, this is so cool. What was the point of that cut? Are you guys seeing this? The only thing similar here is that they're both in the creator. He's not even in the creator, guys. It's not even the same. It's not a creator. It's just like a lump. It's like a... Just... If I made a snow angel, it would be closer to what you're referencing than this. Okay? This is just a guy who fell on his knees and then fell on the ground. Guys, this gameplay is so cool. Games used to really be... There are videos about this, how, you know, it's like everything is about photorealism. Everything is a movie game. It's trying to kind of emulate the same experience. But games, look at this. Wait, can I be in combat? I guess it just works in combat. The somersaults that I did, or the backflips. Just really... stuff that you don't get in any other game. And I just appreciate that. Let's see. Oh gosh. We already did this, guys. Look, give us the tip again. Run along a wall. Oh crap. What's going on? Ooh. Oh, that's so cool. This is a good game. I mean, I'm already telling you guys
for the public perception of the character after being Zack Snyder to within an inch of his life, it's this. But okay, sure, it establishes a sense of urgency and drama, because really, if someone or something can beat the shit out of Superman, it must be a pretty major threat. I have to say though, I'm not exactly loving the suit. It looks cheap and padded, and I know it's unfair to compare him to Henry Cavill, but David Corenswet does...
Don't just compare it to Henry Cavill, compare it to Superman, what it is from the comic books, and everything else. This suit looks padded and ugly, and it's disgusting.
Seem like a bit of a downgrade in the physicality department. You get to see little vignettes of
And his haircut, broccoli hair, really.
And apart from the awful Gen Z bird's nest hairstyle, it all looks pretty good. We get to see Lois Lane and Jonathan Kent, and it's a neat whistle-stop tour of all the things and people that are important to him. I'm not sure about the electric guitar rendition of the John Williams score though. Like, I know James Gunn really loves his 80s music, but damn man, turning an iconic score like that into a...
How do you drink from the pool again?
Is like drawing a cock on the Mona Lisa. Yeah, you can do it in theory, but the question you have to ask yourself is, should you? But just when you thought things were getting a bit too somber and serious and not James Gunny enough, the dog shows up.
Fuck.
Oh yeah, the dog. Now, I like dogs as much as the next guy.
I have to
I'm
myself.
pressing R1.
But I'll be honest here, I'm not sure that I want to watch a
I guess
super-powered one
I
dragging
have
Superman
enough
through
stuff.
the snow by his cape. It rather ruins the verisimilitude for me, don't you know?
Cock on the Mona Lisa. Did I miss something? Oh, did he show something? Oh gosh.
And a cock on the Mona Lisa. Yeah, you can do it in theory, but the question you have
I mean,
to ask yourself is...
He could have just used Jurassic Park as an example, since that's like the catchphrase that's from that, you know, but I guess cock on a Mona Lisa is it gets the point across.
Should you? But just when you thought things were getting a bit too somber and serious and not James Gunny enough,
Like, look at this, like this gameplay is kind of like from Spider, like it's combination. I'm trying to like think of what this could be used for. Oh gosh. And I guess that's all they wanted to show. You know, I get, obviously, like, it's not like the greatest cinematic of all. Crap. I'm sorry. Don't hurt me. No, it's okay. I'm not gonna apologize for anything. I guess maybe like the gameplay combat is maybe too easy. Maybe that's the thing. I just expected it to be like totally wonky, especially because Assassin's Creed gameplay is so bad. Funny how they kind of sink into the ground. But yeah, it's an older game, so obviously it's not going to be perfect. There you go. I knew it was R1. So obviously it's not going to be perfect, but they're going to push the console to its limits. And for PlayStation 2, which was an incredibly weak game, grab the ladder? What? I missed the text. Jump up and grab the ledge of this, you mean? Nice. Compare this to Assassin's Creed combat. This is masterful. The combat in Assassin's Creed was... Ooh, it's rough. It's this is so cool. Even the climbing is so much better and much more intuitive. How do I drop down again? Circle? Yeah. It was a peak console, but at the same time, it was weak in terms of power. It's the weakest, then it's even weaker than the GameCube, which is kind of funny, come to think of it. Because Nintendo is always seen as the weakest one. But back then, they used to actually put care into their consoles. I mean, sorry, I don't mean to say that they don't put any effort into them now, but it's, no, they don't care about the specs anymore.
Shows up.
Fuck.
Oh yeah, the dog. No, I like dogs as much as the next guy.
I have to myself.
But I'll be honest here, I'm not sure that I want to watch a super-powered one dragging Superman through the snow by his cape.
Two falls over an enemy. There you go.
Don't you know? And yeah, I know this is supposed to be crypto from the comics, but it was a goofy idea.
I'm just gonna overuse this move now.
Worse on film, which is probably why no other big screen version of Superman
That's
has
so
ever
cool.
used it. I've got to admit though, the anarchist in me would love to see Zack Snyder's take
Anarchist.
on it.
It's such a safe position to have. Oh, I'm an anarchist. I'm a libertarian. Like, come on. Such a wimp position. Just take a better one. Something that's actually, you know, don't be like just a rebel. I'm an anarchist. I'm against everything that's big and has some sort of authority because forcing other people to do other stuff is wrong, except laws are kind of telling people what to do anyway. Press to grab and what the heck is this? It's like who came up with this? Rotate to the desired direction and press to jump from one column to the other. What? Hold on. This is weird.
As for the rest of the teaser, Lex Luthor looks decent even if he's a bit on the young side. Hawk Girl, Green Lantern, Mr. Terrific and Metamorpho are all there, and fuck me, that's a lot of characters to work in, but I'll come back to that one shortly. I'm not entirely sure why there's
I don't
a
get
kaiju in
it.
a Superman film, but okay, fine. And lastly, there's plenty of focus on the romance between
Okay, I
Superman
get it.
and Lois, which
I
is
understand
like to
it
see in a
now.
modern Hollywood movie where functional heterosexual relationships are rarer than female apologies. So what's my overall opinion? Was it an embarrassing disaster or a creative triumph? Well, it's neither of those things really. What it is for the most part is safe. A cautious kind of trailer that hits all the predictable
Kind of like your
spots
takes. Say, obviously, I'm telling you, he's like waiting to hear what the consensus is, but I do appreciate that he's not glazing all over this thing, which is what I kind of expected, because that's what you're seeing a lot of online, which we'll also get to that. And I've never played Destroy All Humans, but I heard it's an amazing game. Like the remake that came out, I kind of wrote it off because it seemed like, I don't know, just like not a dated game, but an inferior version of an older game. Yeah.
superhero beats, doesn't try anything particularly crazy or controversial, and seems almost desperately eager to please from a studio that's clearly nervous about this film. James Gunn's usual confidence and artistic flair is kind of lacking here, and I can't quite decide if that
Are Scottish people lukewarm? I don't get the comparison there, Stephen.
that's a good or a bad thing in this case.
Oh yeah, like him saying that they look all right is really just
Where was I?
kind of not true. The haircut looks like a wig on Guy Gardner. As for Hawkgirl, just an overall, do you want to save the game? Yes. Is this an important part? Empty. Are you sure you want to save on the memory card? Yes. Yeah, that's another thing. You have to save on the memory card. Save
Done.
successful.
I'll start the story from here next time.
What did he just say? What did he just say? What's going on here? Run along the wall. Whoa. That's so cool. No, no. Okay, I'm dead. What's gonna happen now? Okay. It's one of those things. The second one in the remake is not as good as the first one. Okay. Yeah, that's what I kind of expect from a lot of remakes too. Take away a lot of stuff. Okay, I should have just held out. I doubted that he would make it. Oh. Nice. That's cool. Look at the webs. They disappeared. And now they're back. The physics on this thing, even for an older game, they're here. And the game looks to have, like, the art style, the art direction looks to have a lot more personality than most games nowadays, which are Fortnite style versus hyper-realism.
If always had reservations about Gunn doing a Superman film. Reservation the first is that I don't think his quirky, snarky, subversive sense of humor is all that compatible with a character like this. Don't get me wrong, he's good at what he does, but what he does falls within a very specific niche that includes Guardians of the Galaxy and... his irreverent sense of humor and a clear preference for angsty, morally ambiguous anti-heroes works just fine for the Guardians movies, but Superman is a very different beast. He's a throwback to a more innocent, idealistic and earnestly honest kind of superhero, a man who proudly stands for truth, justice and the American way, and doesn't do it under a dozen layers of postmodernist, subversive, deconstructed irony.
Oh, that's
and
so
I could
cool.
be wrong, but I feel like such a straight-up interpretation of the character.
I don't think that James Gunn will actually do that. I think that's the thing. I think people are purposefully kind of like lying to themselves. It's clearly what he's not doing.
Out of reach, the dagger of time. There was a treasure I could carry with pride as a trophy of our victory.
Come on,
If I
Ben.
could only get there.
This should be easy. Dang. He's like, his wall runs are kind of like Naruto's regular ninja runs. Can I make it? I think I can. I think a lot of people are kind of like setting themselves up for disappointment. I mean, yeah, in a way they are, but then, or maybe I should phrase it differently. They're phrasing like, oh, it's just going to be like a regular James Gunn film. To kind of like lie to themselves, because clearly that's not what he's going to do. I think he's definitely going to put his best foot forward, and then they're going to be like shocked. Oh wow, I didn't expect this to be like, clearly the movie is not haha jokes everywhere. Although if it is, man, James Gunn really is stupid. He's really going to be not doing himself any favors, which I get it. Creature Commandos is essentially that. Oh gosh, I see what I'm supposed to do. That's pretty cool. These are pretty cool controls. Oh, we're already here? Or not? I get it. Like, he has a style, he has a shtick, and that's kind of what you expect from a lot of his projects, but at the same time, like, compare this to, sorry to get kind of sidetracked again, but compare this to like the camera angles in the Tomb Raider game, the first one, which obviously was, oh crap, I forgot. Oof.
Wait. That's not how it happened. Now, where was it?
I like how they're kind of paying attention. They're trying to explain video game deaths. Where am I? Oh, come on. Yeah, the camera angles have improved in games, I guess, a lot. And I just wanted to say that.
Is like the antithesis of everything that Gunn stands for as a creator. Reservation the second is that Gunn clearly has a strong preference for team-up movies with big ensemble casts of likable misfits having to learn to put aside their differences and work together. That basic formula has been at the core of Suicide Squad, all three Guardians movies, Peacemaker and Creature Commandos. And that's just swell. But here's the thing, I don't want that in a fucking Superman movie. I don't want to watch Superman bickering with a bunch of assholes, trading quips and insults and having to slowly win them over. I want to see him being a hero and standing on his own 2 feet, because this is supposed to be his movie, not some launch pad for half a dozen spin-off characters.
That is going to happen. I think I saw a quote of James Gunn saying, like, yeah, it's going to be a Superman movie, and who cares, there's going to be more characters. We're going to set them up, and like that was his explanation, which is like he's trying to have the best of both worlds, and in a way you can do that. But at the same time, we know how it is with comic book movies, and I don't think that James Gunn is capable of juggling those balls.
trailer, I think one of those reservations has been put to bed, while the other's pretty much been confirmed. Crypto aside, the overall tone actually looks pretty earnest and straight up, and I get the impression that Gunn's actually taking this thing seriously. Say what you want about the guy, but he understands comic books, so I'd imagine he very much understands what makes Superman work as a character. On the other hand, the glut of supporting characters tells me he's probably going to run straight back to his team of misfits comfort zone, which feels like a big misstep here. I don't want every James Gunn movie to be just another Guardians clone, trying to impose the same formula on characters and worlds where it's not needed or wanted. Ultimately though, a lot of this is still guesswork at this point.
Thank you, game, for telling us.
At the end of the day, a lot of things can change between now and July, and the film itself might still end up being the best superhero flick in years. As a teaser designed to get us pumped up for it though, I'm not convinced this one quite hits the mark. It definitely wasn't a failure, but I suspect that whether you love or hate James Gunn's work, you're probably going to find something in it to back up your position. As for me, I'm going to try and keep an open mind on this one and just hope that Gunn can deliver, because really a lot depends on it. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
That was a safe take. Anyway, yeah, this used to be the standard for Sony, and it no longer is, and I think it says a lot about the company. And now they're putting out, what's the name of the new Naughty Dog game with the another lesbian who drinks milkshakes? Anyway, here is a take from a delusional fan.
Here you go, the super mailer. Man, when James Gunn said this movie was focused...
So this is a YouTuber whose name is, I Do Know Nothing. That's his name. And this is what he has to say about the trailer. What's up with the masks in the videos? Like, what's up with those creators who... It's either, like, come on, just hide your face totally, or show your face. Like, don't do this middle ground. We had like a what's his name, False Prophet or Anti-Prophet, his YouTube channel. He has the same thing where he just hides his face, but he shows his like everything else, his body. Why? It just screams kind of pretentious. Intergalactic, yeah, that's it. The Heretic Prophet, yeah, that's Sony for you right now. And The Last of Us Part 2. But anyway, here he is. I Do Know Nothing, his YouTube channel, about the new trailer.
Focused on humanity. I didn't know we were going to go this human. Our very first shot...
Wow, we are so human, guys.
...isn't of Superman flying into the sky. It's him nose diving into the ground, looking like he put his head in a pencil sharpener. Like, I am genuinely...
This is so human for him to fall in an Arctic and survive all those cold temperatures and bleed out from a punch from like a monster probably, and still survive and whistle to a dog that's flying. This is so human, guys. This is so relatable. Like, yeah, okay. This is like the equivalent of, it makes you feel hope, except now it's, oh gosh, it's so human, which is going to be James Gunn approach, because people will be crying like in the Guardians of the Galaxy film, and everyone is going to be showing a lot of emotions, and that's because they're human. Everyone is human. Okay, I see what we're supposed to do here. Come on. It's just lazy talking points, really. People who put no thought into what they say. What? We're gonna have to figure this one out. I thought he was gonna grab onto the ledge, but not, I guess.
Having a puzzling time.
Steven, Anti-Prophet is cornball, not gonna lie, but I am a hater. Yeah, I mean, I did an entire segment on him on Instagram in my stories. You can check out the highlights. I think I can I think you can grab onto the ledge. Moff Bloss, what are you saying? I guess that we're going to see Superman be extremely vulnerable. I get it. But like, why doesn't he just say that? Why does he have to make it seem like it's so innovative and he's using these like basic level terms. Like, oh, he's human. Like, what? There's multiple ways, even with Superman, who is all powerful and not losing. There's a way to showcase his humanity that way, just how he interacts with people and his good heart. And oh wait, okay, I see. I think I see. But there's like multiple ways of going about it, and honestly, I think it's just people kind of looking at beat up Superman and being obsessed with characters being beat up. Like powerful characters being beat up. Let's see, away from the ledge. Nice. I love the animation on this too. Nice. I love how those just come up out of nowhere. Don't make a drinking game of it, of humanity or the hope phrasing. Yeah, basic observations. I mean, but even then, it's like, who says that, oh, it's so much humanity? Not, he didn't even say humanity. He said he's so human. Like, what? Get out of here.
In terms of what I want to talk about, this is one of those moments I would consider making a video that is, God forbid, longer than 2 minutes. Because, like, words cannot conceptualize what I am feeling right now. I
Stop
am
glazing so much. Jeez.
speechless than the day I found out I failed my computer science class, which I totally studied the exam for, by the way. But yeah, like, been the MCU, I had my time with that
crazy.
universe. I am ready for something new, and that's this new, fresh, and truly authentic Superman film.
What
this
is-
a DC fan? Nate,
This is insane. I had my time with the MCU. Now it's time for the big boys to come out. Like, what are you saying, brother? Is something gonna happen? I think something's gonna happen. Or not. Very misleading game.
a superhero fan's moist fantasy. Like Clark Kent is Clarking and acting like
Clark Kent is Clarking. I'm gonna Clark all over the place. What? This is Clark Kent's wet dream.
a loser. Rachel Brosnahan is looking gorgeous as Lois.
I gotta say, I do like how she looked like in the trailer as Lois. I think... Uh-oh. Let's take a look at this. Ooh, nice.
Crypto is so adorable with those eyes. Nicholas Holt looks like a Luther zoinked straight out of the cartoons. And also the other characters. Hawk Girl, Mr. Terrific, Metamorpho, and even Guy Gardner, the first live-action Green Lantern.
Guy Gardner. I don't think he said it right. Let's see. What can we do here?
Since Ryan Reynolds, unless you want to count that Justice League one, I don't, which is why I find this a big deal. And thank God it's not Hal Jordan. But yeah, all the characters look perfect. And
What does that even mean? Thank goodness it's not Hal. What's up with that? What? Please elaborate.
shots are the definition of cinema. But a Superman cannot exist without its
So true,
metropolis.
Steven.
And everything from the Daily Planet, the farm, Luthor Corp. It's a damn comic book. Like, I've seen these in the comics. This is that. Like, I don't know what kind of silly block Zack Snyder was trying to make with his Superman, because he wants to make things all grounded and real. Dog, you're making Superman a goober that can fly. Making a grounded Superman film was out of the picture from day one. Like, my cranium cannot compute the amount of care this film is giving to Superman. James Gunn, man.
Hold on. What?
It's a damn comic book. Like, I've seen these in the comics. This is that. Like, I don't know
This
what
is a shot that was in the Zack Snyder film too. The one where he levitates with Lois Lane. I'm sorry, it's just people trying to give this, like, they're overdoing it. Like, you can't be excited for a film, argue for its sake, but make up stuff and give it some praise
it's a damn comic
that other films have done.
book. Like, I've seen these in the
Again, there's an exact, I think it's in the Justice League film where they're kind of flying, instead of going up they go down, but it's the exact same visual.
comics. This is that. Like, I don't know what kind of silly block Zack Snyder was trying to make with
Yeah, that's a pretty bad Daily Planet, not gonna lie.
his Superman because he wants to make things all grounded and real. Doc, you're making Superman a goober that can fly. Making a grounded Superman film was out of the picture from day one. Like, my cranium cannot compute the amount of care this film is giving to Superman. James Gunn, man, every high-end director should be running a movie studio. Why not? It's working so far. But yeah. Here you go, the
What do you mean
Superman
it's working
trailer.
so far? He's done
This
Creature Commandos. He's just saying stuff. I'm telling you, he's just saying stuff without any reason. He's done Creature Commando. He's done the Suicide Squad. The Suicide Squad was like okay, and then the Creature Commandos was awful. And that's his project. It's not working so far. Peacemaker, that's not working so far. What are you talking about? You're just going off of this one trailer and ignoring everything just because you want to overhype it and you don't have exact words that you want to use. So you're just saying stuff. Derek says, I don't like the distorted focus of the trailer. Yeah, same. That's my main issue with like the James Gunn fans. I think a lot of them are just as blind, if not worse, than the Snyder cultists. Because, you know, I didn't like the Zack Snyder interpretation either. And I get the whole thing where it's like, oh, they don't want to show that he's like punching his way out of every victory. I get it. But as you can see, they're definitely kind of like taking it to this other extreme. And it's making it sound like they're finding gold. What is it? Press X. They're trying to like find gold where it wasn't before. Like even Zack Snyder tried to do versions of this, right? There were quotes of him saying he didn't want to make kryptonite in Man of Steel. He said that he wanted to make Lois's kryptonite and he wanted to make it more emotional. I think that was a pretty interesting approach, and again, they wanted to ground him in that sense, and in the way James Gunn is trying to ground it in his own way, and that's fair. And then let's leave it at that. What about the story? What about the characters? What about the tone? What about the plot? And the message, and also James Gunn, what he's kind of bringing, what does he want to accomplish with this version of the film? Is it going to be like a hollow representation? I just want to throw this out there. Notice how like this version of Superman is much more global. He's not very much about the American way as much. Maybe they'll throw in that as like a paying lip service to the American way, the American dream, but the conflict is going to be on a global scale in this trailer and in the movie. I don't think it's a counter reaction to Snyder. I think normally you should have a lighthearted version of Superman. That's what it should be. That should be what you're kind of working with. Maybe like the people who are responding to this, yeah, I do think they are definitely having like an overreaction, a counter overreaction, so to speak. What am I supposed to do? Point left, analog stick, OG stick. What? It's OG, yeah. Stick away from the ledge, then press X to jump from the ledge. What? Away from this ledge. So what, am I supposed to jump over there? To jump? Why can't I just go down this thing? Oh, sorry. The perspective was, I thought it was next to me, not in front of me or across from me.
This is Superman. When James Gunn...
Well, yeah, I don't think he's a good person. A lot of people in Hollywood aren't. And so maybe you shouldn't always take that into account. I think bad people can create good arts. However, I don't think that with Superman, I think, you have to be very specific. And he comes with certain ideas. He's packed with a lot of ideas. And he speaks to a version of America that no longer exists in the minds of people. I think people like James Gunn aren't capable of telling that story. It's kind of like, how people make the argument of you can't tell if you're not black, you can't write a story about Black Panther, and you can disagree with that, but I think you can kind of like get the idea of what that person is trying to say, which is that you want to tell an authentic storyline. An authentic storyline, if you're going to be dealing with these issues or whatever it is that you're going to do, you want to do an authentic story. And James Gunn is going to not give you that, probably. Not probably, almost a guaranteed, because he's not that sort of person. And what else did I want to say? Oh yeah, and I'm just kind of like fed up with, speaking of poor things, you have examples of awful distortions of reality, and we've had so many destroyed versions of our favorite characters on screen. But then there's also like this more subtle approach to destroying your characters, like I'm trying to think of it like an example. Not Barbie. Barbie was another extreme, although in some sense it was also trying to be like more subtle about it. I kind of wanted to use like a real world example, like gay people, but I guess that's maybe gonna get me in trouble. I don't know. So I want to keep it with movie related. I'll think of it, but I'm just sick of these half truth versions that on the cover, on the surface, look perfectly amazing, but then when you look underneath it, it's used to kind of, it's not the full story, and it's used to kind of sidestep certain thing, like a crucial aspect of something is missing. Maybe No Way Home. No Way Home, I guess, would be a good example, where it's like, oh look, it's the classic Spider-Man story, right? It's the classic Spider-Man theme, but not really, because if you actually look at the story and look at the character actions, it's all just paying lip service to it because they know what they're supposed to be imitating, but they don't know how to tell the story. I think No Way Home is a perfect example of this. They're just using stuff that you recognize, and a lot of people who just consume it mindlessly, or maybe don't care as much about this stuff, they think it's checking off all the right boxes. But in reality, when you kind of look at the story itself, what Peter Parker did in that story, the way he risked the lives of his loved ones, and then continued to do so after the death of Aunt May, that's just a slap in the face to everything that the character stands for, and it's a genuine mockery. I would also put Spider-Verse in the same boat. It's a celebration of Spider-Man, is always what they say about Spider-Verse, especially the first film. When in reality, the whole multiverse idea, the entire Spider-Verse idea, is a total distortion of what Spider-Man is supposed to be about. So that's number one. So you're dealing with an issue from the get-go. But then also, when you look at the story itself, Peter Parker is a loser in the first film, a washed up nobody crying in the bathtub, overweight, pizza, depressed, eating loser. That's the Peter Parker who's coming into the fold. That's what you're dealing with at the very start, and it's Miles Morales who teaches him or shows him, reminds him of how to kind of gather himself again. That's what you're dealing with here. And people will say, oh, it's a celebration of Spider-Man just because it makes a mockery of the Spider-Man 3 scene, or there's a popsicle of Spider-Man and it makes a bunch of references to comic books. And yes, there are some nice touches here and there in a lot of places in the first film. But again, it's being inverted. I would say it's being perverted in a lot of ways. And then Across the Spider-Verse just takes it to another extreme. And the Moodcap, yeah, exactly. Same thing with the Guardians of the Galaxy. He didn't understand that the source material, which Guardians of the Galaxy, Superman, I guess, you could say that more people know about Superman. His brand has already been established. But still, he has also Peacemaker. He totally changed that character. He does this all the time. And obviously, the outrage will vary depending on how popular the character is, but it still doesn't change the fact that he has a record of doing this.
Said this movie was focused on humanity. I didn't know we were going to go this human. Our very first shot isn't of Superman flying into the sky.
And Ivan Reyes is always a 10 out of 10 for me, especially his work on Justice League. And please don't Clark all over me.
It's him nose diving into the ground looking like he put his head in a pencil sharpener. Like, I am genuinely having a puzzle.
People are just kind of like getting obsessed with the fact that he is, well, getting beat up. Like, we get it. He's beat up. Who cares? I mean, I know what you're trying to say, but I think they're just obsessed with like this imagery of Superman who is beat up. And like, okay, again, I get what you're trying to do, but you're using these empty visuals that don't mean anything when you kind of take a look at it. Awesome, we made it to the top. Did I move it too far back? I think we did. Let's just let him finish.
The characters look perfect, and the shots are the definition of cinema. But
the definition
it's
of
so
cinema.
adorable.
That he like showed one good shot from the trailer, and he's like, "This is the definition of cinema." This is what I'm saying. They're just using words, and it's annoying. It's like the definition of cinema.
With
What?
those eyes, Nicholas Holt looks like a Luther's.
He's crying. He's a crying baby in this.
Zoinked straight out of the cartoons.
Please, straight out of the cartoons, because he's bald. Did Jesse Eisenberg really set the bar so low that we're willing to say anything about this Lex Luthor?
And also the other characters, Hawk Girl, Mr. Terrific, Metamorpho, and even Guy Gardner, the first live-action Green Lantern since Ryan Reynolds. Unless you want to count that Justice League one, I don't, which is why I find this a big deal. And thank God it's not Hal Jordan. But yeah, all the characters look perfect, and the shots are the definition of cinema. But a Superman cannot exist without its metropolis. And everything from the Daily Planet, the farm, Luthor Corp. It's a damn comic book. Like, I've seen these.
It's a comic book. Why? Because the stuff is there. Like, again, it's there. It's nice that it's there. It's great that it has Jimmy Olsen, Perry White, who is not... He doesn't look like Perry White, but whatever. It's great that it has Cat Grant in this setting, and it looks like Metropolis. It's great. But then what are you going to use all this for? You know what I mean? That's what I mean. You can have it. Yeah, I know. I'm, like, getting pissed off at the whole... Thank goodness it's not Hal Jordan. It's... let's just move on before I go on a rant. Like, it's great that you have these things, but are you using them? Are you using these things to tell an actual Superman story, or are you just using this imagery and characters to do your thing, which is like James Gunn thing, but it's going to be more subtle this time, and that's also what I hate. It's like we keep taking I guess like we chip away at the stuff slowly. That's my issue with like these more subtle versions of these. Instead of like lying to us and showing us like this awful, instead of doing like The Last Jedi, which is just an awful version of Star Wars, and you settle for something more subtle, but you still kind of don't do it justice. That's the equivalent of like chipping away at the foundation of something. You chip away at it slowly but surely. People slowly lose sense of like what the original thing was. Not like Flanderization. Like, I keep forgetting the Simpsons character name, and you know, the fact that somebody becomes more of like a stereotype, a caricature of themselves. I don't even mean that sort of thing. I mean like just slowly losing sense of what you once had. It's kind of like tradition, or like going to church. People who kind of started those traditions and customs, they created them and they knew what they had in mind, but over time it just kind of became routine, and people started to kind of forget why they were there. They just became mainstream to the point where it's like Christmas. Oh yeah, everybody celebrates Christmas, but they forget the meaning of it, and over time, once you lose the meaning, you're doing stuff without a purpose, and you don't know what you're doing really. And so I think this is the problem with Superman and a lot of these half-truth adaptations, is you have instances of, oh yeah, look, this is just like the thing you remember, and this is the stuff you love. But in reality, it's when you kind of look what you're dealing with, it's often not the case. And I think a lot of times with modern adaptations in modern times and current day adaptations, this is what you're dealing with, especially since original ideas are going out the window and you're getting 15 versions of the same thing, or follow-ups to movies that shouldn't have gotten sequels. It's become worse and worse over the years, and this is the problem. You don't understand what made Gladiator so important. That's why you're doing the exact same thing, and you don't understand why you even made it. And I think that's what the problem is. It's like the boiling water frog analogy. People don't realize it's bad because it seems like it's a gradual change that they don't even notice until you're boiling and you're dead. That's my issue with James Gunn's Superman, and I think that's what's going to happen here. And you're getting a lot of indicators. Just the opening itself is Superman beat up on, like, the very first time you see his version of Superman, and it's him beat up, whistling. Like, I went over this on Instagram, but I said this is not how you introduce your first version of the character, and it's Superman, and it should be more traditional, and you can do that sort of opening for different characters. I went over that. I'm not gonna repeat myself here, but yes, this is my main problem with James Gunn in general, and people are just taking it. I'm not gonna say they're being manipulated, but it's almost like he's manipulating them, and that's what I do not appreciate about James Gunn films. And yeah, let's see. Let's just let him finish, and let's see what happens next in the game.
The comics, this is that. Like, I don't know what kind of silly block Zack Snyder was trying to make with his Superman, because he wants to make things all grounded and real. Dog, you're making Superman a goober that can fly. Making a grounded Superman film was out of the picture from day one. Like, my cranium cannot compute the amount of care this film is giving to Superman. James Gunn, man, every high-end director should be running a movie studio. Why not? It's working so far. But yeah.
Okay, that's what he was gonna say. I have one more clip from him, but I don't know if I can speak to the Eric Matthew comparison. It's probably true. His character in Girl Meets World probably is what you're referring to. Flanderization, there we go, that's what I wanted to say. Based off of Ned Flanders from The Simpsons, the nice neighborly Christian who became a goofball. I think Eric Matthew was the most extreme Flanderization because he became a cartoon character. Or maybe that was also in Boy Meets World. Terminator, Toy Story. I would say Toy Story 2. I would say it's even better than the first one. But Toy Story 3, it's okay. I think people overhype it for the ending. But 4 was just an inexcusable mess. Yeah. Let's see what happens.
Sad.
Oh, it's a typical everything falls apart. Well then. And this is where we leave.
I had what I came for. It was
What?
time to get out. Now.
Now, what happens if I stay? Do you think I'll die? What's up with the sidebar? Anyway. Ooh. What? Whoa. There you go. Yeah, I'm telling you, like, games used to really go crazy with their concepts. Like, you had, this is the generation where you had Oh jeez. Where you had Shadow of the Colossus. Shadow of the Colossus was on its own like a huge concept. Oh gosh, that was close. But yeah, Life is Strange. You were not first, and oh gosh. Oh gosh, I thought it was going to go in a different direction. And what now? Okay. Camera is fighting me. Anyway, yeah, let's see what his other take is.
Oh, my Superman, that's Henry Cavill with one scene. Okay, that's a spicy take. Let's watch this real quick.
Hold on.
I think Maddie Morgenstern always wanted her name in print, didn't
Okay, so this is a scene from a different movie, of course. And this video is called David Cornsweat ends Henry Cavill's career with one scene. The suggestion here is that Henry Cavill is a weak actor, which he's okay. He gets the job done when he's in the right role, and I think he's gotten better. But let's see what this scene is about. I think people are kind of overhyping it again. Wow.
Superman, that's right. Ended Cavill with one scene. Okay, that's a spicy take. Let's watch this real quick then.
I think Maddie Morgenstern always wanted her name in print, didn't you? And you were going to do whatever it took to get it there, weren't you? Even if it meant drumming up.
I'm not into his beard. It looks like it's fake, honestly. Wait, what? What's going on? Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. I'm dead. No, 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 no. Go, go, go. Oh, okay. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, I'm not buying his beard. I'm dead. Nope, I'm not. Okay.
Sympathy for the murderer who took my daughter away from me.
Alan,
Don't speak, don't say my name.
Don't say my name. Don't say my name. This is the performance people are overhyping. Okay.
If it meant drumming up sympathy for the murderer who took my daughter away.
He sounds like an old man and looks like a 25-year-old. I mean, maybe not 25-year-old, but the beard looks fake for some reason. I don't know if it's real.
For me.
Alan,
Don't speak, don't say my name. Do not ever say my name again. Don't say the name of any remaining member of my family. You should have some common decency. And you should leave.
I'm sorry.
You should leave!
I'm sorry.
All right.
So this is his performance that people are overhyping, I would say. Let's watch this cutscene, guys.
Father, I have brought us honor and glory.
Your Majesty, you promised me my choice of the Maharaja's treasures. That dagger.
Surely you
I think he's
deny
evil.
had a souvenir of his first battle. You may have your choice of all the Maharaja's other treasures. Except that hourglass. That will make a fine gift for the Sultan of Azad when we pass through his city. And some exotic animals for his menagerie. And a few dozen slave girls. Yes, that should be enough. I want no animals or maidens harmed until I have chosen. Let it be known, King Sharaman is merciful in victory.
King Saruman. It sounds like we're in the Lord of the Rings universe.
Trust not a man who has betrayed his master.
Oh dang.
Nor take him into your own service, lest he betray you too. I learned the truth of this to my sorrow, the day that we arrived in Azad as the Sultan's honored guests.
My friend.
Your visit brings joy and honor to my poor and humble dwelling. If only you'd given me time to prepare a proper welcome.
The glories of Azad
The hug
are
animation.
famed throughout the world. And yet, the best is yet to come. I give you the sands of time. May the friendship between our kingdoms endure as long as time itself.
The sand, why does it glow? I can tell you. Inside the hourglass is a marvel that no living man has seen. Alas, only the dagger can unlock the sands of time, and it belongs to a greater one than I. A young prince, dearer to his father than all the wealth of India. Perhaps he will oblige.
No. No! Stop!
Is it meant to do this? Alicia Sigataha!
Dang. Jeez.
Give me the dagger. No. You have unleashed the sands of time. I can undo what you have done. Give it to me.
Okay. We're gonna run away. Oh, jeez. Let's help her, yeah. She seems important. Okay, this is where it gets... I'm not gonna say scary, but I hate fighting monsters in video games out of nowhere. You know, it's like Uncharted.
Shall I go on?
Yes, you shall. Yes, you shall. Yuri, calm down. By the way, Yuri sounds much better here than he does in Spider-Man. Let me just tell you, his voice here sounds like he's actually playing an actual character and not just his regular voice that he does for Ben and for Peter. Or maybe it's just the audio quality distorting his voice a bit, but he sounds different. And yes, Natalie, carry that scene. Agreed.
Then I'll continue.
Oh, jeez. You guys... What? What? What did I do? Oh, gosh. I can see it's getting a little bit more difficult now, huh? Press to retrieve sand? What? What does that even mean? Oh, dang. Oh, wait, look at the sand. It's in the air. Oh, wow. Oh, what? Oh, okay. I understand it now. That's a lot of them, though.
They rose to fight again. I soon realized that only by taking into my own dagger the sands that possess them could I liberate them from their monstrous living death.
Okay. Okay, I see. Let's get away. Let's run away from this place. Okay, pretty cool. Okay, got it. Now let's get back to this, gentleman here.
that was pretty good. Now, I don't know the context of the scene because this is just a teaser clip for Apple's new show, Lady in the Lake, which David Cornsweet, the new actor playing Superman, is obviously in and is looking stupidly handsome as well. But besides the point, I don't think he ended Cavill with this one scene, obviously. But this one scene should prove to everyone that Cornsweet can act. He is an artist. And if you watch his other movies, he is mesmerizing to watch. And I believe that if his Superman performance is good and the Superman movie is good, he can easily end Henry Cavill's Superman legacy forever. He will be the Andrew Garfield of the Superman franchise. So comparing Cornsweet's and Cavill's acting, it's a very subjective comparison, but my advanced prediction is that from what I've seen from both men, I do think Cornsweet will be a better Superman than Cavill, and Cornsweet will be a bona fide movie star. Hollywood discovered someone fantastic.
I mean, what? Hold on, let me just get this right. So where do I start? I honestly, at this point, I don't even know if he's serious or if he's just being ridiculous on purpose. Like, I don't think he's a movie star, but okay, we've seen him in Twisters. Let's see what happens here. Hey, Shantae. It's the future. It's the future, guys. Yes, repeat vision. No, why would I want to repeat the vision? Is it like replay the level? Can I press this same thing? Hopefully it won't. Yeah, let's overwrite it. Why not? I never understood like why you wouldn't just overwrite the file that you already have, unless it's like an RPG where you can get stuck. I mean, he's like, that performance was, I don't know, I didn't like that performance, but
think me mad.
I've seen him in Twisters and he's fine, right? So I don't think he is. Oh, that's a safe spot. Okay. Yes. Like, I think again, people are just looking to have a take where a take isn't necessary.
You think my story is impossible?
Or they don't want to really think about it.
Perhaps I am mad. Who would not be driven mad by horrors such as I have lived? But I assure you, every word is true.
Come back here. Come back, Shantae. Whoa. See, his voice sounds different. He's actually putting... He's not like overacting like he did in Spider-Man 2. Okay. What's going on? I don't know what I was expecting. Are we stuck? Oh, okay, I see. These camera cuts, I gotta say, they're kind of mildly infuriating, but I see what they're trying to do. And again, they're probably just using this to kind of save. Okay, and hold to rewind. What's up with the light downstairs? What was he saying? Because I got a bit distracted by the light.
The guest rooms, where my father, all our entourage, and I should have passed the night lay cold and silent. The sands of time had swept through, stealing life and warmth from everything they touched.
Okay.
And I,
8.
who unleashed the cataclysm, had been spared. Were there others like me, who yet clung to life, hiding in fear among the ruins? It did not seem so.
Nice. No one in here. The physics on this too. It's definitely you can see how this inspired the original Assassin's Creed.
Is anyone there?
He has an accent too, which you can clearly tell is there. press and hold R1 to swing the bar, and then press. Like the platforming was nowhere near this good in Assassin's Creed. It was wonky in the first Assassin's Creed. And this is just extremely smooth. Anyway, let's... Yeah, I think people are just saying stuff without, like, thinking. And, like, why? It doesn't take a lot. But whatever. Now let's... Final video on the Superman thing, and it's going to be... If anything, we're going to jump around if it gets kind of, like, tedious, or we'll just skip it, but... I haven't watched it, so I don't know. But it's going to be a Nerdrotic video to kind of, like, honor the fact that we did talk about him as well, so that's kind of like a callback to that. And let's see what he's going to say. This video is going to take a different approach, and it's going to be more, can Superman save Hollywood? And I think that's going to be, it's an interesting question. I don't see why it has to. But let's see what's going to come up.
Greetings, you over 1 million awakening wonders and the 40% who haven't subscribed yet. I think it's needless to say, but
yeah,
I'll say it anyway.
Good point. People constantly show emotional outburst scenes to make a point. Oh, this person can act. And it's kind of funny because usually those should be like the easiest ones. It's the quiet moments that are very hard to depict. A good actor is... You can tell if you're dealing with a good actor if he's dealing with comedy. That's number one. But then also in those quieter moments that are harder to pull off in casual conversations, that's where somebody's acting skills definitely show. When you're just playing an insane person, it's easy to do. It's easy to act insane. But honestly, but even when you kind of like are not giving... If you're not doing a good job, even with like the more outrageous scenes, that tells me that something's not right. And the fact that David Cornsweet struggled to give like a very good performance in that scene, that gives me reasons to worry, honestly. And everything we saw from him in the trailer, also not a lot of dialogue. You know, they did a very similar thing with Henry Cavill, where they didn't give him a lot of dialogue in the films. I think Spider-Man had more dialogue in Civil War than Superman did in Batman vs. Superman. But I think Henry Cavill could do it. Because he...
Stop!
Come back, lady.
Hurt you!
I think, you know, there wasn't...
Had I really seen her?
A
Or
line...
had my senses given way under the burden of horrors too great to bear?
There wasn't a line in... Let him finish.
Either way, I could not rest until I had found her again.
Oh. There was not a scene in like Man of Steel that I thought, oh, that was a very bad delivery. Maybe like Henry Cavill sounded flat, but that was because, let's face it, Zack Snyder maybe isn't good with that stuff, with the lines. But I think Henry Cavill, you know, he's all right. But then with David Cornsweet, he didn't really sound all that good in this clip that we just saw. Like I said, just like a very angry old man. How do I get up there? Maybe I should try again. Okay, there you go. And yeah, like the emotional outburst should be easy. So if you can't deliver an emotional outburst, that tells me maybe we should be worried. Maybe we'll see. Maybe he's improved. But again, nothing to go off of. So, and then saying he's going to like replace Superman, or to like destroy Cavill's, he didn't use the word destroy, but erase Cavill's history and legacy. What? Like, why even say that? Just random words, honestly. Isn't this the same room? It's very similar. I guess not, sorry.
That Superman is an important film, not just for DC, but for Hollywood. I don't think it's going out on a limb by saying that Warner Brothers has had a little bit of trouble grappling with the character
and yes,
of Superman in...
I will say, Henry Cavill in the Justice League, gotta say I was a fan, and that was what I wanted to see. And people saying we never got a traditional Superman with that version of the character, that's not true. Henry Cavill did it in the Justice League film, the theatrical version, of course. Oops. I'm still getting a hang of it. Is that an enemy? Yes, it is. So don't fall. I guess we'll have to fight him anyway.
Cinema in the recent past. It's not only the third reboot of this character in the last 20 years, this will be technically the third reboot of the DC universe in just over a decade. There was, of course, the ill-fated Snyderverse, and Zack still has a lot of his fans, but once Snyder was shown the door, they followed that up by bringing in Joss Whedon to create some kind of hodgepodge mutant zombie Snyderverse / MCU, largely run by incompetent executives who don't work for Warner Brothers anymore. Oh, and there's some honorable mentions like WB releasing the Snyder Cut on HBO Max, which was better than the version we saw in theaters, but it led to some unintended consequences like spreading false hope Zack Snyder would return. There's the standalone Batman, which is now turned into its own universe due to the success of the brilliant Penguin show. How will it stay that way?
Brilliant.
I don't know. You don't know, and
okay.
DC doesn't know. Then, of course, there was The Rock luring back
I
Henry
forgot
Cavill,
that,
and hopes were
what did
again
we do?
reignited, and then immediately
That's
shot
pretty
down
cool.
when WB announced that James Gunn would be...
Sorry, so much is happening right now. We just froze that guy for whatever reason. Thank you, game, for interrupting us. I think they're doing this to load the game. Because again, the PlayStation 2 very limited in power. We came in this way. What was it gonna say? Gary said something. I don't remember. And look how intuitive this was for me. Like, yeah, I knew right away to kind of just go here. Oh, never mind. I guess not. I guess it's not where we're supposed to go. But it's so cool that you can interact with this stuff. There you go. It's probably going to be here. Oh yeah, he said The Penguin was a great show. I did an entire review. I'm not gonna go there.
running DC, and his
On
first
Instagram.
act was to fire Henry Cavill. Despite some very upset Snyder fans, a lot of people were excited that James Gunn was taking over the DCU, and they couldn't wait to see what was next. Unfortunately, Warner Brothers still had 6 films to release, and they all flopped, which makes the canceled Batgirl the second most profitable DC film of the last
What are
2
we
years
supposed to
next
do
to
here?
Batman. And despite a couple of examples, their buddies down the street in Burbank, Disney Marvel haven't done the superhero film any favors of late.
Oh, shut up, silly woman.
So as many in the media, and to be fair, a lot of fans,
Okay, I
start
see.
talking about the dreaded superhero fatigue, which, if that were true, would more likely
Now,
be
how
a
do I go
symptom
up?
of overall Hollywood fatigue. Can Superman save the superhero film? Or more importantly, can Superman save Hollywood? And now that I've seen the trailer, I'm at a very definitive I don't know. Is it
Oh, I
fair
see.
that the fans might have had some unrealistically high expectations for this trailer? Yes. Is it fair to DC and James Gunn that the fans' unrealistically high expectations were not met with this trailer, leading to some fans being concerned? Yes, with the full understanding that this is a teaser trailer and in no way tells you how good the movie will actually be, we can only go
And
off of
the cut
what we're
will be
given,
here.
and we're going to do what fans do, give our opinion whether people like it or not. The trailer opens up with a beaten and bloody Superman being saved by Crypto. No, not that kind of Crypto. Crypto, the super dog.
Crypto. Home. Take me home.
Now, some people might find Crypto a bit cheesy, but I think it's very Superman, aside from the fact that James Gunn based Crypto on his own dog and we have more unnecessary breed swapping in Hollywood. I like the scene, and hey, Crypto's still white. To state the obvious, first impressions are everything with a trailer like this, and a lot of the first initial reactions I saw were, it's a bit busy, and they're not wrong. Now, while Crypto is saving Superman, they intercut some scenes from Metropolis, including Clark Kent with that muffin head Edgar haircut that makes him look like Hassan Piker. That's gonna date your film.
I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Bro Tip. The real job doesn't suck the...
Like fever dreams. Each time I awoke feeling drained and beaten. And each time, what I had seen came to pass. As if the sands of time were giving me a glimpse into my own future.
Oh no, sorry.
Soul out of you, in the same way that 9 hours of streaming absolutely will.
Hey, good point of discussion. Hassan Piker was saying how streaming is a difficult job, and I think he got into hot water because he said it's no, yes. Because he compared it to, like, maybe, I think he compared it to, I don't think he even did, but let's just say, I think that's what the outrage was about, is a lot of people were making it about how, you know, you're not a construction worker, it's not difficult for you to stream all day, and I beg to differ. I mean, I do this by myself, so maybe he has a team of people, and I would say yes, that makes it different, and in that case, yeah. In that case, yes, you are kind of being a brat here, but I do this on my own and it takes a lot of my time away. Like, here's the thing with the streaming. I don't know if I'm going to be, like, continuing to do as much streaming. I think I want to do just a bit more. Ooh, that's cool. I don't know, like, maybe I'm gonna try to just maybe do something different in 2025. And I don't know, like, everything just takes up so much time, like Instagram and streaming, and it really is time consuming. I don't have, like, my own team of people who help me out with this stuff, so everything I do, I'm on my own. And I'm doing everything on my own time. And so I'm wondering, like, how much, and the stuff that I want to do, like, maybe start doing my own projects and maybe, like, try to develop some scripts of my own or something. Do something creative, and where the heck are we? And like Steven said, he wanted to do, like, a video game of his own. And there's a lot of stuff that, you know, you're working with, and this place is really cool. I don't want to take away from that.
I have a feeling I'm not in Azad anymore.
Get it?
What
Damn. Enlightened. Okay. What?
Strange. I feel wonderful.
I feel fantastic. What? You're supposed to go down. What happens if I die? Oh, then it's going to take me back to the beginning. And I only have 4 of these. Dang. To the last save point, I think. How do I go down the stairs without dying? Good. Am I supposed to go this way? I think I am. Hopefully. But yeah, where was I going with this? I don't know. I'm just gonna have to prioritize things differently now. Oh, the camera was not gonna be helpful for a sec. There we go. The more we find of these, the easier it's going to be to... Well, the more lives we have, technically. But I'm gonna try to rethink my strategy for the next year. This year we did a lot of streaming, or at least for a good while we were doing a lot of streaming. Am I supposed to go down there? What do you guys think? I'm scared. Let's see what happens. Okay, good. I don't know if I'm going the right way. Did I go here before?
Hello?
This is kind of scary. There she is. Good.
Give me the dagger.
Dang.
Who are you?
I am Farah, the daughter of the Maharaja from whom you
Got to
stole
go.
it.
Aw,
This is
Steven.
your doing.
Thanks for showing
I
up.
saw my father turn to sand.
It's great to see you.
Will share his fate if you do not give me the dagger to undo what you have done.
Your traitorous vizier used the same words. From now on, I trust no one but myself.
Scarabs, what the heck?
Run! Go back to the reception hall. Wait for me there. Go!
Okay. And so yeah, basically what I'm trying to say is I don't know if I'm going to do as much streaming in the upcoming year. How do I... Oh dang, they're quick. Oh dang, nice. Okay, I don't have to suck the life out of them. Good. I don't know if I'm going to do as much streaming. I do want to kind of...
India, she had been there. In the desert, I had felt her dark eyes.
Come on, drink.
Now, here she was again. She and I, the only two survivors. Did I say two? Excuse me. We were three.
3. Man, this game is really getting... is really interrupting me every chance it gets. I wanted to have a serious moment where I get to say there will be less streams and I'm gonna rethink a lot of things. Because I am on my own. And that's it. That's it.
We get a quick shot of Pruitt Taylor Vince as Pa Kent. This guy is usually cast as some
Miscast.
sort of psychopath, but if
No more streams? I don't know, Hosuke. Who knows what's gonna happen?
I did not understand the meaning of what I had just seen.
But this place is really
But I
cool.
knew, with a certainty I could not explain, that those winged creatures had a master. The man who had tricked me into opening the hourglass now had his prize. And for some unknown purpose coveted the dagger as well, would stop at nothing to possess it. Well, I would give him what he sought. I would plunge it.
You did not see that, guys. Dang, how are we supposed to... Oh gosh, we're running out of fumes. I guess we gotta be very late about this. There we go. I don't know, guys. I don't want to disappoint you guys, but at the same time, I don't want to lie to you. And so, I mean, like, there are so many games I'd love to play. But at the same time, you know, I just want to think about, like, what I want to do. And what I want to do next is... I don't know. I'm gonna figure it out. And so I think that's why, like, this stream is... That's why I wanted to also go out, like, on a very good note for this year. And why I even did a stream for today. Is because... It's because I wanted to maybe, like, not say that this is the final stream, but... It could be. I don't know. Okay, I don't know what to do here. I don't think we're gonna make it if we jump this way. Oh, I see. See, I like how visual this game is. Like, I mean, visual. How easy it is to see things and how you don't need yellow paint for everything. It's possible, guys. I know, crazy. That's how games used to be. It's just, you know, this is the problem with hyperrealism and everything. Yeah, so sorry for the bummer kind of tone, but I figured it was the right time to say it, if I were going to say it. Ooh. No, 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 no. It's not where I wanted to jump. This is where I wanted to jump. I just wasted that.
They were looking for an actor who looks most likely to die of a heart attack. That's your guy. Oh, that's...
Yeah, I mean, it's true. He's overweight and looks nothing like Paul Kent. I mean...
There is some good. I like Crypto. The Daily Planet looks like the Daily Planet. Lois Lane, played by Rachel Brosnahan, looks like Lois Lane, and holy shit, Jimmy Olsen's white. But Perry White is not. My absolute favorite shot of the trailer is this.
Yeah, one good shot.
And I completely agree with our good friend and prolific comic writer, Mark Millar. Yes, I recently found out it's Miller, but I'm too old to change my ways. When he clearly states
I knew it. I knew that it was Miller. I always said Miller. But then people started using Millar, so I'm like, okay, I guess I'll just go Millar. I'll go with that. And now it turns out it's Miller. See, I should have listened to myself. I don't know what to do here. Whoa, whoa. And we're dead. The dagger is empty.
Difference between Superman and Batman. Coolest shot in the trailer. Batman fights dudes, Superman rescues people. And I think if there was more of the saving people in this trailer, it might have had more emotional impact. Instead, we get a bunch of quick cuts that try to introduce more characters, which is a concern, and try to give us a feel of the trailer, which I don't necessarily think we get. There's a kid raising a flag to Superman, which I liked. There's a group of angry people and one guy throwing something at Superman. Now, in the world of Superman, it certainly makes sense that there would be large groups of people who don't like him at first. My only concern is, within this movie, what type of people don't like Superman? It certainly works within the comics. There will be large groups of people who are very suspicious of this superpowered individual. But is James Gunn, Peter Safran, Warner Brothers, and Hollywood overall going to be able to resist the urge to make them a stand-in for example, MAGA? I don't think James Gunn is that stupid, but time will tell. Then there's all the other characters. One we expect, Nicholas Hoult as Lex Luthor, and he looks pretty good. There's Hawk Girl, minus some points for that terrible costume, but add some more for fighting a monster. Mr. Terrific looks good. There's Metamorpho, and what I suspect the most people will be talking about besides Crypto is Guy Gardner, played by Nathan Fillion, and his haircut.
Thank you. Finally, somebody who is not lying to us.
To be fair, it's pretty close to the one in the comics. They just decided to dial it up to 11. We see Luthor Corp before it becomes Lex Corp. We get to see
they phoned it in.
Fortress of Solitude? At least I think so, because it looks awfully familiar to the Christopher Reeve Fortress of Solitude. I thought the trailer overall was all right. It didn't hurt itself, but it also didn't dispel any of my concerns. One of them being too many characters taking away from what should be just a good solo Superman
so he's basically
film.
saying the same thing as the Critical Drinker. Let's skip a bit. Let's see what he says
I
here.
love that they're talking about a hopeful and optimistic Superman, including producer Peter Safran saying this: Superman represents truth, justice, and the American way, which is a far cry from what we've gotten in the comics and recently.
That's the false hope, though. Huh. Kind of hilarious because everyone says hope, and I guess that's a good retort. Maybe it's false hope, which it's doing those things like I said, but it's paying lip service to those things and kind of losing its proper meaning. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Maybe I'm not supposed to be in this area at all.
Film, because it seems like Hollywood and most people writing these days have a hard time figuring out
to hear
Superman
me speak
because he's good, and most people in Hollywood wouldn't know what that is. And in the past, both comic publisher and movie producer has seemed apologetic about Superman. Now, James Gunn has said that this movie is going to be a self-contained story that doesn't lead or spread off anywhere else, which is good. We'll see if he sticks to that. He also said he's going to embrace all of the Superman mythology, which is great, unless he embraces some of the mythology from the last few years in the comics, which would be very bad. James Gunn also said this: We do have a battered Superman in the beginning, he said, referring to the opening of the teaser, and he implied
See, like the
opening of the
expectations are so low that everyone is focusing on the wrong thing, I would say.
film itself, with Superman
It's gotten so bad that people aren't paying attention to like the basic things.
careening into the ice. That is our country. I believe in the goodness of human beings, and I believe that most people in this country, despite their
go.
ideological beliefs, their politics, are doing
I
their
don't know why I was overthinking it so much.
best to get by and be good people. That sounds great, but he does continue. Despite what it may seem like to the other side, no matter what that other side might be, this movie is about that. It's about the basic kindness of human beings, and that it can be seen as uncool and under siege by some of the darker voices or some of the louder voices.
See, like oh, the other side. It's like, oh, what do you mean by the other side? And he's just being safe, and like just say the thing you want to say, or don't say it at all. Why do you have to be so vague and safe? And that's the thing. That's the thing. He's giving you this sanitized version of Superman. Just give us the version you think is the right one, and we'll be the judge. Instead, he's staying in this coward position of, oh, I'll just give you the thing that looks like Superman, right? And you won't complain to me then. Let's see. We're not gonna overthink this one for sure. Nice. Can we make it? I think we can. It's so vague that it could mean anything great. Yeah, I mean, like, or anything negative, right? It's like, oh, the other side. It's like everyone can project their own version of it. Because I think he's trying to avoid painting the MAGA and as the wrong version of behaving, or he's just not trying to anger anyone, the Twitter weirdos or anyone. He's so like the bad guys are just going to be like angry probably, and there won't be anything like they're angry because they'll be angry. And I think maybe that's going to happen. I think they'll have a reason, but I think it's not going to be making any statements. That's the thing. It's going to have a message, but it's going to be like this. It's not going to be a statement, which I get it. We don't want statements because we think they're negative nowadays, but that's not true. It's messages aren't supposed to be like the critical drinker coined the thing where it's like the message and it's wrong and it's stupid. Can we make it? And nope, we can't. I didn't know if that was the perspective or something else. No. Oh, that was close. I know what I did wrong. That was pretty cool. Nice. But in reality, even when the critical drinker says, when he makes fun of the message, he's making fun of a specific message, a specific way of thinking. And I think we're kind of, by not being able to define that very fact, I think people are kind of not getting the idea, you know. It's like, hey, the message, it's okay to have a moral and a message, you know. Just make it the right one. And I think a lot of people nowadays don't want to have any message whatsoever because, number one, they fear, because they fear backlash, right? Or are you going to paint as the bad guys? And we've had a lot of those. Lean one way, definitely in movies. It's usually we know what it is. Like, we don't need to get into examples, I guess, unless you need me to. But we know what it's been. And so they don't want to just cause controversy, even though, like, it's okay to... Wait, do we? No, I guess not. Oh. There we go. People are just... So that's the first reason. They don't want to cause controversy. But then the other thing is they've conflated ideas. They think, oh, any message is evil now. Every message is propaganda, and it's wrong to have convictions of your own. That's why the critical drinker kind of labeled himself as an anarchist, and that's why I scoffed at that. It's because it's like a position where you're like, oh, I'll just say the safe thing. I'll be a fence sitter, I guess, but not present myself as one. I'll always be critical of everyone else, but never present a solution of my own. I also hate vagueness. It screams of intellectual coward, I guess.
Now, what does James Gunn mean about some of the darker voices or louder voices? Your guess is as good as mine. That statement has led some to speculate on X Twitter that those louder and darker voices might be a stand-in for a certain group of people in this country that just so happens to represent more than half of it that Hollywood hasn't had a very good relationship with lately. I'm not going to go that far because, again, I don't think James Gunn's that stupid,
I think it'll
but
be
you have every right
safe.
to your speculation because Hollywood does not deserve the benefit of the doubt. But I would be remiss if I didn't point out what James Gunn said later in the Variety article. I'm excited for people to get to see the essence of what we're doing because it's really been like this private secret we've all been hoarding, he said. We felt really good about it, like from a moral place. Even from the beginning, we felt like we were doing something good, both in terms of quality and in terms of actually something that's not a fascistic power fantasy.
What?
Something Variety points out that he instantly regrets saying. I'm not saying that about other superhero movies in general, he added, as if anticipating the displeasure that sentiment might spark in the hardcore fans of Zack Snyder's DC films, which has been criticized for indulging in, well, fascistic power fantasies. Personally,
wait, he said that, or who said that? What? Pull back. Oh, okay, no. The person writing the article made it so that it was referencing, they made it so that he was perhaps referencing the Zack Snyder fans, but he wasn't. Okay, but he realized that he may have said something that may have sparked some debates. And it didn't necessarily have to be Zack Snyder fans.
Movies in general, he added, as if anticipating the displeasure that sentiment might spark in the hardcore fans of Zack Snyder's DC films, which has been criticized for indulging in, well, fascistic power fantasies. Personally, I find the kind of people who say fascistic and fascist often in their vocabulary unironically authoritarian. But I digress. Listen, having sold comic books to DC fans for over 10
There's nothing
years,
wrong with
I know
being,
one thing. They are...
That's the thing. There's nothing wrong with being an authoritarian or with having authority, and like people who make laws are authoritarians. Like, are you saying like we should have no laws at all? Like, I don't understand. And they don't understand themselves. Ooh, nice. So oh crap, there we go. I like the combat, but I'm starting to like get the combat criticism. It's simple and it's easy, and it doesn't ask much of you. So I get what they're saying, although it's still pretty cool in terms of like animation and what they could do with it next. Give me something to drink. So I get the criticisms. Oh, there's more of them. Yeah, it's very simple. There's a lot of them here. But look at this, the somersaults. Really cool stuff. The platforming is where it's kind of like, that's the fun parts. So many of them. Jeez, get out of here. Hold on, let me... Nope, that's not what I want to do. What is this? Give it to me. Oh, dang. Wow, okay, never mind. I guess it's not so easy. I want to drink the water. Give it to me. No! That's it? Oh, we're screwed.
Far more passionate than Marvel fans. So good luck, James Gunn, dealing with what you're going to have to deal with. It comes with the territory. And yes, we are just talking about a teaser trailer. And yes, people are going to be meticulously breaking this down for the next week. We're nerds. It's what we do. To give you an example of a perfect teaser trailer, which just came out within the last couple of weeks, 28 days later, and it was simple. It gave you a feel for the film, the emotional tone while giving nothing away. The Superman trailer tried to do that, but it just missed. But it did pull off the most important thing. It looks hopeful, and that's what we could all use, and timing is everything. It certainly helped the first Spider-Man movie by Sam Raimi post 9/11.
You do too much. You're not Superman, you know.
Since Alan Moore's Watchmen, the superhero has been thoroughly deconstructed and then deconstructed some more, and we are far past time to reconstruct the superhero. And going back to our original question, can this movie save Hollywood? Not so sure about that, but I do think it's fitting that the fate of DC Studios and the superhero film will be determined by Superman. No pressure, James Gunn.
Destiny could probably easily handle all those dudes. Which ones? Wait, the ones from the trailer? Society needs more of that. I love Alan Moore slander. Same. I mean, the guy is really just kind of disappointing. Like, he's, man, like, you could dislike him for being, like, I guess you'd say a weirdo leftist, anarchist, Marxist, I guess is what I was looking for. I guess you could dislike him for that reason. But, you know, at least he had his own ideals. But as of late, he's become extremely lame, just calling out comic book fans for, or like Comicsgate. And he wrote this entire editorial piece for one of those publications that I don't even remember. But it was just so lame watching him just complain about, oh, like Trump is in office and it has everything to do with comic book fans. It's like, bro, who cares? Just do your deconstructions. And like, he used to pray to like a snake god. At least he had some aura. Now he's like just a journalist who writes lame articles about Comicsgate. Like, really, that's your entire shtick now? You used to be praying to snake demons, which made you lame, but at least you had some kind of like bad guy appeal, I guess. Now you have none of it. I didn't mean to press that. No and yes. Let's see. He could handle all those dudes in the game. Is he bad at video games? Is that something I don't know about? It's a joke that Destiny was with a dude every time his wife left the house. Oh yeah, he's, of course, Mudcap, he's insane. He's apparently seen snakes, just like Grant Morrison, who was once abducted by aliens, according to himself. Where are we supposed to go now? They're all insane. And they're the guys who wrote these comic books that James Gunn is basing them on. Like, he's basing this off of All-Star Superman, by the way. So let's see where that goes. Yeah, true. It's like, it's so different when you're like Gary, you know, he's never been in the industry. Am I supposed to open some door or something? So he's just commenting on like the stuff that's happening, and he's always been a fan, and that's his thing, and he's doing it well. Anyway, we're done with the Superman story. As you can see, I think we covered it pretty well. Now, I want to quickly let's go to, you know what, let's talk about one topic, which is Avatar. Since this is like a wrap-up stream, we're gonna go through quick topics. One of them was the Avatar Netflix series. Remember that? So let's see. Where is that series now? Oh. Push-pull stuff? Okay. That's interesting. So they're introducing like different elements we can move, so we can kind of change the platforming rules of this. That's cool. That's what we kind of saw in this flashback or flash forward, if you will. Come on, I want to go up there. And if not here, is that you're going to be able to change the trajectory of the environment, I guess. Which will then influence the platforming, which is going to be cool. Yeah. He did say that he met John Constantine, or was that Grant Morrison? I can't tell anymore. Both of them are kind of similar in that vein. I guess it's this way then. Yes, I think that's true. I think he did say that, or somebody did say that, and it's like, what? You met John Constantine? How do I go up here if I can't even... What's the point? If I can't get up here. This is weird. Do you guys think? I don't know. Anyway, let's move on to Avatar, the Netflix series. Let's take a look at where this series is now. I kind of wanted to make it quick about her character. Remember when we talked about the series and we had a lot of problems with it when I wanted to review it because of the strikes, the content strikes we'd be getting all the time? Pull objects. We'll destroy this. Destroy this. Okay, there you go. That's not what we wanted to do, but sure. And then my streams got like 1,000 views after they premiered, of course. And that was just so weird because people just wanted to see what I wanted to say about it, and of course they were hate clicks. They were upset with the fact that I did not appreciate the series. And I did criticize, my biggest criticism of it was the bigger approach, I guess bigger approach, more emphasis on feminism this time around, and the fact that they're changing a lot of the story. I mean, you might not see it now, but that's why I'm showing you Azula. It's because I think... Let's watch this, but I'm gonna say something after this.
Here we go. Here we go.
The ending. Or not the ending, but this is a scene that was not from the TV series. And why did they show it in the series?
Damn, girl. Here we go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Whoa.
An awful IRO, by the way. Just a miscast.
Oh, this is next level. That's my girl. That's my girl.
I don't think we have to worry about flipping it.
Wow.
It's just a clip from social media.
Yeah, those are my friends.
Hopefully.
Wow.
And so I think Azula, as you can see, like she's getting a lot more emphasis this season, and this series is putting more emphasis on her. I think you can definitely bet. And then the way they ended it was her leading an army into, was it Ba Sing Se? Ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. And that was not in the original series. She was not leading any army whatsoever, and that was part of making the world a bit more believable, right? Whereas this one is taking a lot more, I guess, modern approach, although the original series was already modern. But it's really pushing it to a point where it's not even consistent with the historical realities at that time. She always had her like entourage, and she would do things on her own accords. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here, guys. And now she's going to be playing a bigger role, I think, in the entire series. And I wouldn't be surprised, and I'm calling it now, this is a prediction, you can lock it in, if she were a... I'm not going to say she's going to replace Ozai as the main character, but in the series, I think she will be definitely a bigger threat, and she might even kind of contend with him. But I wouldn't be surprised if she took over as the final boss of the series, honestly. The way they're setting her up tells me the changes they're making, again, they're subtle, but well, I wouldn't say they're subtle, but for most people they are kind of just there for no reason. But I think they're telling you that it's going to, okay, that's not going to do anything. They're telling you they're going to make a change, and I think you shouldn't be surprised when you see it. Okay, let's see. And that's it. That's the segment here. Next up, the Fallout TV show. The actors got potential, but the characters are so inaccurate, except for like 2 characters. Yeah, I mean, I would say the characters were okay, surprisingly so. But the way they kind of like changed them a bit tells you that they're like Aang being able to fly right away. That was just so strange. Can I go here? Like, I've been here before, so what can I do? I don't know. I think I'm backtracking now, which I don't want to do. I think Azula is like the worst example. And May, I think it was. Her fat face, like, come on. That's not May. Anyway, the Fallout TV series. That's something we covered extensively.
Sorry, TV show is apparently too.
So here's the criticism. Here's the defense of the show being called too woke, which I've never called it that, but some people would say it is, which I would agree with their general statements of like what they mean, but I just don't like using the phrase itself, because man, has the phrase woke lost its meaning, but it never really meant anything. It never really meant anything. And let's go this way, sure, why not? But really, like, people use it for anything nowadays, and it's become mainstream a lot. Like, Trump uses it now. Like you're just using it for no reason at all. Like, it's just a buzzword that has no inherent meaning. Like, it's just a thing that you don't like, which I can see why you don't like something. Okay, that's one thing. It's another thing to say, you just be more specific. Again, like, I get it. Talking points are safe to have and easy and all that stuff. That looks like you can climb it. But let's call something by its name, and let's not use let's not be like it's like we're scared to say the thing. It's like, just say the thing. Okay, get some backlash if you need it. Doesn't mean you have to be stupid about it and brash. Anyway, let's not get carried away with this whole thing. The real question is, well, where will there be a weird scene with Azula in her robe talking to Zuko? That was weird in the original. Almost flirty. Which episode? I don't even remember that. Was that in like the beach episode? The filler episode? I don't remember that. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Far Cry Lego 100% agreed with you. The Brotherhood of Steel was abysmal. Guys, I'm stuck here. I don't know what, like, what? What am I supposed to do? Yeah, we also covered that extensively. And the canon, yeah, agreed. But I'm curious to hear what you're gonna think about this, because I know you're a huge fan of Fallout. I'm like very familiar with the franchise. I've played some of the entries, or just one, but it was Fallout 4, so I've played a lot of hours. I have a lot of hours in it, and so I know a lot about the series. So what are you gonna say to this guy who is defending the show, of course?
Woke for us to enjoy it. Wait, Fallout is woke? Well, I'm never. Some fans are complaining that the new Fallout TV show is way too woke to be good, and is designed as some form of propaganda method. The main complaints that are being said by fans,
I mean, it's like it is trying to make communism seem like it's not the issue. And it has a lot of cultist imagery, of course, and just the whole every communist character is actually a good guy in this. So just something to think about. It's stuff like that.
are as follows. The lead character is female. The
True. It should be a guy. Just saying.
black male character is bullied, then becomes a hero. The white dad ends up becoming...
What? How does that even... Like, what? He's bullied and then becomes the hero. How is... I don't even know. Whatever.
Becoming evil. The white male is small and made to look feeble. The other white male is weak and ends up loving his cousin. Another white male is old and useless.
True.
And there's symbolism.
I mean, yeah. True. Can you deny those allegations?
Law throughout the entire show. Zelia Mendez-Jones is also a trans actor who plays one of the characters in the Brotherhood of Steel storyline. Their character, Aspirant Dane, plays a vital role in the development of Maximus's character. What viewers are forgetting though is that Fallout as a whole has always been a pioneer for inclusivity. Fun fact for you, Fallout...
Okay, so inclusivity means that we get to crap on all the white guys who are straight, right? Okay. And very bad writing, exactly. And then we get to include, like, we get to kind of like normalize communism too, while we're at it.
2 actually had the first ever same-sex marriage in gaming history. Fallout New Vegas is also one of the most popular games of all time in the trans community.
I love how he tried to kind of like sneak in trans people like New Vegas, therefore it's inclusive. Like, okay, that was not the strongest argument to end on, but let's ignore it for the sake of steel manning you. Yeah, guys, I'm stuck. I'm sorry. I know we're supposed to move these, but so what? Because then if we go here, it's not gonna mean anything, right? So if we move this one, we can't even jump from this one to this one. And then here, same thing here. It's like, we're stuck. There's nothing here. There's nothing here to visit. So I guess we're just stuck. Anyway. Let's see what Far Cry Lego is going to say about this, because I wanted to hear his take. So yeah, what about the same-sex marriage? Is that like the first one that's ever been in any video game? So I think he's got like a point here, right? So Far Cry Lego says everything in the show had commies. I mean, for goodness sake, the bombs happen because of America versus China. I think it is it. But okay. I mean, you don't have to really give me a response because okay, yeah, sure, it had that stuff. But it's still a bad show. Like, objectively, it's written, even if you ignore the messaging and all that stuff, it's just a very poorly written show, and we went into that as well. Anyway, let's get into X-Men 97, and you can respond to any of the stuff we talked about.
Me.
Go on back to the swamp, Rami. I found myself a real man.
Gambit, I'm fucking your girlfriend. This is just... Oh my god, this is just so... gross. Dude, what are you, like 100?
No, I'm still young and in my 70s.
Oh, gross. Rogue, honey, I knew that you had daddy issues, but I did not think you had granddaddy issues too.
Shut up, Gambit. We're in love.
Rogue, he's old enough to be your great-grandpa. What exactly do you two have in common? I'm glad you asked, Gambit. You see, due to my magnetic abilities, I'm the only one who can physically touch her. Okay, can we not use the term physically touch when it comes to her? I mean, are you trying to sound like a creep?
Okay, I am the leader of the X-Men. I will not listen to these stupid rebuttals by a...
More like the groomer of the X-Men.
She is a grown-ass woman. This is not weird at all.
Okay, let's put this in perspective real quick. 10 years ago, how old were you?
I mean, I was, 63.
Great. Awesome. Guess what? She was in middle school.
Oh, okay, cool, but I mean, it happened in the comics, so, you know, we gotta do it.
Look, I know this is just a dream sequence. I don't know if you guys really are boning, or have boned in the past in real life, but frankly, it's weird. This is going on Disney, guys. You could take your comic accuracy and shove it right up your swamp ass. Gambit out, y'all.
And, she's a hoe. Rogue's a hoe. No other way of putting it. Oh, that's so sad to hear that there's a friend of yours that loved this show. Fallout, of course, but again, X-Men 97, I think it's better, of course, but not by much. I mean, it is by much. It's not even comparable. I think the Fallout TV series is just so bad that it's hard to compete with it. But I think X-Men 97 just doesn't come together, and I think it has elements that are very strikingly just like Rogue. Come on, that entire storyline is she's comparable to Mary Jane from the Insomniac games, and what's the other one, like Adam Eve from not Adam Eve. What's the name of that girl who is from Invincible? They made her black in the TV series. She's apparently like super annoying. We're dealing with that sort of character, or like Lois Lane from Adventures of Superman and Lois. That's the sort of character she is. Plus, the story has a lot of, I don't know, like plot-wise, it's not the best either. Doesn't make sense. And like Rogue is definitely like a big stain. And we kind of went over like the different scenes that were in that show. And yeah, let's move on to the next thing which I wanted to do. A quick tier list of all the games we played this year. So it's going to be a quick one. So the first game we played was Batman Arkham Asylum. And by the way, if you guys know how to get out of this place, I would appreciate it if you'd let me know. But Batman is, for me, it's an A. It's the easiest A I could have ever given. It's kind of like Prince of Persia. It's got a lot of original ideas that you don't see any other company. It just started its own thing, and a lot of it was inspired by a lot of other stuff. Just like I can see how Prince of Persia is kind of inspired by, what would you say? It's definitely inspired by the likes of Tomb Raider, for sure. But it does its own thing. It's so different that you can see the influences, but it's definitely its own thing. And same thing with Batman Arkham Asylum, and then also the story. This is the first time I've ever played it, which I was glad to have played it with you guys watching, since so many of you are so familiar with that game. And playing it for the first time did not disappoint. And I'm gonna die. Never mind. Yeah, guys, I am stuck and that's sad, but oh well. I could tell there was room for improvement in the sequel, which they did for the most part in Arkham City, yes. Arkham City just took things to another level in terms of scope. And yeah, it's just an easy A. I think some would say the combat might be repetitive or like it's easy. But it's like so original in its approach, and everyone else is trying to like copy it in a sense. Like, of course, Spider-Man is like the obvious one, but then also these smaller games like knockoff TMNT games, and there's multiple examples of other games like this. Everyone is just trying to do the sort of arcadey approach, but not really, of the Arkham Asylum games, and that's what it's going to be remembered for. And I think if you play on a harder difficulty, I think the combat will put you to the test. Guys, I'm really stuck. What is going on? Was this it? Were we supposed to get on the bed? I don't know. It's just so odd. I just don't know what I'm supposed to do. Need people to copy Dead or Alive and Soul Calibur. Yeah, like do something else, guys. Copy something else for once. And I think it speaks to how original it was, that it's still the go-to game. I think story-wise it's great. The Joker stuff was kind of at the end, sure, it got kind of tacky and unnecessarily grandiose. And the final boss was like super easy. And I think we're stuck here, guys. It's definitely something we're gonna have to deal with later. At least we saved, so that's something we don't have to worry about, like losing progress or anything. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Like, really, I'm moving stuff around. Move this bed, maybe. No. But that's the first game. The second one. Then we played Tomb Raider, which I never finished on stream, and I'm so glad I never did, because the game is slow. But that doesn't change the fact that it will be in B. Miss Tomb Raider, Miss Lara Croft is in B. This is the first one we did. I'm putting it in B because it's also another game that just totally did something original, and really it's the reason why we have games like this one, like Prince of Persia, and also Lara Croft, an iconic character. People love her for good reasons. Like, she is, you could say, like a female counterpart of Indiana Jones, but she is so much more. She is a supermodel who, I don't think she is a supermodel, but she looks like one, and she oozes charisma, confidence, sex appeal, but it's done in a way, oh goodness gracious, are you kidding me? Are you for real? Are you for real? Whatever, game. That was so dumb. Anyway. Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. The gun sections are simple. The reason why it's not 8, because it was very much innovative for its time, and so iconic. Like, ooh, the soundtrack is amazing. It's not an 8 because the PlayStation 1 version had like these crystals. Okay. Had crystals that save crystals. So if you died, and the save crystals would kind of like very sparse in where they were placed. So if you died, you'd have to go to, you'd have to spawn from like a very different point. Like you'd spawn back way too far back, if that makes sense. But like, yeah, that was the problem. Is that there weren't enough safe spots, and the fact that you'd die from like these ridiculous things. Like, platforming is about trial and error. So if you die at this very clunky parts because, you know, it wasn't the most polished game at the time. And I think there's something to be said about how maybe not clunky it is, but how, you know, how precise you have to be with your movement. But sometimes when you mess up for like this stupid part and you have to be sent all the way back, when you just jumped through all these bullcrappy parts of the game, you know, it's not great. But then that was the PlayStation 1 version. The PC version allows you to save anywhere. So that's good, you know? That's good, but at the same time, consider the fact that then it sort of makes the game too easy. It means that you can save almost anywhere. So as a form of like compromise, I decided, you know what? I'll give it a 7 instead of an 8 or a 6. I think a PlayStation version, the first PlayStation 1 version is like maybe a 6. But it's close to a 7 just because it's so iconic. But the PC version would be an 8. But then at the same time, maybe it's like too easy in certain spots. So that's why I gave it a 7. I refrained from making a dirty joke about Laura. Good on you. Spider-Man copied it worse because every enemy feels spongy. Yeah, I mean, if you can't do it, let's be quick. Oh crap, it's over. Next game was, I think we did Doom. And I'm putting Doom next to it for similar reasons, mostly just difficulty. That's what I mean. It's like too many different difficulties, and a lot of them are, you know, it's like you can basically play the game on any difficulty you want, and it's going to... What are we supposed to do here? And it's going to be a good time, but at the same time, I need to be told like what the definitive... I'm scared to make that jump. I don't think we'll make it. At the same time, you need to give me like your definitive vision of what you need it to be, and I guess it's not. And we did it. Nice. And on that note, let's go to a quick Doom video, a very short one, but a very great one nonetheless. Let's watch it here.
Did you know that you can run on a count?
Oh, hold on. Let's turn this off. There we go. Basically, Doom, that's like a meme. Doom was played on anything. You can play Doom on any device, and this is striking.
Did you know that you can run the game Doom on a calculator that's powered by
crazy.
700 potatoes? That's what Equalo did, and it's because the game has such a famously lightweight code that as long as there's a screen and a processor connected, you can run Doom on just about anything. So Doom was an iconic first-person shooter game from 1993 that turned into an online meme when people realized that you could just port the game and run it on the craziest household items. It all started off with simple ports like playing Doom on Game Boys and running it on old computers, but things quickly got more deranged when people realized that they could run the game on MP3 players, on iPods, and even playing Doom on a piano. And that's because the developers released the source code of the game to the public back in 1997. So the fans have just been trying to see what's the craziest thing they can port and play Doom on. But the absolute craziest place I've seen Doom running on, which is just as weird as the calculator that was powered by 700 potatoes, is that someone actually managed to get Doom running on a pregnancy test.
That's crazy.
Now imagine your girlfriend walks into the room with a pregnancy test, and it's not a baby, she's carrying Doom.
And she's carrying Doom. It's a 7. It's a fun game. Definitely stands the test of time. But I wouldn't say it's like... I do think you need to be able to at least tell me like which is the definitive difficulty. But the weapons, the variety of weapons is fantastic. Yeah. And I think let's see what happens in the game.
Then I'll continue.
Because I think something important will happen.
Oh, thank God! I was afraid you were one of them! Can you help me activate the Azad defense system?
This guy survived.
It'll take both of us to do it! I'll reset the axles
I don't
for
trust
you.
him.
The man who's normally in charge of this got...
I don't trust him. Ultra violence is the way. is it? The game never tells you. Wait, I'm supposed to listen to this guy.
You see those 4 axles? You'll need to pick them up one by one until you've got all 4. Then bring them up to the top together.
I didn't listen to him at the beginning, but I think I see what he means. So what is the right order? This one, this one, this one, and this one? We'll see what happens. Pretty cool. So one of them, what does he mean by that? Yeah, I don't know. We'll find out, I guess. Could be more clear on that front. What's happening? Okay. That was me changing the camera angle. What happened? Did he say something because I didn't put my headphones on? Did we do it, guys? Did we finish it? No, he didn't say anything good. Okay, let's... We got this one. Okay, good. Now what? Was I supposed to do that? Is that it? It's a different color, so... I don't know. Let's just see what happens. Wait. It didn't light up, so... No! Dang, we wasted that. Anyway, next game. Let's see. Our next game... is... Oh yeah, and Far Cry Lego said that it's the ultimate... The ultra violent one. I don't know if the game makes it clear, but if that's like a thing that's been made official... If that was made... Wait, hold on. If that's something that was made officially known to us through interviews or something, I guess that makes sense. But, you know, I guess in general, maybe the gameplay style is just maybe not my favorite, like the type of shooter it is. So maybe that's like a reason. Oh, look. No, never mind. I thought we were supposed to... Yeah, we know. Like, I enjoyed playing it, but I think it was kind of like a... I wouldn't appreciate it on the harder difficulty. Like mastering it, I think it's really just a preference thing. I thought it was a good game, but didn't really make me go crazy. Like I can see the appeal, definitely. That's why it's a good game. That's why I'm putting it at B, and I can see why someone else would put it at A. And call it like their favorite game of all time, even because it is very special. But again, not my favorite type of gameplay. So, looking forward to Dark Ages. Yeah, that's going to be crazy. Those weapons look incredible, and the weapons in Doom are just, even in the first one, so fun to use. And when it comes to like the environment itself, I think there are aspects about it that I like, and aspects about it that I don't like. And I'd have to get into it. Oh, there we go. Okay. To the grooves. Whatever that means. Okay. Oh, I see. I see. We're gonna go up now. We're gonna have to draw the line here. There we go. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Okay, I see what we're doing now. Okay. Anyway, the next game we played was, I want to say Red Dead Redemption, but let's do this one. Spec Ops: The Line. I never finished this game, and I don't think I ever will. I just hated it. You guys know why. The NPCs are not very useful. I would say they get in the way of anything. So I can't go down. In that sense, it's just awful to play. And I think that ruins most of the game. I know you can eventually get them to work better with you, but still, it shouldn't be that annoying. And the controls, I wanted to like them, but it seems like they're just not there. I think I appreciate it when games are different. Can we undo this? Yeah, let's undo it. He wants us to do them one by one. So how do we get to the lower one? This is definitely a puzzle for the ages. I guess we have to go... I don't know, let's just go down. I'm kind of lost, if I'm to be honest with you. Like, how do we get here? If it's gonna miss it anyway. I don't know, I guess let's just do it. Let's see what happens. Spec Ops: The Line, yeah, not a recommend, definitely. I guess this is it. I will not. I know some of you liked it. Play Marvel Spider-Man 2. You'll enjoy it. In the grave, maybe. Maybe I'll just jump off the building as Miles Morales. The only way I can enjoy that game is if I don't know. I'm not even gonna say it because it's not gonna be right to say it. But I just imagine Miles Morales dying. And if I were to play that game, I would definitely visit the Wakandan embassy. That's all I'm gonna say. And that's where I'm gonna leave it at. As for Peter Parker, I'm going to... Like, he's such a loser in that, man. I think his girlfriend has to pay rent for him. Like, how far has Peter Parker fallen? His journalist girlfriend has to pay his rent. Pathetic. Embarrassment of a man. I am so lost, but I think I know what we're supposed to do, but at the same time, not really. Uh-oh. It's gonna undo everything. Yeah. Okay, next game. Peter's the ultimate case of Flanderization. True. And even in the first game, he was kind of like a... When he talked to MJ, he was always kind of like, oh, I'm so sorry and nervous and kind of annoying in that sense, but I think this next game totally ruined him. No doubt about it. Anyway, let's get to the next game. I heard Ultimate Spider-Man for the PS2, GameCube, and DS aged well. Yes, it probably has. The animations in that look incredible. Still, to this day. Just like in the Prince of Persia, those animations are top-notch. Really, like, compare these animations to something like in God of War, where you're just walking around and climbing, and swinging your weapon. I mean, I know they're different games, but still. Next up, we have a short hike. I'm gonna put it next to Doom and Tomb Raider. I know, but I'm not gonna put it any lower, because why? I enjoyed the game. We finished it in one go, in one sitting, so most of you don't even know what we're talking about. If you weren't at the... No, sorry. If you weren't during the gameplay session that we had. But it's like a short game with cool climbing mechanics, and you walk around and it's like, yeah, it's a chill game, and it's fun. You kind of just walk around the place and see how far you can get. I think we made a mistake by taking that thing too early, because now we're locked into this place. Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna have to undo it. Dang it. Can we just press a button that says... that allows us to restart everything? There we go. So that's Spec Ops: The Line. At this point, Insomniac's Peter gets strapped down by Michael Jackson. Oh gosh. What did he do? What did he do to you? Jeez, I need water. Ah. What did Michael Jackson do to you, sir? What did he do to you? What did he do to you? Come on. Leave him alone. Let the man rest. He's had enough. Yeah, we get it. Just go down. Down. So we need to think of a way to get the second trigger. No, we're not taking you in yet. But it's in the middle, so like, what do you want me to do? Spin around? Let's try that. Is this the one we were supposed to have? Yeah, how many rays do we have? We have the first one. I think we missed one. It's down there. There we go. Yeah, I know. One more. Wait, is this... Yeah, I guess... No, we gotta pull you back in, sorry. Why didn't Peter pay his rent on time? Is he stupid? It's like the usual Peter Parker stuff, but at the same time, it's not that he forgot about it, it's that he couldn't afford it, I think. That was the suggestion there. We're stuck, so this means that, okay, it's a puzzle where we have to first go to the other one, because we can't step on this, right? Right. So we gotta let go of this one. And then come back here. Got it. Yeah, I can see what we're supposed to do now. Now we know what to do. Okay, we're gonna finish this. Good. Anyway, short hike, very enjoyable. If you have like it's obviously an easy game. But if you want to play like an easy game and finish it in 2 hours, geez, that guy's too intense for this. Definitely give it a try. Give it a go. Give it a whirl. Like we're giving it now. We're whirling the world. Anyway, moving on to the last game we played, Red Dead Redemption. Here's John Marston. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry to be that guy, but I gave you my reasons in the last playthrough, and yeah, it's true. It's I wanted to like it, of course. I wanted to love it. I've watched a bunch of westerns in preparation for it, and Horizon, and ironically enough, both of them kind of ended up with a 6. And that's because John Marston is not somebody we're supposed to step on this, I guess so. John Marston is... Wait, what's going on? We're stuck, aren't we? Okay. Okay. So we don't have to do it in order. Dang. Oh, wow. So maybe we have to start with the one at the top first. And then make our way here. To the bottom. Dang, this is more complicated than I thought it was. But yeah, basically John Marston, I think he's a doofus. And there's nothing unique or interesting about him. And that's it, really. Like, seriously, his character is kind of not one-dimensional. Are they telling us the order here? This one has to be... Oh, is this a hint? It's a map. So first we have to do... This is the full moon, so it has to be the third one we do. So let's undo you. The first one, the one we have is like it's the... Wait, is it really the last one? Let's see. I don't think it is, but let's double check. Maybe it is a map. But yeah, that's pretty much what I think of Red Dead Redemption. It's like the protagonist is the main issue in the story, right? The story is crucial here because the story is important in Rockstar games. It is the full one. So that one goes last? Is that true? Is that possible? This is interesting. What are they trying to tell us with those dots in the middle? Hopefully it's the way we're supposed to do it. So this is gonna be last? Oh, dang. Like, the gameplay part was good, and then everything else was just like a total disappointment for me. We have the full moon here. So if we gotta start here, it's gotta be with this one. So let's go upstairs. Or let's go up. And that's, I think, it. Did we miss any game for this year? I don't think we did. So anyway, that's my ranking of the games we did this year. Now let's move on to the next segment. What are we doing wrong here? This is the one that's difficult to line up. Because it's... Look at it. Dang. Because you're gonna miss it regardless. See? You're gonna miss? Oh, never mind. It's the first one we're supposed to get anyway. So let's get it. Okay, good. And I think that's it. Do we play anything else? I think that's it in Prince of Persia, but I'm not gonna count that. And that's it. So that's my ranking. Now let's move on to something else. We did talk about Gambit in X-Men 97. Now let's do... Remember the kill rule, guys? We're gonna get this guy. Remember when we debated if the killing rule made any sense whatsoever? Yeah, let's kind of revisit that again with this YouTuber. Obviously a short video. And his name is, let's see. His name-o is Hanging with Lucid, but it's spelt in this weird way. Let's see what his take is.
What's up, guys? You're hanging with Lucid, and today we're going to talk about reasons why Bruce Wayne's no-kill rule is dumb. This isn't a video I made. Somebody actually put these up on TikTok, and I thought I'd share them with y'all. See if y'all agree. See if I agree. If he kills, he's never going to stop. This is bad writing. You can't get rid of evil while becoming the evil. You shouldn't be doing anything. I agree. What y'all think? He lets way too much slide. Y'all can read that.
Whoa, what does it say? He lets way too much slide when the Joker kills Jason. He did nothing when Bane hung some people, 3 people in his home. He did nothing. Joker paralyzed Barbara. Agreed.
So yeah, he does.
You guys know me. I agree with these scenarios. Sometimes you gotta put down a mofo, and this guy is definitely one of them. If the Joker is this insane, he should be allowed to kill him, because at this point it's like, you're insane, you're irredeemable, and we're kind of going over time. So guess what? I am going to pause the game, and I'm going to focus on what it is that we're going to be talking about, because I think we are really going over time. So let's focus on our stuff. I dislike that people forget that Bruce and Clark pulled up trying to kill Joker, but he released poisoned gas in the US. Then his escape helicopter blew up. Wait, what? People forget that Bruce and Clark pulled up trying to kill Joker, but he released poison gas in the US and his escape helicopter blew up. That was after Jason. So you're saying that they did try to kill the Joker once, but he got away? Or it blew up mysteriously? I don't know. But why didn't Peter pay? Okay, we kind of addressed that one, but yeah, like I agree. It's like, you gotta kill those guys, because at this point you know they cannot be redeemed, and they're killing others. So this whole thing, if you kill a criminal, you end up being the killer. So the amount of criminals who kill, the amount of killers is the same. No, because if a killer kills 2, 3 people who are insane, guess what? You end up killing more people than the ones that end up killing. Like, does that make sense? It's just ridiculous. The reasons, the logics that people will go through. And I'm not saying that, Batman has to break his rule, because the no killing absolutist take, it's irrational, and it has... I've made videos about this, or streams about talking about it, how, it's not really that insane, and some writers took it to an extreme where he's willing to not kill anyone at any point. But there are also panels that support, and comic books that support the idea that yes, he is willing to kill when it comes to self-defense. So it doesn't have to be like totally premeditated, but self-defense is okay. That's not murder then, and because it's just normal killing then. Killing Joke wasn't originally supposed to be canon, that too. And even if it were, then I would support the ending. Just saying. if that were the ending of Batman. I think it came around that awkward phase of the Crisis reboot. So in a way, it was almost intended to be an ending for Batman in the pre-Crisis era, but I think the comic book ended up coming out after it. So it didn't have the same... When it came out in a totally different context. So that's something you should also keep in mind. And yeah.
This is a quote from him.
There you go. If you kill a killer, the number of killers in the world stays the same. Unless you kill more than one. Yeah, exactly.
If you kill a killer, the number of killers in the world stays the same.
Such a stupid point. And I think this might have been from a comic book. So it's like, again, writers who don't necessarily... Like, if you think over this stuff, it's stupid. But at the same time, if you read back some of the issues, Batman's stance on killing isn't as insane as you'd think. It's funny how people always use The Dark Knight Returns as this example of, see, he says he doesn't kill or he hates guns, but then in the same series, Bruce Wayne shoots a man with a gun because a child's life is in danger. He murders him, not in self-defense, but in defense of somebody else. And so it's hilarious. People always use that as their go-to. And I'm not even a fan of The Dark Knight Returns. All they need to do is show Bruce trying to kill Joker and Joker coming back. Bruce shouldn't be saving Joker. Yes, and I know some people might say, well, that's a cop-out. Well, it's already a cop-out, so might as well just at least make Bruce look like an actual good guy, because if he's being obsessed over a killing rule, a no-kill rule, then you're kind of suggesting he's not just a hero, but also like this weirdo who is psychologically damaged, and sometimes he's going to do things that are not heroic, and that's a problem. That's a problem for sure. You're saying that Batman Begins gets a pass because Rage had to face the consequences of his actions. Well, yeah, I mean, leave him. Why would you save him? Like, okay, it's not maybe like heroic to not save a bad guy, but then he's just going to come back. He's going to run away. So I can see why that people took issue with that ending, but at the same time, it's not like the craziest thing. I think people look back on that scene through a current day lens, where it's like, oh yeah, you've been just fed this honest idea that Batman doesn't kill under any circumstance. You've been fed this thing your entire couple of years of reading comics, and now you look back at this scene and you think it's inaccurate to the character. No, it's actually accurate. It's accurate to what it is and was. And I guess now it's kind of just your perspective has shifted on it because the depiction has shifted. Same thing with Batman 1989 or Batman Returns. He kills some people in that, but again, it's self-defense, and sure, it seems brutal in those scenes, but it wasn't as problematic back then because the depiction and the depiction of Batman wasn't this radical. And I think it's really just like this very current day thing where sure, you did have examples of writers trying to kind of do it earlier, this whole no kill rule where it's like absolutist position, but really it's a few examples. Yeah, it would make sense if he were a religious man. Agreed. And that would make sense in a sense, because I think, again, self-defense is like, Christians fought in wars, right? So there's also like an element of, in war, sometimes there are rules, or when you had duels, or when people would challenge themselves and they'd shoot each other. It was like a contract in a way, where it's like, okay, if both parties agree to this, then it's fine. So even if you were like a religious person, these things were not just like a blocker for you. Supes and Diana don't do those things because they won't cross that line, but they will kill. The argument could be that if Bruce kills the other heroes, lose trust in him since he already has. I think I know what you're saying. He has contingency plans, but the Dark Knight trilogy handled the no-kill and ended the Bruce Wayne in the mask. Perfect way of freeing Batman from two shackles. Handled no-kill rule and ended the Bruce Wayne in the mask. Perfect way of freeing Batman from the two shackles. I'm not sure if I know what you're talking about. It probably makes sense, but I think I'm already kind of like 3 hours into the stream, and it's the 3 hour mark. So Moth Bloss, I don't mind Bruce not killing, same, but not filling a permanent solution. Oh, not finding. I didn't mean to say not fiddling. That's definitely not what you wrote. Not finding a permanent solution to keep the irredeemable villains arrested is crazy. I understand DC will never let go of Batman's popular villains. Agreed, and there are ways of keeping them while still having Bruce occasionally, like maybe considering to resort it in self-defense situations. Like Steven said, you can just have the villain escape suddenly, and you can make the story better. Like the Joker doesn't have to suddenly escape for no reason. Maybe you can introduce a different story element, like you can have the Joker come up with this elaborate plan that allows him to escape. It doesn't have to be just this cheap, oh, he just has to escape in this scene because we said so, and we're gonna give you this bullcrap Fallout TV series type reasoning for why he escaped. No, it can be part of his master plan. It's the Joker, for crying out loud. You can tap into that sort of way to get out of a story, or a confrontation if you need to. You can be very creative about it and do it in a way that's still respectful and works, and it can play into your greater plan that he has created, which makes you a greater writer for that reason. If you can kind of like take the tools you have, which is the Joker's chaotic and mastermind nature, and being able to use it to still keep the story going, I think that's a great way of displaying your ability as a writer. But that's not what editorial thinks, I guess, or even the writers. They don't need to be putting themselves in these situations. Instead, a lot of them will, because they don't have any good ideas for a story, so they will latch on to, what is it? Oh, let's choose the no-kill rule, and let's make something. Let's be philosophical for a moment, and let's make Bruce Wayne this overreactionary no-kill rule guy, because we want to tackle themes of no killing. Okay, that's fine. That's allowed, but why does he have to be a moron? Is the question. I don't mind Bruce not killing. Oh, I read that one. While I was saying, is Bruce living as Bruce Wayne at the end of Dark Knight Rises ends the belief that Bruce Wayne is the mask and Batman is who he is. It gets rid of Batman is insane. Yes, yeah, that's a good point. I like that. Yeah.
Unless you kill more than one.
Even though that movie had a lot of issues, I think the way it handled Batman as like a myth and as a hero, thematically that trilogy was great. Plot wise, the third film falls apart incredibly in so many places. It's crazy.
I agree with that. Let's say he was killing them in 2s and 3s. This makes perfect sense. I mean, he said his combat alone, he's strong enough to paralyze people. And you be seeing how he hit people.
I mean, this guy is making a case for why he should kill. I don't need him to kill, honestly. But, like, I don't need Bruce to make it like a habit, right? I don't need him to become a Punisher type character. He can have his no-kill rule, but sometimes there are exceptions. And again, there are comic books that support this. And then suddenly along the way you had these, I would say, maybe pretentious or clueless writers who had no idea what to do with the story and the character, or they wanted to do something and they wanted to sound significant and make like this grander point, and then it ended up getting added to the canon for whatever reason, and then it ended up catching on because apparently people like to discuss the no-kill rule, which is it's true. It's people like to talk about it a lot of times because it makes for a interesting discussion. Is killing immoral or not? But you don't need a kill. You don't need an extreme to make that sort of point, or to even have a discussion about it. What is this one? Strong enough to possibly paralyze someone with a single blow. And Arkham Batman showed us just how hard he can really hit someone if he doesn't kill. If he doesn't kill if he doesn't kill, he'll hospitalize people. That's, I think, what they're trying to say here.
Games, there ain't no way somebody can just survive those things. And then there's this one, which I think this led to injustice.
Like, I understand why he wouldn't want to take somebody's life away, but isn't like paralyzing someone also taking somebody's life away? Is paralyzing someone going to change somebody's heart? Maybe. Also, maybe not. And so why are you limiting people's lives? Like, where is that coming from? Why not maybe write a story about that? How does Bruce feel about disabling people? And what gives him the right? Why does he think he has a say on people's abilities, but not their lives? Their inherent lives. That's what I want to know. Like, there's never been a distinction, and I think with the no-kill rule being this absolutist position, I don't think it's ever clear. And it becomes a problem in that sense because you're not addressing this. Whereas if he has these exceptions, right, it doesn't become a problem then. Let's see.
Yeah, crazy, right? His last reason is that just Joker being Joker.
Yeah, like, you can kill maybe the Joker and leave everyone else behind. Like, the Joker is quite the unique, I don't know, specimen, if you want to say that. Just a very special case, okay? We know he's insane in what he's able to do, and he's killed too many people at this point. It's similar to how you treat people on death penalties, or like the ones you kill. Like, normally you don't kill people, but sometimes there are those cases where you just you put them in the electric chair, or you put poison into their bodies, and then they die, and that's the end of the story. They don't need to be around, even though they're in prison. Okay, the Joker's not even in prison. If he were in prison and you know he wouldn't be able to escape, that'd be something else. But he does this all the time. He gets away. Just finish him, please. But again, you can write a story where he gets away in a way that's not cheap and doesn't compromise Batman's heroic ideals. Jason Todd should be the Punisher type character. Yeah, but then they sort of made him a hero again.
So tell me what y'all think. Y'all think all these are true? Do you agree? What's up?
I agree, but not to the point where he has to be the villain. Okay, I'm gonna turn this game off, obviously, because it's I want to focus on this other stuff that we have. We still have ways to go. Dang it. This is not good. This was not what I intended. But anyway, let's do... Maybe I should do a part 2. No, that's not happening. So let's look at... I'm going to look at one aspect here. I'm going to introduce one guy that we talked about this year, and his name is High Tops, and I'm just going to quickly throw him in here because he made a review on Deadpool and Wolverine. And guess what?
Service to making the perfect Deadpool movie that wasn't just goofy and meta, but was heartfelt and vulnerable. From the dirty, grungy sets that are always filled with dirt.
And yeah, it's just difficult to listen to him. But here you go.
The first Marvel movie.
What is that? Fuck you. It's a joke, huh? The fuck is wrong with you? You think this is a joke? You think this is a fucking sitcom? I can't do this.
Jennifer Gardner is here to do the same, except at least she gets a meaningful speech about wanting to have an actual ending. Problem is...
So he didn't like Deadpool and Wolverine. If you're not catching on, I'll just kind of skip to the point. Which is, you know, does that mean he's more reliable than the critical drinker? Maybe not. But I think it's interesting that he's... At least you get a sense that he's... It's his opinions, as wrong as he may be, and all these other things, as pretentious as he may be, as Moodcap highlighted, and I totally agree with that sentiment. At least it's his opinion, and Doom Eternal and Red Dead Redemption 2 for 2025. Here's the thing, if I ever wanted to kind of make sure that I ever do a live stream in 2025, I would definitely want to do Red Dead Redemption 2, because I want to kind of continue that story and see how I would feel about the sequel, and hopefully it would be better than the first one. And then there's the Undead Nightmare, but then that's not canon, right? It's kind of like I'm not going to say an Elseworld story, but it's just like a video game type DLC. That would seem to be fun, but it's not essential as Red Dead Redemption 2. So I would figure to kind of maybe play that on stream for sure and come back to it. And then maybe Doom, but then I'd maybe go for like Doom 2, right? Since you got to continue the story or whatever's happening. But yeah, he didn't like it. So, and he criticized it for all the right reasons, nostalgia baits, and how they were paying lip service, kind of like what I said about No Way Home. They were paying lip service to Wolverine, and they were disrespecting Logan in a lot of ways.
But deep down, you must have that deep desire to be a part of it. You must still support it in order to be allowed to grow, to live within it. It's fucking bleak, man. By trying not to disrespect Logan, you end up disrespecting Logan. Hugh Jackman just clearly wanted to make a movie with his friend and get paid millions upon millions of dollars to do it. And he's good as always. He's not phoning it in. Even if the script itself justifies the exact reasoning as to why there was absolutely no story left to tell with his Wolverine, even if they say this isn't his Wolverine. That's the distinction they make. It's not the Logan that died in Logan.
But then they use his body anyway, his skeleton, to kill people. So yeah. And I wanted to mention him because obviously we talked about him and he's in the thumbnail, of course. But then let's get back to the critical drinker and let's see what his opinion on the best and the worst of the year films were.
Well, I guess it's that time of year again. As the last few days of 2024 tick down into the booze-fueled journey into oblivion that is New Year's Eve, it feels like the right time to look back on the highs and lows of the year that was. I mean, admittedly it was mostly lows this year, with a movie industry reeling from the effects of last year's strikes and a pretty dismal summer movie season that coined the term flopbuster. But what the hell, I'm gonna do my best to sprinkle in a few hints of positivity. And with that in mind, let's start with my top 5 personal favourites of 2024. And top of that list has got to be Shogun, a historical drama following the adventures of an English sailor trapped in feudal Japan.
He's trying too hard. I think he's one of those people that have deluded themselves to a point where they genuinely believe in their own delusion. And I think that's why when he sounds so fake and two-faced and like he's overdoing something, I think he genuinely believes that this is how humans behave, and he is not a robot, but he is behaving like an NPC by all means. and I think he's just a little confused, and I think we need to help him with that. But it may be too late for him, unfortunately. And yeah, Shogun, I watched the first 3 episodes, and I liked them, and I should probably continue watching it. So I agree here. Although I was kind of surprised by the female character who started to... I was surprised by the female character who started fighting these highly trained men for whatever reason. And I know there are historical reasons that women used to fight as well, and but not like fight like men, though. That's what they kind of don't tell you. They were taught how to kind of like self-defend themselves, and that was it. That was it, really. And so it wasn't military combat. It was more like self-defense, okay? And that's not to say you can't kill one bad guy, but being in a war, and like maybe not in a war, but in the middle of a conflict, and then your ability to take down all these bad guys and your opponents is kind of weird. But okay, but other than that, the show was, I think the first 3 episodes were enjoyable, although the Tom Hardy knockoff guy was annoying as well. But at least it has, I think it's on to a great like start in terms of like where it's going, and all the different players that are in this, and how it's showing you like different perspectives of like the Protestants, the Catholics, and the Japanese, and how it's kind of combining that historical side to it. I don't know how they'll do with the season 2, but we'll see. Anyway, we did talk about it briefly on the stream.
Unlike some shows I could name. Showcase superb.
But yeah, let's not waste time. Oh no, not the penguin.
People are hungry for more of it. Well done, Shogun. Next up is another easy choice for me, the Penguin. I mean, looking back on it now, it was the most unlikely of success stories. A spin-off about a minor character from a not especially popular Batman movie, starring Colin Farrell buried under layers of prosthetics. It seemed like just another obscure superhero show destined to be forgotten. Instead, it turned out to be a remarkably solid, violent, and mature crime drama with compelling, complex characters.
How did this guy escape the Max prison set in the water? The Max facility prison place. How? The explanation they gave you is he found the keys. He got the keys to his cell door, and that's how he escaped by himself. The cameras and then organizing the entire escape was never shown, and it was very much in the moment. He just got the keys, and then that's it. That's how he escaped. A very mature show indeed. Very mature. And then every character dying whenever the plot needed the Penguin to survive, or him just randomly being able to kill everyone at any moment by himself, with limited groups of people. Like, no resources whatsoever. Ridiculous.
Excellent acting all round, and almost no connection to the superhero genre at all, with a script that gently encourages you to empathize with the Penguin before pulling the rug out from under you with a gut punch ending that'll stay with you long after the credits roll. In third place is a movie that most of you have probably never heard of, but you definitely should watch. One Life.
Oh yeah, I wanted to watch this, and I still want to.
A quiet, unpretentious little British film that came out at the start of the year, starring Anthony Hopkins as an old man who once helped Jewish children escape the Nazi occupation of Czechoslovakia, but only received recognition for his work.
Okay, I'm gonna skip this to avoid spoilers, and of course Dune. Unfortunately, Dune is on this list, which I also disagree with vehemently, because it is anti-religious, and for that reason it is anti-Christian. The author himself is very open. Frank Herbert is very open about the fact that he dislikes Christianity, and the influences are obviously here. And Denis Villeneuve just kind of makes it even more laughable. All these characters, all these religious zealots they're even more laughable, and you can tell they're ignorant, but at the same time the story itself, it's like the chances of him actually being a fake are so low because he's actually pulling off these incredible stunts that fate has to be, like, something has to be happening here. So it's just a criticism of God in general, which is why it's kind of bad. It's like the message is just disgusting.
To make a big screen adaptation of Frank Herbert's classic novel. Visually spectacular but emotionally distant, and boasting the kind of cast that's
Awful
rarely
character.
assembled these days. It was a landmark
Girl
achievement
boss
for
ending.
science fiction movies, proving that more intelligent and mature titles can still be viable mainstream prospects. And this
See, people just like the idea of what this represents. Oh, we haven't had a Lord of the Rings in a while, therefore it has to be it reminds me of that because it's a high budget film that has a high production value, and that's it. I need a Black Panther game so I can pay my respects to George Floyd statue in Burnham Zana. Yeah. Right on, brother. Right on. Hearts in the chats, let's go. I can press hearts too.
last one isn't really a movie or a TV show, but a short film called Rogue Elements. Nah, I'm just fucking with you. It's actually Star Trek Unification, a 7-minute short with absolutely no dialogue that uses a combination of live action and digital face masks to recreate Kirk and Spock as they looked 30 years ago. Poignant, moving, and beautifully shot, it gives Star Trek fans the last goodbye for their two favorite characters that they never...
Honestly, they're making like 2 Black Panther games, right? The one with Captain America, and then he's getting his own game. So I think your wish will come true, Mauve. It's gonna come true. And plus, Black Panther's already in Marvel Rivals, and I think he's like a weak character, but listen, you can still enjoy this. Regardless. Kirk had a better send-off than Luke Skywalker. Well, never say never. They can always bring back Luke.
God,
poor guy.
shows just how much can be conveyed by a single look, and proved the boundless potential for this kind of technology, as long as it's used correctly. In a time when the very essence of Star Trek has been strip-mined and buried under tedious, low-effort garbage and the message, it was nice to be reminded of what once made it so special, and I'm not too proud to admit that I may have shed a tear or two while watching it. For me, that's probably the best this year had to offer, so now let's take a look at the worst. And wow, narrowing this one down to just 5 choices was a challenge all by itself, but there were a couple that I think we can all agree deserve to be there. First up has got to be Madam Web, a wannabe superhero movie in Sony's aborted Spider-Verse that was so hilariously
Poor
terrible,
Madam Web.
even the actors ended up taking the piss out of it. A decision that was almost certainly the best thing they...
Anyway, let's skip this part. And the Joker's 2.
Oh, bleak.
Borderlands,
For writing or
obviously.
filmmaking,
The
and whose only
Acolyte.
priorities could neatly be summed up.
Yep.
Smart, a massive downgrade from the original. It's bloated and self-important. The finale makes
Oh,
no
thank
fucking
goodness he
sense,
put
and
this
if
here.
nothing else,
Thank goodness he put this here.
it's proof that Ridley Scott's best days as a director are well behind him. It's a film that never should have been made by a director who shouldn't be making films, and it's one that I think everyone involved is going to end up regretting. Now, House of the Dragon was one of the standout shows of 2022 for me, with an absolutely stellar cast and the kind of patient, smart, intricate plot that Game of Thrones used to be so good at. So I was pretty excited to tune in for season 2 this year, and unfortunately, the more I saw of it, the less excited I became. Paddy Considine's King Viserys was the emotional glue that held season 1 together, and without it doesn't really
Okay,
fail to make
we
use of an
didn't even
impressive
watch.
cast.
I was right about the House of the Dragon. I told you guys it was going to be a disaster in the making. Even, and not just like, okay, sure. Like, okay, the characters, there's a black guy with a white wig on. Okay, like, obviously it's already kind of hilarious for that reason. And like Wakanda Forever for that. Just beautiful. But also just the way the story played out and how the women just kept complaining about the men and how they felt like they were just above everything, and they were just whining all the time. That was like a tell. You could tell what they were doing with that. And it ended up being the arcane equivalent of live action storytelling. Yeah, we got Star Trek fans in here for sure. I'm not one of them, but we got them here. Don't worry, we got them. We got all sorts of fans apparently.
Than a fun premise, it was Argyle. The trailers built it up as a reality-bending action comedy with Henry Cavill playing a suave fictional super spy who might just be more real than he seems. Instead, it turned out to be a tedious and unfunny slog about a fat middle-aged woman who somehow turns out to be the most deadly secret agent in the world.
Oh,
Bryce
brother,
Dallas
is
Howard
that
looks
the is
awkward
that
and
the ending?
uncomfortable, especially when she has to do anything even
Is that the ending?
action. Henry Cavill's barely even in the movie,
What?
and even Sam Rockwell can't rescue what turned out to be a complete dud of narrative in season 1 are pushed into the background for no good reason.
Oh, they turned on Arcane.
The plot tries to introduce so much new technology and world-changing concepts.
That's hilarious.
I ended up feeling completely lost by it, and the big final confrontation is so rushed and poorly executed that
That's funny how he turned on Arcane along with a lot of people. Again, I was right. I was right. I told you. Steampunk lesbians.
genuinely started to lose track of what everyone was trying to do and why. It feels like they tried to cram 3 seasons worth of character development and plot events into a single season, and the result was a rushed, overstuffed mess that lost so much of what made season 1 so great. It certainly wasn't the worst thing I've seen.
Yeah, it was Bryce Big Barda Dallas Howard in the movie with Henry Cavill.
This year, but man, considering how much I enjoyed season 1, it just felt like such a disappointment. Anyway, there you have it, dear viewer. My little attempt.
There you go. Now, Chris Stuckman, what are his favorite films? Let's hop around here as well.
Because I had a really
We don't have all day. The thing with him was that he just wouldn't criticize anything, and a bunch of people criticized him for the fact that he wouldn't say Madam Web was an awful film. He didn't want to say that Madam Web was an awful film, so he only made like the best of course, and that's because he wants to be part of this industry. So he is doing everything in his power not to offend anybody within the industry. So let's see what he's going to say, what his best films are. Just curious.
And let's just get right into it. I want to start with a few honorable mentions. I loved all of these movies. They were great.
Oh gosh.
Making the top 10 list is hell. And so some of them didn't quite make it. Small things like these.
Didn't watch it. Don't care. Moving on.
I thought were particularly great. And actually this year was really good for movies. And I want to make sure that you know
Was
all
it?
of those films
Was it?
I thought
Was it really?
really deserve to be called the best movies of 2024. So that
We
link
get
in the
it.
description below. If you don't follow me on Letterboxd, you can now. Check out
You cannot follow me on Letterboxd, unfortunately.
that list. I hope you enjoy it. Let's get started with number 10.
10 Perfect Days. Oh no.
Slice of life
Oh
movies
gosh.
can
I've reviewed this movie. You can read it on my Letterboxd. Sorry, my Instagram. Only my Instagram now. It is like this very slow film about this Asian dude. It's a Japanese film or a South Korean film. Anyway, Wakanda Forever. You can basically watch it and turn it off after 1 minute because it's about a guy who cleans toilets in public spaces, and he's just sitting around park benches watching nature, watching people, and none of it is interesting. It's a slice of life, but it's the most boring one you can ever think of, and it's a waste of time. I call it a criminal. I think I wrote it in my review that it should be illegal to have movies like this because they waste your time. It should be illegal for movies to waste your time like the way this movie did.
sometimes feel meandering and pointless. But Perfect Days is striking for how riveting it is despite
Steven.
its seemingly plotless structure. Koji Yakusho's performance brings joy tinged with expertly masked
He has no
sadness.
range in this
It also
movie.
contains one of the best final shots of the year.
I forgot. Memoir of a Snail. Don't know what it is. Looks kind of interesting.
The human touch of the animation can
Never mind.
be undersold, but it's the depth of emotion behind his latest that absolutely floored me.
Oh no, love lies bleeding. Oh,
After her
off
impressive
the list.
debut, Saint Maud, Rose Glass released one of the better sophomore efforts I've seen, with Love Lies Bleeding. It's exceptionally well shot.
Yes,
with
it's about
incredible
lesbians.
editing and sound mixing, and with a star turn by Katie O'Brien, this is one I will revisit again for sure.
The Substance, I've heard a lot of good opinions about it. I still don't know what it is about, so I'll skip it. Furiosa, mediocre film. Just like this channel. The Wild Robot, I recommend. It's a genuine good movie.
Without a doubt,
Very
my
heartfelt.
biggest cry of the year for sure. The Wild Robot is a film that can be enjoyed by all ages, but I think it will have an even greater impact on parents, as the film deftly explores all stages of parenthood, the best parts and the worst parts.
Oh no. We're definitely skipping this one. Nice try, Diddy.
We're becoming dangerously obsessed with cynicism and dread for the future. But films like Sing Sing remind us that even...
So his second film is called Sing Sing. I watched this movie a couple days ago. I did enjoy it. I don't think it was like the most interesting one, but it's about a bunch of guys in prison who have joined a theater program as a form of, I don't know, rehabilitation might be too much, but it's just them trying to do something in prison to kind of, you know, something recreationally for themselves. And it was enjoyable. And then you find out at the end of the film, it's not a spoiler because it's just something you should also know going into the film, that the actors who play in the film were also actually real people who did go to these theater programs, and the movie is actually about them. And so you're watching these prisoners being played by mostly real prisoners, and this is their story. And so yeah, of course this was kind of based on real facts, and so that was kind of fascinating to watch, and I enjoyed it. I think it was good enough. I wouldn't say it's like, oh wow, it's so good that I would definitely say you'd have to watch it, but I think it's got an interesting premise, and I think and the characters are really, I think the characters are solid. The pace is kind of slow. I think that's mainly what's holding back this movie, but I would still say that it's a fairly good movie.
Even in the lives of those that society has thrown away, there can be found great
Great
joy
actor here.
and meaning, all
A
through
great
artistic
performance.
expression. If ever there was a film to convince someone the importance of art, it's Sing Sing.
Not only just art, but the importance of being a good person, I guess. And I think that's interesting how the movie was able to handle that in this world. They're prisoners, right? They're bad guys technically. Some of them aren't, as you maybe go on to find out very early on. And yeah, so it kind of, it seems like it's about art, but it's actually saying something deeper about life. And that's, it's wholesome in that sense.
I've thought quite a bit about my number one film of the year because
I wouldn't
for a
say it's
minute
like
I
the
was
second
"Nah,
best
it's
film of the year.
But as I thought about it, and I really, really did, I just kept thinking, that was without a doubt the greatest movie watching experience for me this whole year.
Oh, I've heard of this movie. Somebody on Letterboxd reviewed this, and they said it was like I don't remember what, but it's somebody compared it to like art, and like how this is something, it's so funny that someone like I forget what they said exactly. I'm trying to remember, but I think they said something along the lines of, it is so unique and it is what kind of perfectly captures what movies can be as an art form. So the fact that he put it here as number one, I think it's number one. I might actually watch it now. Although, I'm looking at these. I don't know. It looks rough. Who knows? And that's his review of the film. All right. Next up, I have so many things to go, but we'll just fly through them since yeah, there's just so much that I guess let's just fly through. We have shorts, of course, and let's go with Assassin's Creed Shadows. That's right. Let's go. Speaking of our favorite characters, we have Yasuke here, and the Asian chick, who again is like there for no reason. She's a fictional daughter of a real person, a real warrior, and instead of playing as him, you're playing as his daughter, who is not a real person, but they needed a female character, so there you go, there you have it. But this video is about Yasuke. This video is good night, Steven. It's been a pleasure having you here with us. And yeah, so Yasuke, there was a debate whether he was actually a real person. I think he may have been, but he was not a samurai. And the people who were saying that he was were always saying like, oh, but it's a historical fact. It turns out that the person who propagated the idea that Yasuke was Yasuke was an actual samurai, turns out that he was the source. And he was the only person who propagated that idea. And here is a short interview from him. I can't wait to be my token black king in feudal Japan. My ass is not playing that game. Assassin's Creed, man. Assassin's Creed, it's really taken a nosedive unlike anything I've ever seen. And I heard, this is what I heard, but apparently you had like a fictional black samurai, but then they heard about Yasuke, so then they changed it in the game later on in the process, which is kind of hilarious. I think they still would have gotten backlash with the fictional version of the character, but now I think it's taken on this additional meaning. It made people actually look into this guy, and this is why I'm bringing up a clip of his interview here. The actual interview is like an hour long. We're not going to watch the whole thing. We're just going to watch like 1 minute of it. But yeah, it led people to this rabbit hole of finding out who this person was, and it turns out that he was the main source of this. And it's not good, what he's about to say. I mean, everything he said is basically kind of a lie. Basically.
I didn't believe it. I'll admit that. I work for a university called Nihon University in Tokyo. My job is historian, researcher, and also a language teacher. Yasuke is pretty well known in Japan. He's not known by everybody. He was taken as a slave, as a boy, almost definitely from what is now South Sudan. He gained his freedom. Valiano took him as his bodyguard to Japan. In Japan, he causes a sensation. The most powerful warlord in Japan demands to see who's disturbing his peace. He adapts to the situation. He manages somehow. The Japanese sources say he has a fantastic demeanor. Then Nobunaga throws a party for him. At the end of this party, he's made a rich man. He's given 37 kilos of copper coins. He spoke very good Japanese, according to the sources. He was employed. He was given a sword. He was given a residence. He was given servants of his own, and he was given a stipend, an income. That's why we say he's the first foreign samurai. He goes into battle with Nobunaga twice, possibly 3 times. 2 of those.
So that's not what being a samurai is. There's a bit more to it. But anyway, he's the main source.
Definite evidence that Yasuke was there.
So notice how he's saying, like, he's not saying he was literally a samurai, but okay. But then even just the fact that, okay, was he even in those places? You ask yourself. And then, like, even then that becomes like, was he actually doing all those things? I think I would kind of even put that into question. So there were a lot of comments underneath this video saying, you edited Wikipedia. This is one of the solid evidence that proves Thomas Lockley, which is this guy, spread wrong information about Yasuke. In Japan, only very little information about Yasuke remains, but how can you speak so freely and confidently from a record that contains only a few lines? As a Japanese in Japan, I can definitely say that Yasuke is not well known at all until June 2024. Assassin's Creed Shadows and your Wikipedia incident have made him famous. There is no documented information to prove that Yasuke spoke very good Japanese. In the Sengoku era of Japan, the length of katana swords varied depending on the class or grade of each owner. Yasuke was given a short knife, a tanto, much shorter than compared to regular length katana swords used by samurais. He wasn't given residence, he was just allowed to live in one of Nobunaga's rooms because he was hired as an errand boy. Yasuke was not given his own servant because he was hired just as an errand boy, and no errand boy got their own servant. So this guy goes off in the comments. That was like just one of the supposedly.
At first I didn't believe it. I'll admit that.
And the way he speaks in this video, by the way, doesn't sound very confident. Like, might be like a thing I might be reading into, but you know, it just doesn't seem like the guy's very legit. And then these comments just kind of reaffirm that. So the guy goes on saying, Yasuke was not given his own. Oh, I read that one, but the word fuchi, or in English, stipend. Is that a, what is that? A stipend? I guess, is that a weapon? In the old Japanese document, it doesn't mean money. It mostly implies rice or just everyday meals. Yasuke was just given meals every day because he was hired as an errand boy. And all samurai had a last name, but Yasuke had no last name, so he wasn't a samurai. There was no documented information to prove that Yasuke fought in any battle. There is no information to prove that Yasuke was a samurai either. So Thomas Lockley is just a scammer. Incredible. Isn't this incredible? And I do kind of believe this commentary because he is giving us a lot of insight about the realities and background knowledge about these things that he never mentioned and that are basically common knowledge to a lot of people in Japan. So I do think that he is a Japanese man from Japan. But even then, if you go to this video, which is called I Didn't Believe There Was a Black Samurai in Japan, that's what the name of the short is, and you can probably even look up the entire video yourself. It's like an hour-long interview with this guy whose name is Thomas Lockley. And you have people in the comments in Japanese. You have the Japanese comments. People from Japan saying, and obviously I'm using the Google Translate feature here. Ooh, you talk so much because you don't want the Japanese to find out. And then someone else wrote in English, look at the older comments or top comments, believing Yasuke to be a samurai. Dang, this author is now on the run. And then somebody else wrote, he's on the run now. Ha ha ha. Which is like, what? He's on the run? Is he like running away from people? And there was like this Wikipedia incident. So all of this is like new to me. I'm just throwing it out there. But he's on the run from what and who? And it's like, is he just like in hiding right now and ignoring people and any sort of publicity? Is that what is happening? But apparently, yeah, people believed him. And he was the only primary source on the whole Yasuke thing. He is the reason why, well, a reason why Ubisoft did what they did. Here's another Japanese comment saying, why people do not treat black people as slaves. This person is claiming that it was a Japanese person who did it. So why did Yasuke get the noble rank of samurai? When there is a contradiction in what you are saying, it has been proven that what this person is saying has no credibility. So we're obviously dealing with some translation issues here, and also Japanese have like a funny way of communicating, at least if you do like a one-to-one translation. Somebody else wrote in English, what sources were you using? The wiki that you edited? So yeah, he was the primary source again. So just something you should know. And then one more Japanese comment saying, "Get out of Japan." Ooh. Another Japanese comment saying, "It's quite different from Japan." That's good evidence. Again, like a wonky translation. So people said this like, "Oh, why do you care?" It's like people in Japan don't care. And it's like, yeah, it seems like they do care. It seems like they do mind the changes. I remember that being like a talking point. Well, if it doesn't bother the people of Japan, why are you outraged in their name? And it turns out that yeah, a lot of them are pretty ticked off. And somebody else wrote, he's not even a historian researcher, which is crazy that they would listen to this guy. So that's the whole Assassin's Creed Shadows segment. Pretty like insane, if you ask me. The fact that they pushed the game back to February is hilarious. Yeah, it's unusual for them to push a November game, a Assassin's Creed game from November at all. So the fact that they moved it is pretty hilarious. Anyway, moving on to another topic is Piers Morgan. We kind of featured a lot of his clips this year talking about like the Gaza situation and what else did he do? He did that one thing with that one actor, Army Hammer. Is that? I think that's his name. He did a segment with him, and I figured, hey, let's pay tribute to Piers Morgan of all people. And here's a clip I found of his that I wanted to feature. Here we go.
Why do we give 1 day of world wars and a month to gay people, for example?
Hold on.
No. Why do we give 1 day to veterans of world wars and a month to gay people, for example? No. Harm intended on Mr. Barr here. I'm sure he'll be responding in kind to. But I have no issue with James and his sexuality.
Thank you.
But why do I have to celebrate it for a month?
I should say no issue with yours, Piers.
Well, yeah,
but I would rather you didn't ram it down my throat all the time.
There's no danger of that happening. But I just wanted to... But to be clear, there's no straight month, right? There's no celebration of my sexuality or ramming of anything down people's throats. But Riley, before we all lose the plot here...
So yeah, that's something I wanted to acknowledge as well. That the fact that he, we featured him on the stream. So I wanted to choose like one clip to kind of also show that. And then moving on, we have a video by a guy named No Talk, and this guy has like. Basically, I was the only view for his video.
No, just got done watching.
He's going to review Batman, the Caped Crusader. And like I said, I was the only person who watched his video, which is kind of sad. So No Talk, I am giving you the exposure you hopefully will get. And he's going to review this show that we have reviewed in the past with Nerd Center, which we gave it a... Yeah, the latest you have ever streamed. So true, Hosky, and I already regret it. But let's just push through until the end. I think we can do it. Hopefully we can wrap it up in like the next 30 minutes. Fingers crossed. Because I'm really going to I'm going for it. I'm gonna do everything in my power to get through every clip that we have referenced in the past. But yeah, let's see what he has to say about the show.
No talk, guys. I just got done watching episode 1 of the Caped Crusaders. I know it's been out and I'm late, but I'm here to talk about it, so let's get it. All right, good time to me. Over here, I got my Black Queen as Barbara Gordon.
Oh.
And this version of Batman. Woo! All right, gang, you're going to have to hear me out on this one. On everything.
Hear me out?
You're going to have to hear me out, bro. You're going to have to hear me out.
Oh, no.
This one, bro. Look at this, bro. Come on, bro. You can't tell me this version of Penguin ain't the baddest one, bro. But I love how Batman, Bruce Wayne of this version is the most NPC shit ever. I thought he was joking. I thought he was joking. brother was not joking. He dead be repeating the shit that he be saying. But when I say this shit is just like dark in a good way, I love how dark she really is. But I ain't gonna lie to you, she cannot fight away for shit. But I've been to binge watch the rest of the series. I hope y'all check it out.
So he reviewed like the first 2 episodes, I guess. He forgot about the rest of the series, but yeah. I'm shocked that this guy he had like 1 views. Oh, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm shocked that he only had like 1 person watching, and that was me. And I didn't even watch the full video. I'm like, this opening sold me. I'm gonna add him to the stream. I didn't even watch the rest of the video, which is why I was like surprised by what he was saying, and it was a good choice. And I'm surprised No Talk has so little traction online. So here you go. You can check him out. This video is called Cape Crusader Memes, Batman Comics Animation. What? That's an odd title. But yeah, No Talk Batman Cape Crusader. If you type that in, you'll find it in no time. Alright, let's go to a longer segment now. Let's go to somebody else that we owe a lot of our I guess content and stream to. We owe a lot to our guy, Mr. Grizzy, and his just general Mr. Grizzy or Grizzly, I forget, but we did a lot of his videos, so it was only right to kind of have him here as well. So let's watch his video on Snow White, since that's also something we talked about. Let's see what this is all about. People are defending the trailer. Apparently, those people exist. Obviously, they're paid off shills. And that's why we're going to be watching their reaction and how they're shilling on it, basically. Let's watch it.
Disney actually did it. They actually had the guts to release the Snow White official trailer on YouTube. And the ratio is pretty much what you'd expect it to be.
Oh my goodness, this trailer has 16,000 likes and 201,000 dislikes. I don't get it. Why is this the one people have decided to turn on?
I wonder why. So I watched like a clip, and it turns out that she's called Snow White in this movie because she survived a snowstorm as a baby. I am not making this up. She was called Snow White because she survived a snowstorm as a baby. I don't even know what to say.
It was my father's kingdom.
It still doesn't make any sense because Snow White refers to her skin. So it's like, okay, I get why the snow is being referenced here, but then why is the white there? Like, did you survive whiteness? Did you survive, like, what?
Take him away, Your Majesty.
What did you Rachel Zegler looks so good in this role, and it is a damn shame that a lot of people are critiquing it for, let's be honest, a lot of ridiculous and unfair reasons.
Gal Gadot, supremacy, incredible woman. Yes, no, you're the rude sandstorm in that case, Mauve. You're the rude sandstorm. If I survive a crap storm online, does that make me a crap stain? Or, yeah, I guess brown crap. I don't know.
What a fucking bitch, am I right?
Ridiculous and unfair reasons Rachel Zegler has been criticized. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and disagree with you on that one. Disrespectfully, of course.
You probably have never been laid. I'm just being...
I love every time he uses the clips from this guy. I don't even know who he is. He seems like one of those OG streamers from the World of Warcraft days, and somehow he has access to his clips, but
100% realistic.
You were saying
This looks really good.
Stop.
Bro. Why do they actually look good?
You just said that the dwarves look good. Jesus Christ. I'm going to give you one more chance. Is that your final answer?
I can't lie. The CGI looks pretty damn good. The dwarfs look pretty damn good.
I'm sorry.
That looks pretty good, bro.
Got my juices going.
You people are so fucking weird.
And they are, for whatever reason, really excited about this movie. I mean, look at that shill face.
I'm gonna be flat out honest with you guys. I'm excited for this movie, bro.
It really doesn't pay to be a hater. It really doesn't. Like, sure. Like, maybe somebody will gain an audience, but if you want to be invited to these premieres, you want to be an influencer, and you want to get a lot of views, just be like Soups. Just chill all the way to the bank, and you'll be rich for life, and you'll have the industry supporting you, all these celebrities contacting you. It really just pays to be a glazer 24/7.
Really am.
That did a really great job. I think Rachel Zegler's gonna crush it.
It looks like it could be fresh and new, and I'm gonna give it a chance. I really am.
Sorry, Disney's Snow White looks great.
Good one.
This trailer, I think it's honestly great. I think it's exactly what it needs to be.
Disney Snow White, I think there's hope here.
And then, as all Disney shills do, they take it a step further. This one implies that if you claim that you are a fan of the original Snow White movie and are offended by what Rachel Zegler said about it, you are full of shit, and you're probably lying.
Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, nowhere near the top of my favorite Disney animated films, and if you say that, you're probably lying, all right? That's my opinion. I don't know anyone who's like, oh, that's my all-time favorite. Unless you're like over the age of 50 or 60, I don't know many people who really go back to that one, and I challenge you to go back and watch this film, the original, and tell me it's not one that would be due for some sort of modernized update, because, man, you'll know what I mean if you go watch it. Anyway.
I'll just let it fly, because I don't understand why there needs to be a modernized update. I'll let it fly.
So this guy agrees with...
Especially because he's like, he doesn't want to tell us what, so I can't really engage with him. He doesn't want to tell me the reasons. He just wants me to watch the movie and figure it out on my own. By the way, those popcorn buckets are like, oh gosh, look at me. I'm in on the jokes, guys. Well, it's great.
With Rachel Zegler that the original Snow White is dated, needs to be remade for
modern audiences.
Because the original movie, the portrayal...
Yeah, so true. I forgot to mention it, but Moodcap has me covered here. It is one of the most important animated movies, and I don't even mean important in that very modern way of, oh, it has a message that's very important, and we're gonna save the world with this movie. No, it's one of the most advanced movies in terms of animation, the way it took things to the next level, the way it was able to animate humans, because that was like a huge issue at the time. They were doing a pretty good job with animating animals, but humans, that was very tricky to animate. This was the movie that did it. And to say that it's like, oh, it's dated or something like that, even though it's like a classic story, a traditional structure of 3 acts, and like really it's like it sounds stupid, but it's a movie with a beginning, middle, and an end. So it's like, it's a normal movie. It's just a bit older, and it's not trying to have this deep, annoying plot about, it's not trying to be deeper than it needs to be. Okay? To borrow from Piers Morgan.
Of Snow White, and the love story was just plain
weird. So we didn't do that this time.
Man, You'll know what I mean if you go watch it. Anyway.
What a piece of shit.
And then there's Gal Gadot, however you say it. And I don't know. She's just not the best.
It's Gal Gadot. Get it right. The queen cannot be disrespected like that.
In my opinion.
Wow, breaking news,
You should
ladies
know her
and
name.
gentlemen. Gal Gadot is the problem with the Snow White movie. Gal Gadot is the reason this movie's gonna bomb at the box
She's
office.
pro-Israel,
not Rachel
guys.
Zegler, not the CGI,
I think that's the reason.
not the DEI. Gal Gadot is the problem. That is some serious Disney show cope right there.
I think it's going to be a very good movie. I see a lot of people talking shit about it.
Here we go.
I actually can't think of another movie that's had this level of hatred towards it before anyone's even seen the movie.
If you're not looking forward to it because Rachel Zegler and you've got some weird agenda against you, then truth be told, I don't want to hear that.
Well, sir, if that is indeed the case, if I were you, I definitely would not read.
Let's read these. Y'all cooking in the comments. These comments. This is the most expensive roast session in history. Evil Queen to Mirror. Describe Snow White to me. Mirror. Weird, weird. If I saw this movie on a plane, I would still walk out. That's my favorite comment. It's an old joke, but never gets old. Wow, Disney, you truly are incredible. It took you 3 years, multiple rewrites, unnecessary CGI, $209 million for me to enjoy a comment section of a movie I will never watch. Bless you. Good summary. And honestly, what do I want to say? Oh yeah, don't forget, what's her name? Greta Gerwig wrote this film. The writer of Barbie and the director of Barbie, but the director of the upcoming Narnia series for Netflix. She is on this.
The comment section of the official Snow White trailer. If I saw this movie on a plane, I would...
No. Had some controversial stuff in the past.
We read it, so I
won't bring
skipped
that
it.
up.
Oh, okay.
I kind of got to the point with these where I don't care. They're going to keep making them. People are going to keep watching them. And they're going to keep making money, no matter how artistic or creative or lack thereof that these movies are.
Didn't The Little Mermaid barely break even? If even, like, I think it may have even bombed. So it's diminishing returns, and this movie is definitely going to bomb.
My question is, why do people seem to care so much about this one?
Because the lead actress, Rachel Zegler, is a gigantic cunt.
Yeah, Mulan bombed as well.
If you agree.
Yeah.
I think half the people that are
Mufasa's
tweeting
gonna
about
bomb.
this movie and about Rachel...
Well, W for W's the Wiz, no L's, the Wiz for Sonic 3, and L's for Mufasa and Disney.
Zegler's casting. I'm telling you now, these people don't care. They don't. So why are they kicking up such a fuss about this movie?
Because this movie has been swimming in controversy since the moment...
All right, we get the point. Oh, Grace Randolph.
Randolph admits that this movie is dead on arrival.
I gotta say, I think I see a giant tax write-off here. I don't even know if I would release it. I don't think it's worth the headache. I don't think it's worth the embarrassment.
I can't believe it. Breaking news,
So true.
Grace Randolph has won.
All right, that was his first video, but obviously we gotta bring it back to The Acolyte. That was a huge thing for us. We covered it like every 2 weeks. We kind of like did a summary of The Acolyte. We watched Nerdrotics videos on it too.
But I am struggling. I'm really
So
tired.
here are people
really sad.
defending Star Wars stuff, but what was it? The Acolyte. They're still defending it. And this video is called Woke Cancel Pig Whines About Toxic Star Wars fans and then defends The Acolyte. I don't know who came up with the phrase, who coined cancel pigs. It was like, I know somebody did that and a bunch of YouTubers started using it. Whatever it was Somebody did it, and I don't remember who. Maybe you guys remember, but let's watch this.
Honestly, I'm sad because of the sheer influx of hate that I have been receiving.
Just to be clear, if you support Gina Carano's embarrassing behavior and alt-right Looney Tunes sermons, you are not welcome in our Star Wars community.
And the hate that my friends and mutuals have been receiving, and I'm sad about The Acolyte being canceled, and...
I'm just having a bad day.
Yeah, bad day?
Yeah.
It's about to get a whole lot worse.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see today, we are talking about soya.
Everyone has their reasons for liking things, and I myself could make a series of videos as to why I like the sequels, but the most important thing to remember is that the sequels were made for one primary reason: to usher a brand new
To make money.
era in of Star Wars fans. And that's exactly what they did.
Now, for those of you who are unaware, soya is a very special breed of pig known as a cancel pig. Now, one of the ways you can tell she's a cancel pig is by the loud, screechy noises she likes to make while like this.
Skip, skip, skip.
You can usually spot a cancel pig on conventions like
Jeez.
out in the wild.
What I didn't expect to find was a photo, a very unflattering...
While the photo of me continues to circulate in bad faith, I just want everyone to know that beauty is subjective. It comes from within. Yeah, you've definitely been eating a lot, definitely from within, and you don't owe any and you don't owe anybody your body ever. Unless you're selling it on OnlyFans, then you have to kind of show off something, because people are paying for it, right? Right.
ugly photo of myself circulating on platforms that are exponentially bigger than mine in an attempt to get their
Bigger than yours? That's arguable.
fan base to come to my account and tell me how ugly, how hideous, and how disgusting that I was.
Look, it was a bad angle, you
Yeah,
guys.
that's
It was a
enough.
bad angle. She even said so herself.
This photo
Oh, dang. Somebody literally said the same thing you did, Woodcap.
an attempt to get their fan base to come to my account and tell me how ugly, how hideous, and how disgusting that I was.
Look, it was a
Oops. Here we go. Lovely to know I can't go enjoy myself in public without someone following me to catch me at a bad angle. Weird behavior, scary behavior. Hey, at least she's showing herself, and we gotta respect her for the fact that she is putting herself out there. She's beautiful from within, and we gotta respect that. I too am beautiful from within.
bad angle, you guys. It was a bad angle. She even said so herself.
This photo has now circulated.
Is this just bullying this one girl? Maybe. I mean, you know what? Like, I'm not gonna be sad for her because clearly she's been, like, going after people herself and now she's crying herself. But if this entire video is just about her,
Did multiple tweets and
then what's the point? What's the point? Like, okay.
The philosophy stuff, like talking about trying to fit who Kreia is.
Triggered.
Wait, what? I didn't. Yeah, you did.
Oh,
Dude,
she
I was
was on Star Wars Theory? What?
Literally looking the other way. I didn't. You probably didn't mean.
It's somebody we also covered on in our live streams as well. Why is she with him?
Yeah, no, but no.
Also, as you can see, she is currently in camouflage, like we talked about earlier. And when the cancel pig is, God forbid, told no, or they don't get what they want, like when their precious acolyte got canceled, they, what's the most generous?
Talking about the Acolyte and what the show meant to you, keep posting the hashtags Renew the Acolyte and Save the Acolyte, and report on Disney Plus that you want to see an Acolyte Season 2.
Freaks me the f
fuck out.
This is your reminder that if you don't think a show or a movie is going to appeal to you, you don't have to watch it. And if somebody else is watching it and enjoying it, you don't have to ruin that for them.
And if a majority of people do not like something that you like and
What if I enjoy hating? Did you ever consider that? Why do people get upset whenever you like criticize something? You realize that you don't have to. Something doesn't have to be ruined just because I criticize it. Just an idea.
Did not do as well as, say, The Mandalorian, but the viewership was not bad.
you stop getting triggered by it.
And I am close. I'm not there yet, but I feel myself pretty close to a breaking point.
1 minute later.
But some days are so hard.
Wow. Wow.
But if you've been on the internet in the Star Wars fandom this week, you've probably also noticed an uptick in the amount of harmful, hateful, and oftentimes downright racist or homophobic comments that have been circulating these spaces.
Yeah, you know, it might help your case a little bit if you provided some receipts to what you're talking about.
Lucasfilm didn't do anything to protect the cast and the crew of...
It's just one person.
Thanks for watching, and if you enjoyed...
So mature. Incredible. No, that video is kind of weak, gotta admit.
So,
I mean, we kind of clown on her a bit, but that's because I thought there were going to be more specimens to go off of, not just one target. Like, come on, man. You don't have to go after just one person. At the same time, again, I don't feel too bad for her, considering how she went after people herself, and she goes after people, continues to do so. So she lacks self-awareness, and I feel bad for her for that reason. But at the same time, like, come on, you've made your own bed, now lay in it. And this is an interesting video because here he makes like a Lucasfilm allows cross-dresser to interview children Star Wars skeleton crew. So it seems like a big deal, but at the same time, how have people not made a bigger fuss about this? Seems like a cross-dresser interviewing children may have been by Disney, by the way. I don't think that's true.
You know, as the release of Disney Star Wars Skeleton Crew draws closer and closer, the Disney Star Wars shills continue to push the narrative that the Skeleton Crew child actors must be protected from toxic Star Wars fans and from toxic content creators. Now, for those of you that might be new here, here is a short compilation of what I'm talking about.
I better not see anybody bullying these children.
Please leave these child actors out of it.
If I see thumbnails where you give them red eyes, I will hound you.
This is the guy who, oh my gosh, is that what he was referencing? This is the guy who dressed up as Slave Leia. And his wife here, or I think his girlfriend, does OnlyFans. So, so much wrong here in one image.
If you're coming here to complain about the children or their acting in any way, shape, or form, I highly encourage you to go home and reevaluate your life.
Like, I will fight you. Like, I'm not gonna stand for that. They're children.
Yeah. Yes, the OnlyFans broad is going to protect the children and their well-being. The hypocrisy is not lost on me.
Well, yeah, but you get the idea, right? That she was a huge whore?
Do not direct your criticisms or your vitriol or your hatred or any of this bullshit towards these child actors. I am so serious.
And yet, after months of this, none of these shills have yet to show any evidence of anyone bullying the children. So obviously, this is fake news. This is one big, massive virtue signal from the Disney shills. However, let me say this. If these children do need protected from anyone in the fandom, they need protected from these weird, creepy, perverted, for whatever reason obsessed with them, Disney Star Wars shills. Like Star Wars Explained, or as we call him on this channel, Star Wars Cross-Dressing Sex.
Oh, so that's him. Never mind.
Who is a cross-dresser. He's done it multiple times,
Wait,
particularly
it is
with
the same
other
guy.
men.
The other guy next to him isn't
Done it.
Isn't that the guy who was with the OnlyFans lady? I think that is him. So both of them cross-dress?
multiple times, particularly with other men. He and his nasty-looking wife, who has been blocked on Twitter, I can't imagine why.
I wonder why.
They have advocated for TVMA content in Disney Star Wars, like The Empire Strips Back.
Oh my
but
gosh.
We went to the Empire Strips Back last weekend, and I actually legitimately want to talk about it because it was way better than I thought it was going to be.
What the fuck? Okay, that's somebody getting their asshole licked.
We had some little Star Wars activities going on.
And Disney
What
Lucasfilm
the
allowed this
flip?
perverted man, this freak, this
Bro.
cross-dresser to...
These people are real. I can't believe it. I saw, like, we watched Mr. Grizzly videos, so we saw that image of him in this slave Leia outfit. But I just thought it was like a Comic-Con thing. I didn't think it was that deep. But it is. Oh gosh.
interview and talk to
Oh, no.
children, the child actors of Skeleton Crew.
I have been in television
What?
for 24 years, and I have very seldom been at a loss for words.
I recently got the chance to join a virtual roundtable with the Sky Talkers, Resistance Broadcast, Father Son Galaxy, and the young cast of Skeleton
Bruh.
Crew.
I guarantee Disney did not inform these kids'
Bruh.
parents as to who their children would be talking to. In fact, I think these kids' parents should sue Disney for forcing their children to talk to this man, just because he is their biggest shill. Hit the thumbs up button if you'd like to see Disney get sued again.
Do it.
Hi all, my name is Alex from Star Wars Explained.
Yeah, it's insane.
How you doing? Pretty good.
That's creepy.
Right over there. So Star Wars is very much a generational thing. People grow up with the original trilogies or the prequels or the sequels. So I'm very curious, how did all of you find Star Wars? What was your introduction to the franchise?
Thank Christ that this is not an exclusive interview between these children and Alex and Molly Damon, because the questions they would ask...
Trans characters, non-binary characters, gay characters. I think that it is good, and I'm glad that they are taking a hard stance at really making sure that everyone is in this universe. Some kids are going through exactly that.
Why is it your business? And why do you want other people's children to see that?
It's so important to have content for that age group showing that kind of stuff.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
But nope, as the Disney Star Wars shows continue...
I thought that he was going to be really stretching the definitions of any words to make the title work, and he wasn't. He didn't do any of that, and it lives up to the title. Why aren't more people talking about this?
Continue to say over and over again on Twitter X, the Skeleton Crew child actors need to be protected from toxic anti-Disney Star Wars fans. Not this guy.
I've done a handful of these, and this was one of my favorites to be a part of. All 4 of them were so fun and enthusiastic and funny.
I can't watch anymore.
All right, everyone, that's all I got for today. Please make sure...
Anyway, let's stick to Star Wars for a second, and let's see something nice about Red Dead Redemption.
You can either tell me what your boss is planning, or you can stay in there.
Soon laptilota. Moguta tata mabunky dunko.
Both their
again?
girlfriends do OF. Insane.
If you're still looking for Haas, I haven't seen him.
Actually, I'm here for you. I heard you're the best shot on the planet.
Oh, and you want to be second best. Now is not a good time. The Hutts are coming, and I need to get ready.
They're coming? You mean right now?
Could be any time. I caught one of their scouts, but he's not talking.
Jiba jama grandio sa urda du tonga.
Who's Erda?
Erda Tar. Hut underboss. We used to work together.
Prier uba dopa miki he's nolia chapata.
I just took what I was owed.
His face looks like a dinosaur. So basically, it's a comparison video. It's a,
Fought a rancor. Massives are nothing.
it's like a 1 minute, 1.5 minute
All right.
scene.
If you're set on it, there's no sense wasting
The
time.
animations are
Need
awkward.
to get those barricades up, and then we'll see about target practice.
You kind of like, I showed you the first minute. You probably don't even remember what it was about. You get these awkward interruptions to make it seem like it's building a greater world. And then you have Red Dead Redemption, which I have criticized not for dialogue reasons, but for just general story reasons.
Hey, you got a visitor.
Shut up, you. And what you want?
My name's John Marston. You wanted to speak to me.
I did.
Apparently so.
Why?
I guess because we're both in the business of the law.
You that fella from the train company?
No, I'm from Fort Mercer.
Fort Mercer? You them one of them Williamson boys.
Calm down.
Go on, shoot him, mister.
And so basically you have this scene, which facial animations, expressions, and everything that's happening here.
Shoot him! On what? You getting kicked with?
Say what you want to say about Red Dead Redemption, at least the dialogue and the pace and how, like, I think people should use this video. I don't know if I have the full name. Oh, Star Wars. No, I don't. But it's, oh yeah, it's cutscenes are 14 years apart, and it's basically comparison of the two games. Cutscenes are 14 years apart. Or sorry, these two games are 14 years apart. I think if you want to kind of like study maybe like how to write scenes, this is it. This is like a good indication of like how to properly pace a scene.
Boy.
What's going on here?
I got me one of them Williamson boys.
I got me one of them idiots who give marshals a bad name.
Jonah, put your gun down. You must be the man from Blackwater.
Yes, sir. Listen, that dog ain't too bright. But he seems loyal.
Jonah, get out of here for a minute.
Yes, sir, Mr. Johnson, sir. And you. Oh, I done seen enough of your hide around here, friend.
I think there's some school children down the way you can go and frighten.
Oh, hardy fucking har.
What are you doing here, Mr. Marston? Apart from...
So this scene keeps going, and essentially it's a lot longer, but it's a lot more interesting. And I just like the comparison, because the other scene was like half its length, maybe even like, maybe the Red Dead Redemption scene is maybe even like 3 times its length, and yet it moves at a faster pace. You're just tuned into what is happening. Anyway, we are moving into the final section of this stream, so I guess we didn't close it in the 30 minutes, but it's the last one, and we're here. We're going to be talking about Shamik more and his little situation with everyone, apparently. I don't know, I'm starting to get worried for the guy. I mean, I'm getting worried for myself, honestly. It seems like any minute now he's going to walk up to me out of nowhere and just start harassing me for no reason.
It's easier to... I was flirting with Gwen when I'm looking at Haley. You're looking at her, right? It's easier to be Miles flirting with Gwen when I'm looking at Haley. You're looking at her, right?
I was very happy to work with Haley.
Yeah. I gotta do this. I gotta make a movie.
I'm gonna watch Paper Moon just so I can,
So you know?
Just so I can like be closer to Haley.
Dang, and he hits her with his elbow. you can see it in every single interview. She's trying to smile through the awkwardness, and you can tell she is very uncomfortable. You can tell by smiling so much and by trying to maybe like deflect in a way. So pay attention to her mannerisms and body language.
It's easier looking at Haley than being Miles trying to get to Gwen.
Yeah, that face is like, oh no, here he goes again.
You know what I mean?
Not much, Daniel. How are you, Haley?
I am relatable. I am enjoy the Golden Globes.
I think you'd swing from some buildings and
You think so?
just ride on the top of a subway
Yeah.
to get to love, maybe.
Okay. Maybe to get maybe if I had some security and
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Okay, she's gonna love me back.
Shut up, bro. Shut up, bro.
Why am I so like jealous right now?
And it's quite beautiful and
Shut your lame ass up, nigga.
and amazing and strong and has all
going.
of these qualities that are valued.
She said keep going for those who didn't hear. Yeah, she's very aware of what he's doing.
As a young man.
But even before we worked together, like even in the first film,
Yeah.
I feel like the chemistry was
there?
and it was
Hi,
too
guys.
smooth.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
like,
yeah.
imagine Haley, you know what I'm saying? So,
Jump through a portal across dimensions to
Don't
be
worry, Moodcap. I will never let them lift this down, because this is all part of my grand plan to destroy Beyond the Spider-Verse. Some of you may not know this, but I have said this when Across the Spider-Verse came out. I was like, no, I looked at all the films that were coming out and I'm like, we're just gonna have to take the L on this one. But next time we'll get them. And this whole situation is all part of my grand plan to take down Beyond the Spider-Verse, and it's going to be the first crack of many that will then just shatter when Beyond the Spider-Verse comes out, and people will turn on Beyond the Spider-Verse. It's like the movie will have issues that people will vocalize. They will be very vocal about them. Just wait and see. You're like, what? How do you know this? So what do you mean? Just wait and see. Trust the process. It's gonna happen. And it all started with these interviews here, and with Laura, the girl who played Liz Allen in Spider-Man Homecoming. It all started here for a reason, and it's I'm not gonna say I have something to do with it. Of course I didn't. That would be ridiculous for me to say, but I want you to pay attention. There's a reason why people will turn on this movie, and it's not because they like the first one, or maybe they like the first one. It's not because they like the second one, or that it was overhyped, or that it was promoted everywhere and social media would just constantly bombard you with non-stop Spider-Verse Miles Morales propaganda. Ignore that for a second. That's just noise. Everyone felt it in their own hearts. They knew it, that it was all inauthentic. It was all fake and artificial. And the hype was fake. It was forced. They know it in their own hearts. They can lie to themselves. And they may not admit. It's just like Thor Love and Thunder. It was the exact same situation. People will say, oh, Ragnarok was amazing, and it's the fourth film that dropped the ball. No, you know in your hearts, deep down, that Thor Ragnarok was a bad movie. You know it. You know it, and you're not gonna admit it. But one thing led to the other, and you wouldn't have the hate of Thor Love and Thunder if it weren't for Ragnarok. And people don't want this sort of stuff. They'll just lie to themselves, and then once they get more of it, it's what they end up There's only one way this can go, and it's gonna go down a cliff. They're gonna try to do more of whatever it is that they did in Across the Spider-Verse, and it's not going to end well for them. They have no idea what they're doing. It's why they ended off on a cliffhanger. Watch, and yeah, the reason why this is gaining so much publicity is because there's like this sacred hatred people have for the Spider-Verse films. That it's like like Brightburn, the film, where it's like the evil kid Superman, and there's like this secret frequency that only the Superman child can hear, and it awakens something sinister in them. That's essentially what this is. This is that incredibly quiet frequency for those people, because they've been just living a lie, okay? And then once something like this incredibly low frequency just came out of nowhere, and it revealed the full picture for them. And even though they might not be able to comprehend whatever it is that came before, they might not be able to make sense of how is it that I was this person before, but now I'm this. It's like, it's not going to make sense to them. They don't know the truth, but they will feel the truth, and they will know. They won't know, but I know why they will turn on this movie. And that's all I got to say.
There. And quite frankly, I don't know if I know anybody I'm willing to jump through a portal. Pied off.
Can you use it as a sentence?
I got pied off. Wait.
Oh no.
I got pied last night. I'm sorry.
Oh dear God. Well, I hope my mind is just
And
going
let me make something clear. I don't mind Shamik more. I think, yeah, he's being a bit of a creep, but I think he's kind of I think he's a chill guy, but unfortunately we got to throw him under the bus because there's too much at stake here. We have to make the decision to unfortunately throw Shamik under the bus, and it is what it is. I wish it had happened to a different person, and unfortunately it had to be you. I can't do anything about it. Sorry.
What you have to read out on this card next, because I got nothing for you. Pied off?
Oh,
I got
dang.
pied last night.
Oh my God, what does that mean? Okay.
It means you've been rejected. I'm sorry.
There was a version of that in my brain. For sure. Okay, next.
Oh.
Bog roll. That's just getting an absolute. This is where the jet lag has fully taken over. Wait, here it is in a sentence. You ready?
Yes.
This will really help you. Can you pick up some bog roll on the way home? It's something you use after you've eaten food.
Wait.
Toilet paper.
Like poppycock. That's right?
Yeah, that's right.
Poppycock.
Yeah.
Okay.
Say it one more time.
With a British
I don't think I
accent.
heard. Do it in an accent.
Cool.
Do it in a British accent. You're working on it. Like, cool. Like,
That's Japanese.
absolutely amazing.
Poppycock.
No, shit.
That's absolutely poppycock.
That's awful. Like, terrible. Yeah?
It's rubbish. Like
Rubbish?
not- yeah.
Alright, that's shit.
Something that doesn't make sense.
Sorry. That's it. Woo! Woo! Oh, dear God, that was.
Oh gosh, what is... Let's skip this part. That was unnecessary.
Talking about the movie, just subconsciously like, wow,
By the way, that was part of the original video. Just making that clear.
I can't wait to see this next movie. Yeah.
It's incredible. It's very, very, very surreal. I think I had a moment recently where a commercial came on and I wasn't even paying attention, and I heard your voice, and I heard another voice, and then I heard my own voice, and it was so wild. But it's
Tell people it's like if I was just hanging out with my friends or going by myself,
for me, that would be like Stonecrest Mall in Latonia, Georgia. And see,
Why would you put that inside of your video? It's like, what are you trying to allude there for a sec? It's like, what? Are you trying to say like Shamik is kissing himself? Very weird. But either way, we had to skip it in case YouTube would ban us for that. I didn't want to see where that would go, so it's better to be safe than sorry.
and like people watch Dope was insane.
Wow.
You know, it was insane for me. This side note, this I have a whole story walking to school where it was my first like police encounter.
Oh no.
And anyway,
I don't like where this is heading.
Get past that. The dude was there.
Come on, back it up.
That's the story.
Well, yeah, it was my first encounter, and because I had a reputation at the school, the security dude, we had to walk through metal detectors and stuff. So the security dude was like, no, not that one. He good. He
Just
good.
let him pass.
This man had me in cuffs and stuff because my mom packed me a lunchbox and it had like a metal fork and whatever. And he was like, "Where are you supposed to be?" I'm walking to school. He didn't believe me. But anyway, we really can't skip past all this. But he was at the theater when I went with a couple of friends and whatever at Stonecrest. He was there, I guess, working at the theater. And I had looked at him. I was like, "Hold on, you're."
Dude, stop
Do
it.
you remember me?
Yeah.
Because I remember you. And he's like looking at me. I was like, this poster right here, you put me in the back of your car, bro. You don't remember that?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's one of those things that like, that's something that came to mind when I think about one of the times I went to see my film.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's something we talked about earlier. Is revenge isn't always doing something to somebody else. It's accomplishing it for yourself.
Yeah.
100%.
Karma.
I mean, it's not like he got punished or nothing, but it was important.
Oh, he got punished, brother. When you said that to him, that made him feel this small.
When you succeeded the way that you have,
I would have went a step further. You need a fork or
What
something?
is this interview at this point? Anyway, let us move on to something that Hoske will very much appreciate. I think this is quite the development.
Hello everyone, I'm on to my vlog channel. I usually don't make stuff that looks like this on this channel. My main channel has all the stuff that's shot like at my PC. This channel's usually for vloggy stuff, but it feels like an announcement, so therefore it feels like it needs... I don't know what the logic is. I'm making this video to tell you all that I am leaving Sony Santa Monica Studio, where I've been employed as a writer for the last 4 years. Technically my 5th year started on November 17th. I'm not going to hide...
She is leaving Santa Monica. Yes, she wrote for the company that created God of War 2018 and God of War Ragnarok. And she is doing it for a reason that we're going to get into. But to give you the general gist of the situation, it's not because of Santa Monica's mistreatment of her. It's just more of a personal reason. And that personal reason, so she loves all the people from Santa Monica. She has nothing negative to say about Santa Monica before you start telling me that, or you start thinking that, we're gonna get some dirt on the developers of God of War. No, this is just a personal story, and I figured, hey, let's view it because Alana Pierce was definitely one of the people we did follow in the past year on her take on like accessibility in gaming and a lot of takes, and I figured, hey, you know what, let's see where she's doing, where she is, what she's doing this year, or like where she ended up being, and yeah, like what's up with her. And turns out that a lot has changed in her life. It's kind of interesting how a lot of these things we talked about have somehow resurfaced recently with newer developments, and I found that to be interesting. Somewhat coincidental that a lot of stuff happens just that we cover anyway. Even stuff like this, where it's like, oh yeah, we talked about this person, and here you go, something major happens in her life.
It very well in this video that I'm not confident in this decision whatsoever. But first, most important thing for me to say.
So like I said, she's just going to clarify that it's not about like anything against Santa Monica.
It is such a wonderful place to work. Very excited to
She's going to be a freelancer now.
see the end results of the thing that we have been working on. And as much as it's very weird to step away from something like that, like it's been in my head for the last...
There you go.
What I felt like I had to, and I guess we'll see how it goes. So, some of you may have heard me talk about this, some of you may have not. My stepdad was diagnosed with terminal cancer 2 years ago. But a few months ago, we got a call from the doctor that said he has a few weeks left, not months. And so I took leave from Sony and went home. So I had not worked there for, I think, like 2 months straight. And I went home in part to be with him while he was dying, but also to be there as a carer while my mom had work. And I said to the studio that I would be eternally grateful for them for even letting me do that, and that I was actually able to take the time off. Obviously, it was unpaid leave, but you know, I've lived in the US for 10 years, and it was very important to me to be able to be there. So I was there, and he did pass away about a month ago. I spent the last 10 years working full-time in the US, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. in the US. You only get 10 days off a year. And the longest amount of time that I have spent home was watching somebody I love die. This is not an uncommon thing that happens in grief. I just have some level of regret. It feels a little like I've been doing life wrong. That the longest amount of time that I've spent at home was to watch somebody die because I've been working 9 to 5 in another country. And I haven't been there for a lot of very happy memories. I haven't been there for birthdays or Christmases or Easter or whatever else. I didn't get to be there when my sister was picking out a wedding dress or when her kids were born. And I think when somebody you love dies, it just kind of changes your perspective on life. I think that I'm in a position, I guess we'll find out how badly this could go, that I can work freelance instead of having to work full time and still be able to pay my bills and get to go home and see my family whenever I want. That is my reason for leaving. I just want to be able to spend more time with the people I love while they are still healthy. After, like I said, 10 straight years of working in another country. In January, I think, is my 10-year anniversary.
She's from Australia, for those wondering.
And again, maybe it doesn't work out. Maybe I can't afford to financially support myself working entirely freelance, and I have to go back to working full-time. I would at least like to try, and that is not an option while working at Sony Santa Monica Studio for a number of reasons, but it's just also not fair for me to ask of the team. There were small stints where I was able to work in Australia under certain circumstances, but very little in the grand scheme of things, and on a very different time zone. Like, the time zone's so bad if you convert those two things that I would have to start at 3 a.m., which, what's the point? I can't really spend time with my family if I'm on an opposite time zone anyway. So it's basically just these two things are at odds. I cannot work this full-time job that I
There's a reason why they call it the upside down.
love while also spending time with my family. I hope that I articulated that in a way that makes sense. Yeah, like I said, I feel like I've been doing life incorrectly, and even people that I work with at Santa Monica Studio, when they knew that I was going through a lot of these things, told me, in 50 years' time, you'll remember the time that you spent with the people you love, you won't remember the work. And I have spent so little time with them in the last 10 years, except to watch my stepdad die. So I'm so sure I'm gonna get a lot of shit for this video, but losing a loved one really sucks. That's the reason. So, what am I doing next? Great question.
She's gonna go into like more indie stuff, and yeah, I just wanted to give her like a hold space for her bit here, because I thought it was genuine, and it's good for her, honestly. And I think any realization that you're doing life wrong is always it's always a net positive. So and you know, maybe this is a start of a, not to kind of like make it about something else, but maybe it's a start of something else. Maybe guess what, Hosky, maybe she can be redeemed. Maybe you can fix her one day. No, but seriously, I just wanted to kind of focus on it, because yeah, sometimes stuff will happen, and family is important, and spending time with the people you love should be your priority. And I think, she's kind of reached this moment in her life where I don't think she's married. I think she's like on her own, and we know she's like bisexual, right? So she probably doesn't have, I would assume, like, if anything, I'm not saying she has, but if anything, she probably like is okay with hookup culture, right? And not really about settling down. And like 10 years of working and presumably being alone. I think she isn't married. But yeah, like, I think it's good that she is taking like 10 years and she realized that she's done something wrong. That's kind of sad, but at the same time, hey, better late than never, and let's hope maybe like she considers other things as well. But yeah, just kind of wanted to shine light on her, but also her situation, because it's never too late to change courses in life. It really never is. Although some things are kind of like you age out of, and you can't do, like, you can't become like a soccer professional player or go to the Olympics when you're 70 and you want to play, I don't know, what's like a physically demanding sport other than, like, I'm not talking about like shooting with a gun, right? I'm talking about archery or soccer and volleyball, like, obviously stuff like that. But it's never too late to change your mind on stuff, and that's just what I wanted to convey. Let's see if she adds anything else here.
This before, but I'm excited to do it because I've built a cadence with recent streams that I think is
Oh yeah,
very
she's going to stream more, I think.
unique. It's totally possible that other people are doing this format that I do. I just haven't seen it, and that community's been growing and it's been really wonderful. So on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 1 p.m. I will be going live, twitch.tv/Charlanazard. I will be covering
There you go.
gaming news in general. So we will be doing that Monday,
She's
Wednesday,
going to be
Friday,
copying
1
us.
p.m.
She's going to be copying us, essentially.
Second thing is I've been building this very slowly but quite poorly because I've been working full time, but it's something that I feel pretty strongly about. I've promoted it terribly, so you may not know that I have a third channel that is now called Play Watch Listen Plus. This is where
That's
I moved a
always rough.
podcast that I do
Doing
with
3 channels
game
at a time?
director Mike
Nah.
Bithell and video game here in person, which is super exclusive. And there is a D&D show that I've had in the back burner for ages that now I will actually have time to do as well.
So that's what's up with her. And yeah, we're slowly coming to the end. So I wanted to highlight, I think, 2 more main videos, but then quickly fly through. Let's do a couple more shorts.
Watch my clips. Watch my clips.
Now,
You
the
are?
reason he keeps
So this is, of course, in reference to Sneeko's and Charlie's debate about underage marriage. Can I even put it like that? It's about pedophilia, really. And what led up to that, and I guess you can kind of watch this video too to kind of get full context of what we kind of watched during our Red Dead Redemption gameplays.
and watch my clips while threatening me here is because during the stream I couldn't watch him live because he just kept shouting slurs. So I said watch my clips to see what I was saying about you. I had to communicate via Twitch clips. And I'm sorry to be that guy, this is like the grammar police of guns, but he's a fucking imbecile, you absolute buffoon. What you have there is not clips.
Whoa!
These are mags. What the? They're mags, not clips, you absolute fucking dummy. The same way that this.
Yo, what the fuck? Yo, I feel threatened, nigga! Yo, what? Hey! Goddamn!
I gotta say that kind of went hard, so even for a Charlie hater, I'm like, okay, respect.
One Piece season release set sail. Production for the next season of the Netflix live-action series is now underway, and last week saw a flurry of casting announcements for new
What do you guys
roles
think
as
about
the
these
series
announcements?
enters the grand line. First up, we have David Desmalchian.
He's such a weird actor, and I think he may be mentally ill. I think he is, but sure, why not?
Who will be playing Mr. 3. We also got actors for Baroque Works Agents Mr. 5, who will be played by Cameron Johnson.
So they're doing the reverse. In anime, anime is like, oh, they always make them light skins in the adaptation in the anime, which is like, yeah, sometimes that's what they were. You know, no one is trying to make somebody lighter. It's sometimes also a matter of, not the coloring, but lighting. For example, lighting exists. And sometimes in an image or two, your skin can look darker. In different lighting, it can look lighter. So, but in the Hollywood adaptations of anime or manga, they usually take characters that are light skinned, and then they find a person who is of a darker skin color.
Who will be played by Cameron Johnson, his partner, Miss Valentine, who will be played by Jasmine
I know her from something, and I can't tell you from what.
Jocelyn, and Mr. 9, who will be played by Daniel Lasker.
That's a man? Okay.
From Drum Island, Rob Coletti was announced as the arc's primary antagonist, Wapple, and Ty Kof will be playing the man literally built like an ox, Dalton. We also got actors for Straw Hat ally Crocus, who will be played by Clive Russell, along with the dueling giants Dory and Broggy, who will be played by Werner Kowitzer and Brendan Murray, respectively. The biggest casting news from the week was the introduction of Callum Kerr as Marine Vice Admiral Smoker. Julia Rewald will be joining him as his partner Tashigi as the pair hunt for the Straw Hats in Logtown and beyond. There are still several key characters left to look forward to because
the Assassin Island, and yeah, it basically loops. And yeah, so the reason why I'm covering it is because we did cover Netflix's One Piece anime. And yes, I did mean anime because they're doing their own version, and we covered that. So I'm like, okay, well, there's no new news about the anime they're developing, so let's see what the live action has, and it was pretty interesting. All right, here we have Xbox, since we covered Xbox.
I've been playing Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, and it feels like the single-player action-adventure game that
Has anyone played this Indiana Jones game? Because for the longest time, I thought it was going to be like the worst thing ever for modern day audiences, and we saw the trans video game developer. But I've seen some gameplay, and I gotta say, did we jump the gun or jump the barrel? I think it's jump the gun. Did we jump the gun? Like, did I judge this game too early, perhaps? Because the gameplay itself looks actually pretty good. Or is it one of those games like Spider-Man where the story is really just abysmal and full of progressive ideology? But honestly, I haven't heard anything about it. So maybe it's, who knows, maybe it is an actual good Indiana Jones game. Has anyone played this? Usopp got done dirty in the first season. In what sense? Like, do you mean like his skin color was made lighter, or are you referring to the Netflix live action adaptation? What did they do to him that would prompt you to say that they did him dirty? Let me know, because I'm actually interested. And then, and yeah, going back to Indiana Jones, I think it looks actually, like, look at this gameplay.
Craving. It has absolutely stunning visuals, a gripping story that is classic indie, and a fantastic Indiana Jones performance that feels true to life. The game takes place primarily in first person, just like the Wolfenstein games, but pulls out to third person when you're climbing or using the whip to swing, but you still get a great taste of indie both in these sequences and cutscenes. Speaking of that iconic whip that plays...
It's first person. Remember what we talked about with Prince of Persia? How it's not just your typical game, it's actually doing something unique and original, and this game is giving me like Medal of Honor vibes. Medal of Honor vibes for like for PlayStation 1, but again, it's doing its own thing where it's not just a shooter, but you can use your whip, you can use your fists, you can take things from the ground and hit people with them, and it's actually doing something that seems to be pretty cool, honestly. And so I'm really wondering if maybe this game is actually secretly good. And again, from Machinima Games, the guys who worked on the awful Wolfenstein games, never would have expected this. So has anyone played this? Is it any good?
Huge part in combat and can be used to pull enemies, disarm them, or trip them up. And for the most part, you'll be using objects that can be found around the world to take
And
enemies
yes, you
out,
can
but
use
there's
guns.
also guns to give it that extra bit of action. The real hero of the game, though, is the exploration element, which has you completing many side quests and mysteries, and the puzzles are some of the best in gaming history and really get your brain going. There's some fantastic set pieces throughout the game, and I highly recommend you check it out, especially if you have Xbox Game Pass.
All right, that was that. And speaking of weirdos in gaming, in the manga, Usopp tries to warn the town that Kuro is going to raid the village with a crew of pirates to kill Kaya and steal her inheritance. They don't believe him because he always lies about this. Yes, that I know that happened. I've read it. They don't believe him. And then what happened in the TV series? Despite that, he still fights against the incoming pirates, knowing he won't get any recognition. Yes.
This is an accessibility option that I love in the game Horizon Forbidden West. It shows
This is about accessibility in gaming. Look at this. By the way, look at Horizon Zero West. Such an, like, it looks like a pretty game, but it's so soulless.
This is an accessibility option that I love in the game Horizon Forbidden West. It shows as a pop-up to remind you of a keybind and what that keybind does when you are using or when you could be using a skill or an input. But who would want that? Well, I have ADHD, which means I can be prone to forgetting things, and in games sometimes that looks like forgetting that I have.
It's such an awful excuse. I have ADHD, therefore I can't remember stuff.
Have a specific tool that is perfect for the situation that I'm in, and I didn't even know that this option was an
This would be a disaster for like a Zelda game, where the game is really focused around you remembering stuff or you stumbling on a solution because you haven't tried this one combination, so you pull out this one item and it ends up working. So this would be hell for a Zelda game for sure. And I don't know why it needs to be here. I guess it's more action-oriented, action-adventure, but still, it's odd why you would just give away these solutions to everything, telling people exactly what to use.
option that I needed until I turned it on in Horizon Forbidden West, and the game was infinite.
It's basically it's cheat codes, or sorry, a cheat sheet. It's telling you exactly what you need to know at a specific moment. And it's not like it's teaching you new mechanics, it's telling you the same thing over and over again.
Less frustrating for me. This could be a really helpful option for people who have cognitive or learning disabilities. It could also help people who have long periods of time between their gaming sessions, who are new to gaming or new to controller use, people who might be playing in a busy environment, who are prone to distraction or interruption, people who are sharing a game save and learning different skills at different points. And of course, this is optional, so you can turn it on or off whenever you want. This is an
Okay.
I always turn off screen shake. I always turn off flashing lights.
This is another accessibility video, but I would say it doesn't matter. Once you've seen one, you've seen all of them. It's like, great, we have multiple difficulties. Let's do everything in our power to make the game even easier somehow. Okay, and we're slowly coming to the end. I know slowly. And I think this is going to be one of the last few things, but you're saying Mudcap, in the Netflix adaptation there is no crew of pirates. Oh, really? In Kuro just plans of simple murder. Instead of standing his ground, Usopp runs away and tries to get help, which goes against the development. Wow, that is a big thing. Wow, that is kind of awful. You guys remember your boy Zach, right? The guy who started complaining about everyone for no reason, who attacked the critical drinker and then Nerdrotic for having normal opinions just because he realized he woke up one day
I've had the feeling that, you know,
and realized that people have different opinions and that maybe there are more ways to look at media without just being, you know, if you liked it personally. This guy just snapped one day when he realized a bunch of YouTubers made videos on Mad Max Furiosa. They not even of them saying that the movie was bad or anything. It's just them saying that, oh yeah, the film underperformed, by the way, and Hollywood is in trouble. That's the videos they were making on it. But our guy here, Comics Matter with your boy Zach, did not take kindly to it and decided to spaz out and turn on everyone who, I guess, watch that sort of content. And here is a video by JDA Talks Comics on your boy Zach and his unhinged rants. It's a great channel, JDA Talks Comics. I recommend it. And yeah, by the way, I Moodcap 100% in agreement with you. The Usopp stuff, I mean, I only watched the first episode, or maybe, yeah, I think just the first episode. And I was kind of like weirded out by the way they kind of like combined the story and changed stuff around, but it wasn't too major. This, on the other hand, is definitely a major change to a character's development.
boy Zach has just not had fun with comics lately. And it looks like it's possible that this whole attack on Nerdrotic and Geeks and Gamers and Critical Drinker and the like is to set up something else, because I think he wants to just like shut down his comic channel or not, or kind of de-emphasize it and move into
hopefully
a movie review thing.
Oh
that seems to
gosh.
be what he likes. Now the problem he's going to face right here is he has horrible taste in movies, and he
Oh,
always
yeah.
has. Zach,
It's
your
awful.
movie takes are not what most people think. So you're going to have some trouble just in this like counterculture of your boy Zach starting a movie review channel in 2024, especially given that you are attacking a lot of people's favorite reviewers out there.
Not to mention, he is making his comic book channel. He has so many people have turned from him that now his videos make like what, 2 to 5,000 K per video. It's embarrassing, man.
Now he of course maligns the Critical Drinker pretty badly over and over and over again. He deleted a lot of his posts, and I thought, you know, with the election, I made a mistake on my video. I thought with the election that he might have been turning a new leaf, going back to what we love and talking about comics, really talking about what's going on in the industry. And there's a lot to talk about. I mean, with DC's all-in garbage that's being foisted out onto the stands, with X-Men getting destroyed by the woke again. There's a lot to cover right now. I'm almost like paralyzed with like, what do I cover? Because they are really doubling down in one of the worst sales crises in comic book history. But they don't seem to care.
I'm sorry. It seems to be just 1,000 to 4,000 views. Not even. Sometimes it's just under 3,000. Wow. How sad and pathetic.
And that's where we're at right now. So guys, please smash the like and subscribe button as we get into this, and I would love for you to check out my books. This is the Emerald Array, a Space Marine military science fiction graphic novel, and I am doing what nobody else will in the industry, and coming out with regular books like on a quarterly basis, in a like complete
That's
universe
good.
right here.
That's
This is
cool.
what we all hoped your boy Zach would do with his Jawbreakers back in the day, but he just like kind of sputtered and kind of went off on tangents, even in his books and things like that. And of course, we know he had trouble delivering. We don't have that problem here. This will be going as scheduled.
I mean,
and,
he's throwing shade, but it's true. And the fact that he turned on his supporters, the people who paid for his books, and he banned them and he silenced them, he shadow banned them, prevented them from commenting just because they were questioning his rationale, tells you a lot about who he is and what he's become. Just pathetic.
done as of now for the line art, which is great. We got about a third left to go on the colors, and then we'll be shipping these out. So check this out. This is in the description below. It's a 66-page graphic novel, Spacemen Fighting Against Space Evil Demonic Bug Monsters. It is Space Marines, and it's a full Space Marine male unit, guys. No female Space Marines. We are doing that. It's a high-tea action adventure. If you love
Sounds
Star Wars,
appealing.
Warhammer 40K, you are going to absolutely enjoy this. Grab it. Support our efforts in the description below. Get us to 300 backers.
Mainly because everything has to have a female character now, or a leading one too. Although I see one on the front cover, but no, seriously, like sometimes a female character can be just feminine, and it's fine for her to not be in the middle of the action, even though she's holding a gun there. But it's okay not to have like female characters plastered all over your world because it breaks immersion.
For being there. So yes, your boy Zach is having problems again. He's right back to it. I really thought, I tried to encourage. I try to be encouraging, guys. I was like, "Yay, Zach! Like, do those comic reviews. Like talk about those pros who are melting down over Trump. That is what your channel should be about." Unfortunately, he's gone right back to it. Every time I finish watching a movie, the Critical Drinker reviewed, I not only feel he didn't see the movie in question, but he has never seen any movie ever. Well, that's wow. I just watched Bad Boys 4, which he describes as by-the-book, straight-down-the-middle cop action movie. Except if you actually watch the movie, you see Martin Lawrence got to the astral plane to talk to his former boss. A credit scene where we flash back to 350 AD and see an ancestor of Martin Lawrence's character who owns the donkey that's inhabited. Reggie kills 15 people in a kitchen and then looks at the security camera and salutes.
Wait, so he's using a credit scene in like one scene in the movie, or two scenes in the movie, to say that generally speaking it wasn't generic, just because it had like one or two things in it that seemed noteworthy. That's it. Yeah, no.
Is what he refers to as an old-fashioned action movie. He also says the movie seems to ignore the age of the actors, but Martin Lawrence's character has a heart attack from dancing and spends 2 weeks in the hospital recovering. Oh my gosh. So he takes these minor scenes in a movie and then tries to invalidate Critical Drinker's review, which is an overview of it. It's obnoxious. But this is what he does every single time. And another thing he's going off on is Gladiator 2. Another thing that like
is he a fan of it?
That everybody's kind of like, this movie sucks, and we did not need a Gladiator 2. And he's going on the birthday party clowns. He calls them the BPCDs. If you don't have a weird gay feud with Pedro Pascal, you will probably enjoy this movie. Okay.
Seriously, he's defending Gladiator 2. Jeez.
Okay. It was a skin suit of the movie before, and it's really not that interesting, and that's why people are not into it. And he keeps going off on Pedro Pascal over and over and over again. And calls it a weird gay feud with him. Well, Pedro Pascal is in everything, and he's obnoxious. So, yeah, we do have a feud with him. We don't want to see him in anything. He's only in everything notable if you watch a very limited selection of movies.
I don't mind him. I mean, like, I think he's a solid actor, so what more could you want from him? Although I do think he was ridiculous in Gladiator 2. One of his few performances where he did not work. His accent was ridiculous. It was so silly. You couldn't get past it. Ooh.
These streaming shows based on comic books and video games. The birthday party.
He talked like this the entire movie, and it was very annoying.
Party clown obsession with him isn't the weirdest thing they do, but it is deeply odd. It's deeply odd to criticize like an actor that's being...
For the glory of Rome.
held up as an A-list actor that's being put into these roles where he's Mr. Fantastic, where he's the freaking
Oh
Boba
yeah,
Fett replacement.
he is miscast as Mr. Fantastic. I gotta agree, miscast. Sorry, does not look like anything. Does not look anything like Reed.
Where he's the freaking gladiator replacement. Your boy Zach, you're insane. What a bad take. I mean, just those three alone is too much Pedro Pascal. I mean, it really is. And it does show that they are intentionally trying to prop this guy up. And the guy is an obnoxious shitlib. He is not the best actor out there. He's not the best for these roles. And it really doesn't make sense that he's out there. So this is the cynic in me is saying, you know, your boy Zach has been doing this intentionally this entire time to like change his brand. Which this was an old channel, which I think he actually changed also to be a movie reviewer. And as you can see, it's not really working very well. 600 views. We get more than that on my like little comic channel here for most of our videos, which is kind of crazy. But it seems like that's what he wants to do. He wants to be the movie critic.
I'm not gonna say how the mighty have fallen. He wasn't really mighty, but how he has fallen, how has this channel fallen, it has to be documented. Honestly, it does. It is really fascinating how you can just turn on an audience that have financially supported you and have been there for you and believed in you and wanted nothing but good things for you. And the way you were able to turn on your own folks, and even if you disagreed with them, you just snapped. And it's sad, really, but at the same time, like it's beyond sympathy for me here. Partially because he did block me. I think I would say I cannot see my comments underneath his posts if I log in or if I log out from the account and I try to look at that comment section. No, I cannot even read those comments because he basically silences people if you disagree with him and question his narrative. And now he's shocked why before it used to be like 5,000 to 8,000 K people per video. That was while he was going insane. Before that, it was like around 7 to 10,000 views per video. Now it's fallen to 1K to 3K views per video. It's insane. This guy is like not just a nobody. Comic book people aren't a nobody in the industry in general, in any industry, but he is a nobody of nobodies. That's it.
Wants to replace these guys, and he doesn't want to work with them. I mean, you can make your own movie review without attacking Critical Drinker, your boy Zach. But
Impossible.
He knows, I guess, he won't get attention if he does that. Now, he's been slowly bleeding subscribers again. The last time I checked in on him, he was at like 95.6K subscribers. Of course, going back and attacking Critical Drinker again is really silly. And by the way, he always talks about how these guys say anything negative, but he actually, as much as he says Critical Drinker leaves out things, and that's how he makes his narrative. So does your boy Zach. Critical Drinker made this beautiful review about Star Trek Unification, which is a short fan film which was honoring the 30th anniversary of Star Trek Generations. He said it made him cry, and it was beautiful. So guess what? He did have a positive review. Zach just conveniently left that out as well, just because he wants to create a narrative about these guys to try to, I guess, make himself the authority on movies. Well, good luck with that, because Gladiator 2 sucked. And Furiosa sucked, and it was a girl boss movie. You boy Zach. Sorry about that. Not sorry. Leave a comment down below with what you think about this. I can't believe he's back on his spiral. It lasted like.
So yeah, that was JDA Talks Comics. JDA Talks Comics. Recommend his channel. And finally,
imagine that you're stuck in some. There are billions of lottery balls, and
I wanted to do a testify video since we did have this like not phase, but we did have a moment where we were kind of watching his videos on Faith, and this was his most popular video from last year that we never watched. So I guess this is a good moment. It's not a long video, so let's watch it. It's like 7 minutes long, and I think that's how we're gonna end this stream probably.
Silos in your life depends on drawing just one specific ball.
Oh yeah, and it's called Testify, that's the YouTube channel name, but the video is called A Top Tier Argument for God's Existence. Let's see how good this argument is.
If you don't pull the one ball you need, it's game over. And you couldn't just draw it once, you'd have to pull it at least 3 times in a row. Now, if you actually drew the right one 3 times in a row, you wouldn't be sitting there thinking, wow, what luck. You'd probably be thinking, somehow, this lottery must have been rigged for me. That is what fine-tuning is. The universe feels rigged in our favor because the odds of getting all the right conditions for a life-permitting universe by chance are absurdly small. It's way more plausible that someone set it up just right. Here are some of the most wild examples of fine-tuning. First of all, there's the gravitational constant. If gravity were even slightly stronger or weaker, by 1 part in 10 to the 40th power, stars wouldn't form properly, and without stars, there's no life. It's like having a billion dice and them all landing on 6. The cosmological constant. This governs the expansion of the universe. If it were just a fraction different, by 1 part in 10 to the 120th power, the universe would either collapse on itself or expand too rapidly for galaxies to form. Both scenarios equal no life. The strong nuclear force. This holds the nuclei of atoms together. If it were just 2% stronger or weaker, no stable elements would exist. The electromagnetic force. If this force were even slightly off, atoms couldn't hold together. Forget about water, carbon, or any building blocks for life. Now, there are plenty of other examples of fine-tuning, but I think you get the idea. Now, to use another illustration, imagine that you're playing poker and someone pulls a royal flush. You'd probably be thinking, wow, that's a pretty lucky break. But what if they hit a royal flush again and again, say a dozen times in a row? You're not thinking luck anymore. You're thinking the dealer and the player are definitely in cahoots. This same deal goes with the universe. It's way more likely that someone rigged it, and that points straight to design, which sure sounds a lot like God. Now, a skeptic might say, sure, it seems unlikely that our universe would support life if it were the result of some random physical processes, but because we exist, we can't observe a universe that doesn't allow.
So what if the universe itself, this is me playing devil's advocate, what if like the universe and somebody's twisted perception of the world, what if the universe is self-correcting or like self-designing, you know? I know it's a weird idea, but what if that's something that exists, you know?
Life. So really, the fact that we're here shows that it wasn't really all that improbable at all, even if it was just a cosmic accident. This is called the anthropic objection, or as I like to call it, the objection that proves way too much. Here's why it falls apart. Imagine you're standing in front of a firing squad. You got a hunch that your cousin who's in the squad might have convinced everybody to miss. Shots are fired, and you're still standing. It's pretty clear that this wasn't luck. The fact that you survived is strong evidence that they intended to miss. Now, the anthropic objection would say, well, hold on, you can only observe this situation because you survived, so your survival wasn't improbable at all, even if they were trying to kill you. But obviously, this is sheer nonsense. If they kept firing and kept missing, it's not luck, it's evidence that something else is going on. The same goes for the universe. The fact that we're here points to design, not some cosmic dice roll. Now, similar to this objection is the so-called puddle analogy, a favorite among online atheists. Meet Doug, our philosophical puddle. Doug's impressed because his shape fits perfectly into the hole that he's in. But what Doug doesn't get is that, as a puddle, he's literally just molding to whatever hole he lands in. Change the hole, Doug reshapes himself. Now, some skeptics use this to argue that life in the universe is like Doug the puddle. They say, of course life fits into this universe because we're here. If the universe were different, we just wouldn't exist to notice.
So it's kind of like a self-correcting universe sort of thing. So it's kind of like that, where it's like, this is the reality where everything just happened to work out because the universe basically is self-correcting.
This analogy flops hard. Life's not some fluid that'll fit into any old universe. Life demands ridiculously specific conditions. Tweaking even a small thing, like the mass of an electron or quark, and boom, no stars, no planets, no chemistry, no life, a totally dead universe. Doug the puddle can survive any hole, but life can't without a universe that's precisely dialed in. Now, the most well-known objection might
I
be
guess it still doesn't address what I said, because the universe and its sci-fi in like this sci-fi interpretation, it could still, in its self-correcting nature, it could still be doing these things, right? No matter how improbable they are inherently.
the multiverse. Essentially, it says, sure, our universe looks finely tuned, but what if there are billions or even infinite universes? Most of them might be duds, but in one of them, namely ours,
I told you guys. What do I keep telling you? The multiverse was used to explain away God, to make religion seem like it's lying to you. That's what the multiverse is.
the constants just happen to be right for life.
It's not a
It's
coincidence.
like saying if you buy enough lottery tickets, you're bound to win eventually, but there's a lot of problems here. For starters, there's just no evidence at all for the multiverse. It's pure speculation at this point. We can't observe other universes, measure them, or even know if they exist. Second, it multiplies the problem instead of solving it. The multiverse theory needs something to produce all these universes, like a universe generator, but that generator would also have to be fine-tuned to create life-permitting universes, so all you've done at this point is just kick the can down the
True, but in that case, it would still be a different creator than the one in the Bible, for example, right? So it's still my point about how the multiverse is just vile, I think, stands.
road. One really lame response to the design argument is to point out that the vast majority of the universe is totally hostile to life, so this place just really isn't so fine-tuned after all. But this genius take misses the point. We're not asking why Earth has water and air. We're asking why this entire universe has the precise fundamental constants that it does. Let's not forget, the vast size of the universe isn't some pointless cosmic flex. Universes that are smaller and denser would collapse upon themselves. So no, the fact that you just can't hit the gritty on the rings of Saturn doesn't exactly crush the fine-tuning argument. Now, another common response is to say that this is just God of the gaps. You're just saying, I don't know, God did it. But no, the fine-tuning argument isn't about throwing up our hands and saying magic. Let's think about this in terms of probability. What we're asking is, what's the probability that an intelligent designer created the universe, given how finely tuned it is for life? Without design, the odds of a life-permitting universe are absurdly low, like 1 in the 10 to the 41st. Again, that's because the constants of the universe could have been anything, and most possibilities make life impossible. Now, if we bring in the design hypothesis, a designer would have a reason to make the universe that supports life. And even if we're being insanely conservative and say that there's really only 1 in a billion chance that there is a designer and that they would choose a life-friendly universe, that's still way better odds than random chance. And here's where the math gets fun. Even if you start with a very low prior probability of a designer, like 1 in the 10 to the 28th, the evidence of fine-tuning raises that probability, according to Bayes' theorem, to over 99.99%. So no matter how skeptical you are at first, fine-tuning boosts the odds in favor of design being the best explanation. So in short, the design argument isn't just some random guess or God of the gaps reasoning, it's backed by solid probability, and that probability points to the idea that there is a cosmic designer, and that is what we mean when we speak of God.
So that's it is a top tier argument, makes sense. I agree with it, obviously.
And that is what we mean when we speak of
I agree with it, obviously. But still, it's like, it's not the best argument I've ever seen, because, I could make up this theory that, the universe could, for whatever reason, be kind of creating itself and like is self-correcting, right? So I don't know if like dark matter exists, which we know nothing about. Who's to say that this dark matter isn't somehow like, but then that would still assume that there's a design involved, right? So the design itself is really pointing to a designer, but then can a non sentient being be a designer. Like, I don't think it can. If anything, a non-sentient being, like, artificial intelligence, that's non-sentient, and it can design probably, but that's based on life. That's based on humans. That's based on something that has already existed. So that would also apply in this case. So I guess it is a good argument, but I don't know. Regardless, whatever you may believe, God is good, God is great, and He definitely exists. Basically, that's what it is, and that's going to be the end of this stream. Finally, we've hit the 6-hour mark. Insanity. Is this the longest stream I've ever done? Maybe it is, or maybe it isn't. But Hoske agrees with my general statement at the end about God and Christ. So good. Godness, goodness, all of it is true. And so, like I said, I want to end the stream on a note the same note that I started on, which is that I want to thank you guys for everything for this entire year. It was a pleasure being with you guys here. Always had a great time. And, Prince of Persia is a good game so far, I gotta say. I am pleasantly delighted by what I've been playing so far. And, everything, all of your support. I prepared this entire stream to not make it up to you guys, but to kind of like do something for you guys, and hopefully you appreciate this entire thing I did. And yeah, like I said, I don't know about the future of like the streams. If anything, I would love to come back for Red Dead Redemption 2, and that would probably be definitely something I'd want to do. And yeah, Happy New Year. I'll definitely be on Instagram still, so you'll see me there. But when it comes to like me talking to you guys, this is it for this year. And if I ever want to come back, it will be for like definitely Red Dead Redemption 2. I'll have to consider something else. But yeah, like never say never. We might come back to do more streams, and who knows? Maybe I'll stick to it. Probably not. But like I said, I'm gonna try to do more just creative stuff. Maybe see what happens. Focus on other stuff as well. Because don't forget, there's also the real world, and you can't always just be stuck in online, number one, and then also in your own head, right? So that's also another problem. And so you got to keep it all balanced in a lot of ways. Yeah, I mean, like, Instagram is also very time consuming. We'll see what happens there. But if anything, like, I'll always keep you guys posted there. Keep you up to date on like everything that I do. If I ever say anything. Yeah, and I hope that 2025 will be amazing for you guys, that you get stuff done, that you make it work, and that everything goes your way, so that our enemies will perish, and that our God can win in the end. Amen, amen. But no, really, thank you for everything. And this isn't like a final goodbye. I'm not dying. But it is the final stream of the year, so I just wanted to make it clear that really everything you guys did was awesome, and it's always great seeing you guys, hearing your takes on stuff. And I'm glad that I was able to entertain you guys to some capacity, hopefully. I don't know. I think I want to say something else. There's always more I want to say, but I can never kind of get all my thoughts out there. That's why I always have a lot to say. It's because I keep coming up with things I want to say, but I think that's pretty much the gist of it. Thank you, and yes, I'm tired, as you can see. Probably you can assume. So let's not keep this any longer. I've already thanked you enough times. So how do I end the stream now? Do I just press the end? I guess so. So I guess take care and happy 2025. Happy New Year. And dang, if this is the last stream we ever do, I'm going to be so sad, but I'm going to be sad in the future, not now. Anyway, I guess this is the end. I don't know. I don't want to say goodbye, but I have to. So, let's just rip off the band-aid. Goodbye. Watch out.